No politic here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7th. You are Hamas. No politics here. 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 What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. It's Newsday Tuesday, lads. That's right. It's Newsday Tuesday, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. What a hatfish. Don't even come at me like that. Don't even come at me like that with some bullshit. Hatfish my ass. Yeah, right off the fucking jump. 21-month subscriber trying to come at me. Trying to come at me with some nonsense. Anyway, this is it. It's the first day. It's 70 degrees and sunny here in California. It's very cold everywhere else, but it's the first. It's official. The first year of Donald Trump's second term is over today. It feels like it's been a lifetime since January 20th, 2024, or 2025, sorry, but we're here. You're hiding a head surgery scar because they put a new chip in your brain, dude. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's true. They did. They certainly did. Internet. They put a new chip in my brain. Wait, what the fuck? Donald Trump's doing a press briefing? What the hell?
If they're apprehended and either put in jails in their country from where they came or the country.
All right, well, I don't have much personal news. We'll just go right into it. Let's go.
In the old days, they didn't respect our country. Biden wouldn't do this because
holy shit,
he let them all in. You know, if you didn't have open border policies of Biden,
we're back.
None of this, all of the things that all of the time that we spend talking about Minnesota and everything else, most of them are coming from out of the country. And it's been caused by a previous administration. Look at this, one after one. Boy, these are rough characters. These are all criminal, illegal aliens that, in many cases, they're murderers, they're drug lords, drug dealers. They're the mentally insane. There's some of them who are brutal killers, they're mentally insane. They're killers, but they're insane.
As opposed to killers who are very sane. These are mentally insane killers.
It's worse. In other states, it's worse. Now, Minnesota, the crime is incredible. The financial crimes are incredible. And the problem is because of the agitators and insurrectionists, whatever you want, troublemakers, but they're paid agitators and insurrectionists. Nobody talks about the fact that $19 billion at a minimum is missing in Minnesota, given to a large degree by Somalians. They've taken it. Somalians.
Yeah, the bad kind of crime.
And they don't do
which
it.
is the Somalian type of
very
crime.
low
All the
IQ
people that he
people, they don't
pardoned
do it.
today, that's
Other
the good
people
kind of
work it
crime,
out.
because those were white
And they
criminals
get 'em
and
money,
also criminals
and they
who
go
are
out and
directly
buy
connected to Trump.
Mercedes-Benzes, and they come.
See, the Somalians, yeah, they pick these select examples up from jail, not from ICE raids. I know, of course, because ICE does not do apprehensions of like rapist pedophiles. That's local law enforcement, okay? And then those guys go to jail. And then Trump, in an effort to make it seem like every single undocumented immigrant is like a criminal or whatever, will go pick them up from jail and then turn around and say, see, ICE is picking up rapists. You know, ICE is picking up rapists. It's like, no, dude, cops are picking up rapists off the streets, whether undocumented or documented, and then putting them in jail. And then you're going to the jails to do propaganda. And as far as like statistics goes, the amount of violent crime or any kind of crime that undocumented migrants are committing is marginal. Like it is statistically irrelevant in comparison to, you know, American citizens, American born crime. If ICE was actually picking up rapists, they'd be picking you up, Mr. President. They'd be picking your homies up. You missed him saying Somalia isn't a country and Somalians are low IQ. I mean, what's new? But goddamn, yeah. I mean, it's fucking unimaginably racist.
And these are rough people. These are not. This was all
Do we have
allowed
a blast
into our
off me in
country
chat or
through
no?
open borders. These dumbest policies. You know, men and women's sports is dumb, but to me, having an open border for the world to come in, drug dealers and prisoners. Venezuela, as an example, opened their prisons into the United States. That's why. One of the reasons I felt so strongly against Venezuela. Now, I'm loving Venezuela. They've been working with us so well. It's been so nice. And
he loves Delcy Rodriguez.
unbelievably
He's like,
nice
the
woman also
Chavistas,
did a very
they're so good.
incredible thing, as you know, a few days ago. We're talking to her, and maybe we can get her involved in some way. I'd love to be able to do that. Maria. Maybe we can do that, but we're dealing with the people and the president and all of the people in Venezuela, and we've been doing great. The oil companies are getting ready to make massive investments there. They have more oil than even Saudi Arabia. There you go.
Here you go.
These are rough. This is all Minnesota, every one of them. This is one state.
You guys understand that, like,
And
there are millions of people living in Minnesota, right? Like, I hope we understand what's going on here. There are millions of people in Minnesota, and what Donald Trump is doing here is literally picking up people who have committed prior offenses, ranging from like DUIs to rapes and you know, drug trafficking and stuff like that, exclusively on the basis of their immigration status, and making it seem as though he's the one who apprehended these guys. Okay. He did not. And also, it's additionally ironic because when he talks about how these guys are committing fraud, it's like, you're a fraudster. Some of the people that he's bringing up are, you know, they've done domestic violence or like, or you know, domestic abuse. And it's like, you've done that. You're literally, you've been found liable in a civil suit for doing a rape to an American citizen. So like, half of these fucking things that he's pulling up are just shit that he's done. And not only that, but also, like I keep repeating over and over again, this is a range of people that have done things over the course of like the past decade or so. Okay? You are singling out people on the basis of their documentation status specifically to make it seem like there is this significant undocumented migrant crime taking place. And it's a very dangerous type of propaganda that he's able to put out there. And unfortunately, the Democrats are totally lost. Like they cannot push back against this shit at all. They can't just be like, hey man, you know, those guys were in prison. Like Joe Biden put him in prison. You put him in prison. You know what I mean? Like those guys they've done the crime and now they're doing the time, like as is what is supposed to happen. Okay. I don't know about you. But I personally want someone to go to prison if they've done a heinous crime against myself or someone else, right? Like, I want them to go to prison. I don't want them to potentially be free in another country. Like, I want them to go to jail, okay? I want justice to be served. So that's what's so frustrating about this entire process. And the point that these guys have been making over and over again, or have been making since last year or 2 years ago, was that Joe Biden was just not putting undocumented immigrants in jail for doing crimes. And that was bullshit. Okay?
Person that's a professional. These are professional agitators and professional people that want to see our country do badly. But that's not happening because we have the hottest country anywhere in the world, despite this stuff.
Your mom brought you here for birth tourism, big L. Birth tourism? What does that mean?
Criminals. They're not going to be good. They're not going to be well behaved here. I could do thousands.
I'm an American citizen, big dog.
Fairly short while. Just in Minnesota.
I don't know if you know this, but I'm a goddamn American citizen.
10,000.
Okay? So, sucks to suck for you.
10,000 criminals. And these
Birth
are
tourist.
Criminals. Now, how can a place with 10,000 criminals, how can you have a state? And yet they're fighting us. I like that guy. Keeps nodding to me. You agree with me, I guess. I like him. I don't know who he is, but I like him. He keeps nodding. He says, you're right. He's obviously a little on the right side, maybe.
How does it feel having him for another 3 years? Fucking awful.
These are rough ones.
But also, it's awful for everybody else too. Like, it's awful for us here in America because he's doing a bunch of fuck shit here in America. But he's also doing a bunch of fuck shit around the globe. So it just sucks all around, you know?
Relations with Hezbollah, that's nice. Why do we allow them in our country?
This is insane. How many more hours of him just like browsing through all of the fucking all the criminals that like ICE has gotten from the American prison system? Is he gonna flip through? This is like literally a decade worth. I know a lot of people will look at this and go, "Oh, this is just like, there's a lot of criminals here." It's like, yeah, dude. He pulled up with what, 100 fucking slides in a state where there are, millions of people. Let's see let's look at some statistics, okay? Minnesota population. Minnesota's population is 5.8 million as of 2025. Minnesota. All right, here, hold on. I'll just show you that real quick. Minnesota's population is around 5.8 million, with the latest 2024 estimates placing it at roughly 5.8 million, okay? Minnesota's prison population is 8,000 to 8,300 are incarcerated in Minnesota state prisons, with a total incarceration figure, including local jails and federal facilities, around 17,500, though the exact numbers vary slightly by source. Okay, so there's 17,500 people in Minnesota prisons. Okay, 10K criminals, as he says, is 0.1726% of the population. No, that's just the criminal population. So if he's pulling up like out of the 17,500 people that are in prison right now, if he's pulling up with like, I don't know, 100, that is unimaginably marginal. Like, that is ridiculous that he's just like, wait, what the fuck did I end up doing here? How did I do this? How did I?
They have some people we can't use their picture for legal reasons, but they're up for murder in their own country, and we jeopardize their case.
Let's look at some statistics. Is the problem they don't believe this shit, bro? I mean, yeah, I know it's a dumb argument, but
we're all allowed in here by an open border policy of the worst president in
like what this guy is saying is that over the course of like the last couple of decades, we're not talking about like annual apprehensions, because we know what the annual apprehensions are, right? No, I mean 0.1726% of the total population of Minnesota. He said, how can you have a state with 10,000 criminals? But there is, every state has a fuck ton of people who have been jailed.
They could have done some damage, but you know what? I wouldn't have shown the pain. I would have gone back. What, did you hear that? That was nasty. But I would not have shown the pain. I would have acted like nothing happened as my finger fell off. That was a nasty. I think somebody did that. I think it was him. It was my man. How were you? You didn't do it. I know you did. I know you did. So, but here's the book. These are all things we have. I'm going to read a few of the samples, but look at this. These are all, each line is something that we did. Nobody did that before. It's big stuff,
I
too.
love this shit. Hey, man, you know what we want to see? A binder like that? The Jeffrey Epstein files, okay? We want to see the Jeffrey Epstein files, not the administration's fucking bullshit accomplishments where you write down how you, I don't know, ended like 1 million wars and you took out like 1,000 rapists from prison that were already in prison because previous administrations and the Department of Justice had prosecuted them and thrown them in prison. And now you're taking them out of prison just to do like a whole immigrants are actually fucking up the country
economic growth
propaganda tour.
And America is booming. It's booming. There are thousands of businesses right
You
now that are
can't
being
listen.
built.
At the end of the day, what do I always say, folks? You cannot out-talk people's pockets hurting. You can yap, but at the end of the day, if motherfuckers are frustrated because everything is so expensive, groceries are expensive, rent is too expensive, 50% of your salary, your wages are going directly to subsidize your landlord's lifestyle, you're not fixing shit. People are mad. You can say, oh, but haven't we done wonderful things? This is literally full tilt Brandonization, baby. Everyone was talking about how like they experienced negative real wage growth, okay? Negative real wage growth for 1.5 years under the Biden administration. The economy was in the shitter. And the economy was already in the shitter in 2016 when it was in a much better position than it is now, right? But it was still in the shitter for the average person because of all these things that I talk about all the time. Healthcare, the cost of education, the cost of housing. Like these are things that have exploded in prices. And it's making life unaffordable for so many people. People don't have disposable income. And what was Joe Brandon doing the entire time? He was like, come on, Jack, I'm doing NATO. We're doing the NATOization of Finland instead of the Finlandization of NATO. And it's like, nobody cared about that, man. Nobody cared. They were like, shut the fuck up and fix the prices. Shut the fuck up and fix the prices. And now Trump is doing the same shit, except it's even worse because at least like liberal media was on board with what Joe Brandon was doing in terms of NATO, because at the end of the day, that was in line with like, you voted for this. Are you prepared to deal with the repercussions? You elected this man. This is your boy, your best friend. You love him. Trump and HasanAbi go hand in hand. You both love capitalism and I love you. JP, I support your stream. Hell yeah, dude. I wanted to bring about the demise of the American empire, and that's why I voted for him illegally. Okay, 61K upvotes, content made for you. Eurowoke versus Amerilibs. Okay, love that. Love that. We'll take a look at that in a little bit. Trump is straight up destroying the American empire, absolutely, and it's fucking glorious, dude. That's why I voted for him. That's why I voted for him 1,000,000 times over. You know. Certainly, I wasn't like warning over and over again that the Democrats were dropping the ball in spectacular fashion and they were probably going to lose when they were doing Brat's summer dance routines over and over again, celebrating as though they had already won at the DNC. When I was like, what the fuck are you guys doing? You guys haven't won shit yet. Do you not understand what kind of aggressive posturing Donald Trump is engaging in right now, especially on the issue of immigration? He's going to fucking literally do concentration camps and none of you motherfuckers are taking this shit seriously. And it turns out he's doing all the things that I said he was going to do. Have you registered Kaya to vote? Kaya, unfortunately, is not a voter. I have registered her to vote, even though she's 3 years old or about to be 3 years old this year. She refuses to vote because she's a Maoist third worldist and believes that participating in bourgeois democracy is basically saying openly that you are an abject fascist no matter who you vote for. Kaya does not want social fascism. Kaya, like I said, is a Maoist third worldist who is organizing the vanguard and is very frustrated that a lot of the democratic socialists in the United States of America have actually betrayed Marxist-Leninist principles. Kaya wants siege communism. Okay, Kaya wants siege communism now. So, you know, the Bolsheviks. And yeah, so she refuses. She is an accelerationist. She thinks it's awesome that America is falling apart.
And you would have had disinvestment.
Hello?
And you would have had welfare going way up. You know, if you look at SNAP, take a look at SNAP, what happened with that? Was it $7 billion? And it came out to over $51 billion. Nobody has ever seen anything like it. The past administration, they had no clue. Or they were really bad, but they basically had no clue. But they did have a concept. I mean, they're still trying to sell the idea of men playing in women's sports. You saw that in the Supreme Court.
Bite the hand that feeds Kaya, rise up, fight the power.
They were fighting for him. But you saw that just the other day in the Supreme Court. Men playing in women's sports doesn't work. Secured a record-breaking $18 trillion.
She wants perpetual revolution. She is not a trot. She would take a lot of offense to that.
SoftBank, Oracle, TSMC, Johnson & Johnson, Eli Lilly and Company, Micron,
she is a strict anti-revisionist.
General Motors, Hyundai, Ford, Honda, GE Aerospace, many, many others. I left a Ford plant a week ago.
I don't think you guys understand. Kaya is, I'm telling you, she is a...
and now they just announced that they're going 24 hours around the clock making cars.
Strict...
Paris did it. I don't know what the
Orthodox, Marxist, Leninist, Maoist.
I think to me it reads so plainly. Couldn't be plainer. You're allowed to do a license. Tariff is probably less severe than...
She loves... I mean, look, her entry point into Maoism, into Mao Zedong thought was because she loves walks. Okay, she loves going on walks, and she loves going, and what is the greatest walk of all time, historically speaking? The Long March, right? Like, this was her entry point into Mao Zedong thought, is like she wanted to go on the longest walk of all time and basically gather support for what would become the People's Liberation Army.
And tremendous income, you know, we have, and by the way, no inflation. So
this is her lore. If you guys want to know more Kaya backstory, this is it.
Biden had inflation and he didn't.
What does Kaya think about Jusha? Jusha, she is, of course, she offers critical support to the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the best Korea, the #1 Korea, the popular Korea. And the other day, me and Kaya were having a conversation about that, and she was like, listen, you know, I think these last couple of years have proven once again that one of the best possible things that a nation that has been a nation of the periphery could do is to develop nuclear arms and create a robust infrastructure of defense, because countries without nuclear arms have no sovereignty, and therefore Kim Jong-un, the entire Kim dynasty is vindicated for what they have done.
Ever before for any country, because
she keeps saying it, and I'm like, yeah, I agree with you on the nuke stuff. Is this how you have to do now political commentary in the U.S. to stay legally safe? Yeah, I'm not saying these are my opinions. I'm saying that these are Kaya's opinions. What are Kaya's thoughts on Sharia law? She loves it. She loves woke Sharia.
For $10 would sell in New York for $130. It's 13 times more than that even. We secured most favored nations agreements to slash drug prices by.
So you stole your get nukes policy from Kaya? Yes, I did.
Even 600%, including with Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Eli Lilly, Nova Nordisk, Gilead Sciences, EMD, Serenio, and many others. If you look at some of the prices that are coming down, where a price would come down $1,300 coming down to $87.
What is this boring old senile man yapping about? Let me tell you what he's yapping about. He's yapping about how he is, how you should pay no mind to how you feel right now. You should pay no mind to your economic circumstances. and that as we are turning the page on the first year of Trump's second term, you should just listen to his words about how wonderful things are and how awesome Trump has been so far. You know, pay no attention to the cost of living and how terrible it is for you, how terrible everything really is for you, and instead pay attention to all this other stuff. Meanwhile, by the way, here's a Sharia law mayor actually doing the thing that he promised he would do. The Mamdani special in honor of the New York mayor, in honor of the new mayor's city. We are the first in New York City to deliver on his proposal. Big Back Chicken and Gyro, the new mayor of New York City, every day from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., 9 p.m. to 1 a.m., $8 platters. Okay, there you go. There you freaking go. Promises made, promises kept.
It's done properly. We have, again, more plants being built than at any time in the history of our country. Passed the largest spending cuts in American history, and that was true in my first. You know, we had a tremendous first term also. We rebuilt our military. We had one of the best. We had the best economy in the history of our country, but we're blowing it away now. When this stuff starts opening up, you're not going to see anything like it probably ever again. We slashed the federal budget deficit by 27% in a single year. Think of that, 27. You know, you could do it 2%, 1%, 0.5%, 27%. And that's with all of the things we have to do, all of the people we have to put on the payroll to get rid of people that are murderers. Again, when you see people in Minnesota that are murderers, these people are fighting to keep them there. And I say to Christie and to Tom Homan, the great people, they're working so hard. Look at the border. The border is now secure. First time, you know, Biden said you couldn't do it. You need legislation. I had no legislation. I said,
yeah, based.
Within 1 month, we had.
Is that good? Am I doing it right? Yeah, based.
8 months.
Yeah, border wasn't secure when Biden was around. Yeah. Yeah, you see.
And I find that hard to believe because you'd think somebody, because it used to be millions of people.
Based. Guys,
the people that do that are Democrat sort of aligned.
It's based.
So, I mean, they're not.
What can you say? Fuck around and find out. Yeah, based. Yeah.
They're not going to make the trek because they know they probably won't be coming.
Is there like a stated purpose of the press briefing? Yes, 1 year. I keep repeating to you guys. I know it feels like, you know, it has been a lifetime, but it has only been 365 days since Trump took over the role of president for the second time. Okay, this is the turning point. This is his first fucking year in office. Now apologize to Euro Maya. Who's Euro Maya?
Have a lot of heart.
So he's doing the flex mode. He's going on. He's going.
Working now on farms and they're working in luncheonettes and hotels and all.
He's trying to do flex mode where he's like, hey, pay no mind to how terrible your pockets are hurting. Okay, listen to my words. Listen to my wonderful words. Listen to how good things actually are. Please.
So in theory, they should be. But we're focused on the murderers, the drug dealers, the mentally insane. We have a lot of mentally insane killers. I mean, you can't even talk to them. It'd be nice if you could have a little reason, but you can't even reason. These are seriously ill people. You have a couple of countries where they were loaded up. Their mental institutions and insane asylums were loaded to the gills. They couldn't get. They're empty now. But they're filling up because we're bringing them all back. We know where they came from.
Yeah,
and every country accepts them. You know, under Biden, they wouldn't say, they had so little respect that they'd bring them there and they wouldn't take
Listen to Mark Carney's words at the World Economic Forum. I love that Canadians are doing the same thing that they did last time when Justin Trudeau was president, where they're straight up in 2016 when Donald Trump became president. Canadians were like, well, look at how wonderful our president is. Like, look at how wonderful our leadership it is. They're actually liberal. They're actually smart. They're actually intelligent. And once again, doing the same damn thing, okay? Prime Minister, sorry.
For every one new regulation.
Everybody calm down, okay? I'm in America mode. You need to start realizing that when I say president, I'm talking about President Trump, which will be your president as well, okay?
This year I said you have to cut 10.
No, but like
Instead,
this
we
is
cut
what happened last time, where they were like, "Look
every
how great he
time
is." Now,
so
I think
far.
Carney,
Can't
I
remain
think
like that, I don't imagine.
Mark
I
Carney
think
is
can.
doing a lot
There's
of
so
things
much
that I
waste
like
and
in terms of like
regulation. Stupid
sovereignty, in terms of leveraging his relationship with China,
Regulations where they go like
and
California,
Macron
which is a
seemingly is doing that
disaster
as
state.
well. It's very interesting
governor
that
that truly
Donald Trump has been so unstable and so dangerous that he is unironically
He ever ran the
leaning,
country with
forcing even European countries to lean into China a little bit. So we shall see. We shall see.
77%.
But make no mistake, the reason why you guys are talking about Mark Carney right now is because he's smart. He's competent. That's it. And this man is objectively not very smart or competent. So you want to flex. You want to be like, look at our reasonable and sound leadership here. Okay. Well, isn't that a breath of fresh air? In French polls, 51% of the population believes the United States poses a military threat to France, not just Greenland, but the French territories as well. And among those under 35, the figure reaches 60%. It's about time. Oh, dude, Anglophobia, please, please. France is one of the most Anglophobic countries in the European continent. Please use this to your advantage. Oh my God, LFI victory, please. Please. I would love that. If Jean-Luc Mélenchon was able to, take advantage of the enmity that exists, oh, that would be so sick. That would be so fucking dope, dude. Oh my God. All I want for my friends all around the world is for them to have some dignity in their work, in their labor, a better living standards in general, moving in the direction of a better future. And the only pathway towards that is by, one, developing sovereignty for yourself, ridding yourself of the influence of global capital, and ridding yourself of the influence of America, which is the defender of global capital. Please, please wake up. This is great. If people actually wake up as a consequence of the instability that Donald Trump has created, as a consequence of the instability that Donald Trump represents, oh my God, the world could move in a better direction. I think. One can only dream. One can only dream. Open Presents with 100 gifted. Thank you, Open Presents.
Millions of people off the federal payroll. I don't like doing that, but the good news, I don't feel badly because they're getting private sector jobs and they're getting sometimes twice as much money, 3 times as much money. They're getting
Mark Carney is literally a pre-Stephen Harper conservative. Are these people hypnotized by basic competence? Yes, that's what I was trying to explain, is that they are hypnotized by basic competence.
What the Democrats do all the time.
I don't perceive Mark Carney as like, I don't perceive Mark Carney doing anything reliably in the direction of like moving Canada towards socialism, but I will still call balls and strikes, and I will still say that I think Mark Carney is definitely infinitely more competent than Justin Trudeau, number one, and his foreign policy has been interesting. His foreign policy attitude has been very interesting to watch from afar, and I will give praise to him where praise is worthy, okay? I think there are people out there who care about their countrymen. There are people out there who realize the danger that America represents. And I do feel like Mark Carney is not just like responding to the public pressure, but at the end of the day, he's still a fucking banker. Like, he is still going to be a firm and committed defender of international capital, global capital, right? Like,
1 out of 4 jobs added was a government job.
I don't think you've spammed it enough.
So 25%.
Would you move to France if Mélenchon was their president? Well, considering that I said I would move to New York if Zoran won the mayor race, yes, I will move to France if Mélenchon was president. I would move to France.
They just hire some more people. I do the opposite. I say get rid of everybody that's unnecessary, because that's the way you make America great again. When you have, all these jobs where people are
Carney's WF speech that's getting quotas sounded a lot like third worldism, but for the first world. Yes, because it's true. Because America has moved in the direction of treating its European and Western allies in the imperial core as though they are developing nation states. And obviously, if you come from any sort of like Marxist tradition, you understand that Marshall Plan and onward, the United States of America has historically also dominated Western Europe and our, and the countries that you would consider to be in the imperial core. They have rid them of their sovereignty. We have rid them of their sovereignty, right? We've done that already, but we did that with niceties. We did that with carrots rather than sticks, or, a little bit of sticks every now and then, but mostly carrots. Okay. But the reality of the matter is now we're moving different. We're openly saying like, nah, just sticks, no more carrots. I'm taking it. Fuck you gonna do about it? We're the United States of America, And what a lot of people still fail to comprehend is that this entire design, this global design, because I know a lot of people can only look at this from like the interests of national sovereignty, right? But what you fail to consider is there is a reason why the people that are in power in your countries, if you're tuning in from Europe, the reason why people in power from your countries are, you don't even know what Carney has said. No, I'm going to listen to it. I'm going to listen to it. But there's a reason why even Mark Carney or Macron or Keir Starmer, also known as Kid Starver, also known as Stalin, Keir Stalin, and every single other leader in Western Europe, the reason why they were elected is the same reason why Democrats get elected here, which is to maintain the same capitalist system with a little bit of deviation from the right flank party, right? Or the right flank coalition if you're in a parliamentary system. Having said that, ultimately it's still to reinforce and defend the capitalist global design. That is the reason why they, for the most part, have to sit around and allow America to dominate them, because America is the defender of this global capitalist system. That's it. So until there is a different ideological organization out there, so you hate America? No. If I hated America, I wouldn't live here. Okay? If I hated the United States of America, I wouldn't live here. I want to make America actually great. Okay? I want America to reach its genuine potential. If I hated America, I'd be a Republican. Okay? Because let's be real. I mean, even before Donald Trump, if you think about George W. Bush and onward, like the reality of the matter is Republicans are a far more devastating terrorist, both around the globe and certainly to America as well, than Al-Qaeda ever could be. Okay? Osama bin Laden wishes he could do the amount of damage that like a Donald Trump can do, an Elon Musk can do to the United States of America. Numbers on the board. Osama bin Laden killed 3,000 American citizens on 9/11. Okay. I can't even comprehend what the casualty numbers will look like when we figure out the totality of death that has been caused by sanctions around the globe, or all of the people that die as a consequence of not being able to receive health care, because health care has to remain private, which, by the way, Democrats play a role in this as well. It's the same consensus that I was talking about. Or the number of people that have died because we just unceremoniously pulled out of, U.S. aid funding, right? All around the world, like little children that were relying on American aid, and the farmers that were getting fucking subsidies as a consequence of U.S. aid. I'm not even a U.S. aid fan, and I still recognize that number. Like, there is so much. I'm not closed-minded. Hasan is smart, which is why I'm here as an independent trying to get his perspective. Yeah, I do not hate America. I want America to actually be great. I don't want America to continue spiraling down this fascist path that it's on, as this American empire is slowly receding into this like weird place.
Doing this work. And, they're going to make mistakes sometimes. ICE is going to be too rough with somebody, or, they're dealing with rough people. They're make
Bin
a
Laden.
Sometimes.
Bin Laden should have actually moved to the United States of America, became a Republican, and then
felt
one
horribly when
office,
I was
and he would have
told
done
that,
more
you know,
damage overall to the United States of America.
Had the tragedy. It's a tragedy. It's a horrible thing. Everybody would say, ICE would say the same thing. But when I learned her parents and her father in particular I hope he still is, but I don't know, was a tremendous Trump fan. He was all for Trump, loved Trump.
The fuck is this man talking about, man?
You know, it's terrible. I was told that by a lot of people. They said, "Oh, he loves you. He was a." I hope he still feels that way. I don't know. It's a hard situation. But her father was a tremendous, and parents were tremendous Trump fans. It's so sad. It just happens. It's terrible. Halted all refugee admissions to the United States, including from Somalia,
Renee
which
Good
is
and her
a terrible,
dad?
terrible place.
Wait,
another
now
dangerous
he's
place.
saying.
And we also stopped.
Wait,
the
now he's
pirates,
giving credit to
because they
Renee
get the
Good
same
because her
treatment as the
father
drug
is a Trump
boats.
fan?
So in Somalia, the Somalians, you know what they're good at? That's about the only thing they're good at is they're good at pirating ships at sea, big ships. So you have a huge oil tanker with millions of gallons, millions of barrels of oil. And if it gets hit by a big weapon, the whole thing blows up. And they don't want to fight, because if they do, they're told by their insurance companies, do not hand over the ship. And they're not allowed to have any guns on the ship. They're literally, you have these massive ships being taken over by a Somalian small boat with a big weapon. Because
What?
if they hit the side of the ship can blow up.
Bro hates Somalis, bro. Dude, where the fuck is this? Dude, Somali this, Somali that. Motherfucker, what is happening, bro? What is happening? Where did this come from? What is...
insurance policy?
Like, did they just dial in on Somalis because they realized, like, one, they're black, two, they're Muslim, three, Israel wants to do Somaliland so they can have a base across the water line from Yemen, you know? And all of it ties together, I guess, somehow. Like, what the fuck? Where did this, like, Somali derangement syndrome come from, bro? No, it's not Nick Shitley's influence. Nick Shitley happened to be the opportunist that was in the right place at the right time, so he got base boosted. Because Donald Trump was shitting on Somalis before Nick Shitley made that video.
They don't have police. They don't have military. They don't have anything. They just have people running around killing each other and trying to pirate ships. But she'll come here. Comes, and then she wants to tell us how to run our country. The Constitution says that I am entitled to this. I can't stand her. Terminated all taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal aliens and kicked 275,000 illegals off of Social Security. They were illegally getting Social Security. 275,000 people. I'm telling you, it's
Isn't
not
that
that this
crazy?
is pleasurable.
It's like, bro, you made that
if I
up.
weren't
Yeah,
elected
it is
president,
crazy.
This country was going to be destroyed quickly, very quickly. I think within a year, if you had Kamala or a Joe type. I mean, Joe was a disaster, but if you had Kamala, he was the replacement. I was up by like 25 points on Joe, and they said, hey, let's get somebody else. This never happened. Well, I had so many firsts. You're leading somebody by a lot, and they say, oh, let's take him out, let's put somebody. That's like I said to Dana White the other night. I said, you know, Dana, it's like you have a fighter, two fighters, one guy is winning by a lot. And they say, oh, let's take this guy out, let's put a new fighter in the ring with him. That's what happened to me. I was doing great with Biden. The whole campaign was against Biden. All the money was spent against Biden, and all of a sudden I got Kamala. Everyone said, who the hell is she? But that didn't work out too well for them, but never happened before. We are about lots of firsts. Designated English as the official language of the United States of America. We did that very powerfully. And while we're at it, we also took the
We did
Gulf
that
of
very
Mexico,
powerfly.
And now it's the
Yeah, bro.
Gulf of
How is this?
America.
How is this helping you pay rent?
92%
Okay, can you pay rent with we designated English as the first language of America?
Mexico has a small
No.
percentage, talks about 8%. We have 92%. And I said, why is it the Gulf of Mexico? It should be the Gulf of America. I was going to call it the Gulf of Trump, but I thought that I would be killed if I did that. I wanted to do it. I wanted to. My people worked so hard. Sir, I don't think it'll look too good. I'm telling you, it's a good thing. And it'll be hotter than ever, I said. No, but I decided not to do that. I'm joking, when I say that. I was not going to call it the Gulf of Trump. Because tomorrow it'll be, Trump wanted to call it the Gulf of Trump, but he was rebuffed by his people. My people don't rebuff me too much. The Gulf of Trump, that does have a good ring, though. Maybe we could do that. It's not too late. No, we have the Gulf of America now. It's great. Our country is proud for the attack on Venezuela, the attack on the Iran nuclear capability, wiped it out. I mean, first administration, Soleimani, the father of the roadside bomb, al-Baghdadi, the father of ISIS, who was rebuilding ISIS. We wiped them out. Done a great job. Signed an order that will end birthright citizenship for children of illegal migrants. That case is in court right now. That case was meant for the children of slaves. All you have to do is look at the years. Look at the years where the cases were filed and where the decisions were made. They were right at the end of the Civil War. They're trying to say that, and China's making a big business out of that. They come to the country, they have a child, the American citizen, they get all the benefits. It had nothing to do with that. That was for the children of slaves. And I hope the Supreme Court so rules. Designated fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. It is. We lost, I believe, 300,000 people this year. 300,000 people. That's like filling up one of those big football stadiums 5 times. It's not even believable. I mean, you could be in a war and you wouldn't lose that many people. So we designated fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction. Conducted numerous successful military strikes against narco-terrorists operating in our hemisphere, including the water strikes. Drugs brought in by ocean. So I told you that we're down by, close to 100%. It's hard to get somebody to pilot those boats. Very hard. They have to be people that don't watch television, don't read the news. And we just blew up their facility. They had a docking facility where the drugs were stored. And now we have a great relationship with Venezuela. We're getting along fantastically with the leadership in Venezuela, so we wouldn't have to do that. This was done before the attack. But we captured and brought to justice the outlaw dictator of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, who, through drugs, killed millions of people in our country. Tremendous drug dealer. Also sent millions of people into our country, including Tren de Aragua, the worst gang. They say it's the worst gang in the world. They took over parts of Colorado. They just take the apartment building. They just took it away. Just took it away like we're here. They cut the hand off one man because he called the police. Who called the police? I did. You took my apartment from me. Boom, no hand. This is what they sent us. Restoring law and order, new category. D.C. and Memphis, federal task forces deployed massive numbers of federal law enforcement officers and National Guard to restore safety. Crime down in D.C. is almost down to nothing. D.C. was a very, very dangerous place, and I think you probably know better than I do. I have a lot of people in the media thanked me for that, but some of them found it hard to thank me. But, D.C. is now, look how beautiful. D.C. is now, you can walk right from here to a restaurant, right through the center of town. You can be with your child, with your loved one.
Before they would separate you, they would say, oh, you have a child. Well, you can't actually. You're not allowed to have babies. We hate children. That's right. The woke Sharia mob would come in. They had the mortality police. They'd say, time for an abortion. And the white moms would say, please, no, don't take away my baby. The liberal police force would say, yes, we're taking the baby away. We're doing a post-birth abortion.
To me, a town, it looks better when you have military people. These are big, strong guys, bad guys. You look at them and they say, we're not going to mess around. But
Yeah,
what they don't
towns
know
look
is that we
better
took
with
over 2,000
American military
people out
deployed.
permanently out of DC. These were career criminals.
It looks better. Interesting.
But I feel much better seeing
This is
those people there.
insane.
I went in a couple
Okay,
of times
towns
and
look
dinner
much
in
better
DC.
with
I went
military
down the
deployments. Is a crazy thing to say,
very safe. A year ago, I couldn't have done that. I would have been crazy to have done that.
bro. Even like,
Secret Service
even
wouldn't
in
let me.
China, where the PLA
They weren't
is
thrilled anyway.
uniquely all
wasn't like
up
they
and
were
down
thrilled,
like neighborhoods, right? Like they will
did
at the
it,
very least
and it was
hide amongst like
DC
the
is a great
civilian
thing.
buildings.
We have,
You know what I mean? Because with the exception of like Tiananmen Square and maybe some of these other sites, nobody wants to see fucking militarized units walking down the streets. We don't even want
Chicago down
we don't even
25%,
want like
even though we
the
just had a
militarized
minimal
police
vote. We
walking
brought,
down the streets. For the longest time in the United States history, cops basically had fatigues on, but like, you know, the blue garb, like they didn't have this level of like military gear. Now it's virtually indistinguishable. You cannot distinguish between an ICE agent and a fucking military deployment. So much so that like the National Guard, when they're being deployed to an area of need, have to wear like high visibility vests so people can make that distinction between who is actually a fucking part of the military and who is just a regular ass beat cop versus a federalized, a federal law enforcement agent. It's crazy. Nobody wants to see militarized units or directly the military on American streets. I feel like this is fundamentally un-American, okay? And even a country that has a very different way of doing business, right? That's the reason why I brought up China. Even then, they will literally, they'll have barracks or whatever, right? In the middle of a city. And if they have barracks in the middle of a city, it's still hidden to make it seem like it's a civilian fucking area. Like you can obviously, you know it's a barracks, but you at least don't see it because like visualizing military in fucking normal, regular streets is a terrifying prospect for most people. Yeah, PLA also don't carry weapons when they're, what the fuck?
more than 100,000 vehicles to a record low. Began the process of eliminating cashless bail policies across the nation. You got to get rid of your sanctuary
It's cool when we do it,
cities,
bro.
and
Come
I
on.
hope our people know that we're not going to pay sanctuary cities. We're not going to pay them anymore. They are sanctuary for criminals. They hold criminals. We're not going to pay.
Bro, did
They
Trump
can sue
actually
us, and maybe
posted
they'll
this?
win.
What?
But we're not giving money to sanctuary cities anymore as of the beginning of the month. We began the process of eliminating the cashless bail. Well, cashless bail is where it all started. It's a disaster.
Oh my
And other
God.
places. I don't know if it started
Okay,
in
no
New
more
York. I
jokes. No
remember
more
it
jokes. I'm
starting
sorry.
in New York.
I'm sorry.
So
I apologize. I apologize for joking. I should have never joked. Okay? I should have never joked. This was a fucked up joke. I feel like the Laura Loomer theory is becoming a reality. The Laura Loomer is sitting in the chat and listening to my jokes and then writing them down only to go and tell Trump what to do is becoming a theory like the theory of gravity is a theory, okay? Anytime I'm like, haha, what do you think is going to happen? Look, between Greenland and America, what is the country in between? Perhaps they will seize it. Perhaps they will take it. It's like the next day, Donald Trump will post this fucking visual. Haha, we're just, I'm putting Starmer in the cuck chair. You've doomed us, Canadians, Hasan. What have you done? Brother, once again, critical support to Canada in its anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist action, okay? Critical support to Canada. I see you. I hear you. I ride with you, okay? I promise. It's becoming less and less of a joke by the day. But
I used to always look at that building and I'd see this big building, big tall building. It loomed over the park. It was sort of, now that I think it was a pretty unfriendly sight. But I'll never forget, I don't know if it's still there, because they got rid of most of them, the Democrats in New York. They took them down, and the people live on the streets now. That's why you have.
I thought the joke was about Norway. No, I mean, it was about Canada and Norway.
They live in the streets. They took the mental institutions down. They're expensive.
Do with that information what you will. Norwegians.
It wasn't normal. You know, you're used to looking at like a window. But this one, you look at it, all this steel, vicious steel, tiny windows, bars all over the place. Nobody was getting out. It's called a mental institution. That was an insane asylum. Designated Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization, and many others. It is. America is respected again on the world stage. That's another topic. Obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capability, and Operation Midnight Hammer was one of the most successful anyone's ever seen. CNN fake news. I don't know where they are. CNN. Anybody from CNN here? Fake news. Nobody wants to raise their hand anymore. They used to. Oh, yeah. Now, if you're with CNN, you don't raise your hand. But they said, well, maybe it wasn't that successful, which I really was angry because these pilots took their life in their hands. 2 o'clock in the morning with no moon, dead dark, guns shooting at them. They went in with those beautiful B-2s, and every single bomb went down an air shaft and obliterated it. And CNN came out and said, well, maybe it wasn't, by a scam writer who wrote, you know, fake stories.
He's been posting about Dominion voting machines again. Oh my God, what the fuck is wrong with him?
That's a terrible thing. You know, the pilots came back and they said, we hit everything. They did a great job. Then on top of that, we launched from a submarine about 30 Tomahawks on top of everything else. The place was obliterated. CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't that bad. Turned out it was worse than it was. You know who could tell you that? The Iranians would tell you that. Because if they do anything, they're going to have to start a brand new place. But they did an amazing job. That was like what we did with Venezuela. I mean, nobody's ever seen a military operation like that. Ended 8 unendable wars in 10 months. These were unendable wars. Cambodia and Thailand fighting for years. Kosovo and Serbia. The Congo and Rwanda. Pakistan and India, they were really going at it. 8 planes shot down. They were going to go nuclear, in my opinion. The Prime Minister of Pakistan was here, and he said President Trump saved 10 million people and maybe much more than that.
Oh my God, it's so fun. They're such dick suckers too. All of these other fucking nation state leaders are just like, Mr. President, you are the GOAT. You are the legend. You are killing it. Europeans were doing this too until recently. Like, remember that. The Euro chatters, your leadership was doing the same shit.
But they put a dam up. You know who paid for the dam?
I know, not Carney any longer.
Dam,
I know.
I think, in the world. They put a dam up. I said, how did you let that happen? Why would we have done that? We financed it. This country would. I don't know. Maybe it was
I ain't European. I am Balkan.
But I don't think it was. I think it was a Democrat.
So you're Ottoman.
What a terrible thing. So Egypt basically is, you know, they don't have enough water in the Nile. And they use that for a lot of things, including entertainment and travel and tourism and everything. I mean, I don't know. They got a big dam. I got to work that one out now, too. Armenia and Azerbaijan, President Putin told me, I cannot believe you settled that war. I've been trying to settle that war for 10 years. Armenia and Azerbaijan. They were fighting it for many, many years. And I ended up getting the heads of both countries in my office. Beautiful Oval Office, much more beautiful now than it ever was. And one sat on one side, one sat on the other. He said, you know, I've been the head of Azerbaijan for 22 years, and for 22 years I've been killing his people. And the other gentleman, and both very good guys, said, I've been here for 7 years, and for 7 years I've been killing his people. And they started over there, and within an hour they were next to each other, and by the time we ended, they were hugging each other, and it's been a great peace, you know? Should have gotten the Nobel Prize for each war, but I don't say that. I saved millions and millions of people. And don't let anyone tell you that Norway doesn't control the shots, okay? It's in Norway. Norway controls the shots. They'll say, we have nothing to do with it. It's a joke. They've lost such prestige. got all. That's why I have such respect for Maria doing what she did. She said, "I don't deserve the Nobel Prize. He does." When she got it, they said, "Wow, that's amazing. I thought President Trump would get it." President Trump deserves it. He ended up 8 wars. How nice, right? It's a good woman. Got all 20 living hostages returned to their families, and the remains, they all came out. We got the 20 living hostages. We got the 28 hostages. They have 1 left that we think we know where it is. Amazing. Looked like we weren't going to get anywhere near that. Now they've gotten almost. And more importantly, we got many more, hundreds. We got them all. If we didn't do it, you wouldn't have had. Most of those people would have been dead. I don't know if that's covered properly, but you know, the 20 is great. They were the last ones. I always said the last 20 are going to be hard, but we got them. We got the last 20, and we got close to 28 of the bodies of the dead. And to those parents, that was just as important as getting their son back alive. They were almost even more intent on getting.
Watch Tate's new PBD interview. He said capitalism was fucking young people and shilling socialism. Who's Tate?
We just created the Board of Peace, which I think is.
Brother, I'm sorry, but if you're still relying on these goddamn grifters for like a consistent position, you're out of your damn mind, okay? Please stop fucking entertaining these people.
One war.
Like, please, I beg of you. I don't care. It's like the same shit. It's like the same shit between Sneeko. Sneeko yesterday, like, Sneeko was doing the Heil Hitler shit the other day, right? And how ironic that... Wait, Tate McRae? Tate McRae? Tate McRae went on fucking Valuetainment Patrick Bet David? What? Wait, what? Tate McRae went on fucking PBD? No, it was Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate, man. Y'all are such fucking dumbasses, dude. Okay, so I was... I'm over here furiously Googling Patrick Bet David Tate McRae, okay? Thinking that an interview was actually conducted. Tate McRae would be so strange. Dude, how are you not pissed that Patrick hasn't invited you? It's by design. He doesn't... There are guys on the right who are, for some weird reason, terrified of having a conversation with me because I think, like, they normally do... like peaceful interviews. They don't do like contentious interviews at all, unless it's like with Sam Cedar or whatever. And guys like that know that if I were to have a conversation with them, I'd be able to like reach their audience. So they're genuinely fucking terrified of having someone like myself on. Because like they have actually asked me, if you remember, like Patrick Bet David actually had asked me to be on, and then they reached back out and were like, sorry, we meant Hasan Minhaj. So guys like that are truly worried about like they have like a operating blacklist. Same with like Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is obviously better at like holding a contentious conversation. But even then, like Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson, a lot of these like right-wing content creators, they choose not to have people like myself on because they're worried that like I would make a very convincing argument that their audience would respond positively to. And I think that's the reason. Because it's not like I'm shy about it. Like I would go on fucking Patrick Bet David. I would go on all these different shows. They just don't want to do it because they're, I think they're just like very worried.
Australia, Malaysia, Thailand,
like
Ukraine,
I would talk to
Japan,
Candace Owens. I would talk to Tucker Carlson.
We have so much rare earth. It's actually not that rare. Getting it processed is rare, but there's a lot of rare earth. There's a lot of earth around, I can tell you. Withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization where we were paying hundreds of millions of dollars a year. So we were paying $500 million a year, and China was paying $37 million a year. I said, why aren't we paying the same as China? They said, well, Nobody asked. I said, China's got 1.4 billion people. We have 350 million, probably, with all the illegals. You know, China probably knows more accurately.
Why would Patrick Bet David have? Why would Patrick Bet David have Sam Cedar on twice, but not you? Because I appeal to a very different thing that right wingers understand better than anybody else, which is aesthetics. When someone like myself goes on a right wing platform, I have a way to have a conversation with like right wingers where the audience responds positively to it because of the way I carry myself, the way I look, the way I sound. Whereas like Sam Cedar is still going to have an intellectual conversation where I can just like have a conversation about like, you know, dumb shit that right wingers like, you know, silly shit like taking Zin in my fucking Trump assassination Zintin. Stuff like that plays a big role for right wingers. They love that because MAGA is basically a coalition that initially was put together through resentment. It's not like there is no like real ideological investment that these, ideologically disciplined people are advancing. They're not like, oh yeah, I really love that we're doing, fascism or whatever. It's not. It's just all built together with aesthetics. So if it's built together with aesthetics and vibes, it's actually much easier to penetrate and much easier to destroy with aesthetics and vibes. And I think that's what it is.
Not to take that deal. First thing Biden did is go back into it. You know what he paid? More than $500 million. So I actually called them. I said, you can buy it for less. You can make a deal at 37. There's no reason to pay 500. They didn't care. They paid more than 500. Did you know that? They paid more than 500 million. I made a deal at 37. I could have had 37. They were public about it. We'll give you the same deal that China has for 37. And they paid $500 million. That's the way you ruin a country. And it's the same attitude that, you have on everything else with these people. They were terrible. The anti-American UN Human Rights Council we ended, the UN Relief and Works Agency we ended, and the fake Paris Climate Accord, which was a ripoff of America, where we had to pay $1 trillion and they were paying nothing. China didn't kick in until 2035. We kicked in immediately. We were supposed to pay $1 trillion. Russia went to a standard of 1991, which was a dirtier standard. But we had to pay top dollar. So I terminated that. Another Rick. We ended the woke lunacy and restored common sense, abolished all discriminatory diversity, equity, and inclusion DEI policies throughout the federal government and the private sector. They're gone, everybody. They're gone. Terrible. Terminated the Green New Scam and ended the insane electric vehicle mandate. I love electric vehicles. That caused me a little problem with a man named Elon. But he understands, and he's a good guy. We get along, but I said, Elon, we can't have all electric cars. We just can't do it. I like the electric cars. I like his car. But in particular, I like his car. But we can't do that because some people don't want an electric car by 2030. And to build the power stations all over the country would have cost $4 trillion. $4 trillion. That's more than any country has. If you got China, the United States, and everyone, you couldn't do it.
How long is this?
Years,
it's impossibly
they
long.
They were supposed to be switching over. Electric vehicle mandate. Some people.
Bro, this is focusing on the horse buggy economy at a time when cars are being mass produced, being like, nope. What about the horse carriage and buggy economy? That's where we're at right now. America is focusing on the past, while other countries are moving in the direction of the future. This is yet another alarming signal of a declining empire. And as someone who has obviously studied this quite a bit, both in the Ottoman Empire and studied this in college as well, I am telling you right now, this is yet another major moment of alarm, moment of panic, that this is a telltale sign of declining empires. This is what we're doing.
Which made you spend hundreds of thousands.
I gotta pee.
It made for hundreds of thousands of cars. The cost numbers were incredible that the consumer has to pay. Imposed 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles and 100% tariff on Chinese cars with don't come into the country because of tariffs. Only because of tariffs. We didn't have tariffs, you wouldn't have any car. We have now more car factories being built in the United States than ever before because of tariffs. If they take those tariffs away, China will eat our lunch. They'll take all of our car business. Now, there's another way of doing it, but it's more cumbersome, et cetera, et cetera. I don't want to scare you, but it's much more cumbersome, not as good for national security as this. We have a perfect system right now. We're making a fortune. We've never been stronger, and I hope the Supreme Court does the right thing for our country, because if they don't, it's such a problem. It's just so, it would be so sad. We're doing so well because of tariffs. And the people that are heading up the lawsuit, like there's a guy named Leonard Leo, who's bad guy, and people that are very China-oriented and foreign car-oriented and foreign business-oriented, but in particular China, they're suing to get rid of tariffs because they don't want tariffs, like Coke. Coke has businesses outside of the United States. If you have them outside, you don't want tariffs. But because of tariffs, they treat us well. Without tariffs, they would treat us very badly. As you saw for many years, they respect us more now than they ever have respected us, by a lot. And revoked the California emissions waiver to stop San Francisco communists from regulating the automobile industry and destroying automobiles and the industry in the nation. I was with Bill Ford of Ford Motors. I was with all the people.
EV
at General
adoption is
Motors
entirely
the other
stalled in
day,
the United
and
States.
they
Of
are
course.
making more money and building more cars.
No, we
than
moved.
ever. They are
We moved
doing so
against
good.
it. Like
all because
this
of tariffs
is
and what I've
straight
done.
up. That was one of the first things that Trump did was no more EVs. Like we're taking away the incentives, we're taking away the tax credits, and it's so crazy because a big part of the IRA and all the bills, like the industrial bills that came from the Biden administration, was unironically focusing on battery manufacturing plants and things like that. They straight up were like, no more solar. You're gonna fucking drive a gas guzzler and you're gonna like it. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's just it's very clear that the way that we are playing this game now is we know that China is the monopoly on renewables. Like they own the future of energy, okay? And we're gonna break the game. We're gonna flip the table instead of playing the game. Like that's what it is. Canada's EV deal with China shows how U.S. belligerence is driving allies away. It's also stranding the once powerful U.S. auto industry, now doomed to make domestic gas guzzlers and exists as a footnote globally. I brought this up before when Donald Trump was doing these tariffs conversations, like during Liberation Day, if you recall, where I was like, dude, we are moving away from producing smaller vehicles that would potentially be good in, foreign markets, because we've decided we can just force them to purchase our giant cars that you need a commercial driver's license to drive in places, on the European continent, giant cars that won't fit in the narrow roads in European cities. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Yes, force. Yes, it's called forcing. When America is not making a competitive product and says, you are going to fix this trade deficit by force. When America says you have to fix this trade deficit and the only thing we're selling is chlorinated chicken and ginormous gas guzzlers that you need a commercial driver's license to drive in European cities that won't fit in fucking European cities, then yeah, what do you think? What can they purchase? They can either, we sell chlorinated chicken, we sell major gas guzzlers, like that are fucking tanks, and we sell guns. That's the only thing we manufacture. So if we are telling them fix the trade deficit by force, or else you get fucking tariffed, or else we just like do everything in our power to cripple your economy, what do you think that is? What do you think that is? That's precisely what it is. It's by force. We sell HGH beef too, exactly. We sell agricultural products that are not up to the standards of other countries' own regulatory agencies. We sell vehicles that are not compatible with the cities in Europe or cities all around the world, really, because they're ginormous. And we are forcing it. We're doing the opposite of China in many respects, where China looks to other countries' needs and creates a robust manufacturing base like that can make up for the demand that exists in foreign markets and flood those foreign markets with incredibly affordable commodities that they want to purchase. China makes things that people want. America forces things that people don't want on them. And what's so crazy about it, what's so crazy about this, what's so frustrating about it is that we are a very wealthy country. So if we wanted to, we're a very wealthy country. If we wanted to, we could focus on R&D. We could focus on building a industrial base if we chose to do so. We could focus on developing better relationships with a country like China so that we can participate in this global supply chain that we designed in a more meaningful way without trying to go to war with China. But we don't want to do any of those things. Why are you hating on American central planning? Okay, you're failing to comprehend something that I'm saying. American central planning does not benefit the labor class. American central planning benefits the capital class. American central planning has always existed. American central planning is existed in this decentralized nature, this quote unquote decentralized nature. Ironically enough, it's not. Well, what the hell? Hello? Are you there? Can you guys see me? Can you hear me? Uh-oh. Hello, hello, hello? Was there a brief F or something? Okay, there was a mini F. All right. American central planning exists, chatters. It has existed. We have subsidies. The problem is those subsidies go back to capital owners. They don't go back to benefiting the labor class at all. And that is the problem. Chinese central planning is done at the behest of labor. American central planning is done at the behest of what the fuck? What is
signed
happening?
Legislation to cut all taxpayer funding to woke and biased NPR and PBS, and they're sort of gone now, I guess. I heard they closed up. They were terrible. They were so unfair. They were so terrible. Officially reinstated Columbus Day. I like the name Columbus Day. The Italian people are very happy about it. Remember, when you go to the voting booths, I reinstated Columbus Day. That was an easy one. Christopher Columbus. Cut Social Security wait times by 50%, serve 65% more Social Security recipients by phone, and are on track to doubling the service and performance compared to the Biden administration. We're 2.5 to 3 times better and faster. Slash VA claims backlog to the lowest number ever recorded. Created Trump accounts starting with $1,000 for every newborn baby. This is something that's become so popular. And I give Mr. and Mrs. Michael Dell Computer, who put in $6.25 billion, started with nothing. And he actually invested all that money to give to kids so that when they grow up, they have an account that might be worth a lot of money. It'll be riding with the markets. And, you know, they can, at 20 years old, 21 years old, they could have $100,000. They could have a lot of money. That's going to be amazing. But I give a lot of credit to Mr. and Mrs. Michael Dell. Signed an AI executive order to ensure the United States dominates the future of artificial intelligence. So we're leading China. We're leading the whole world. We're producing more electricity than we ever have because I'm allowing every one of those plants to build their own electric facility. We're giving them very, very fast approvals, unlike Los Angeles with the fire. So the federal government, I want to give a lot of credit to Lee Zeldin. The hardest approval for the 20,000 houses or more that burned down in Los Angeles because they didn't have the water. They didn't allow the water to come down from the Pacific Northwest. They routed the water into the Pacific Ocean. So we had no water there. No, he had. I would say open up the water. Open it up to the governor, to the
Is
mayor.
he stroking
They don't
out?
wanna
What the
do it.
fuck's
They want
happening?
to protect a tiny little fish that's, I said, how can you have a fish when you don't have any water? It was just an excuse, I guess. But it's
Yeah, we don't have enough
amazing.
electricity.
We
We don't have the appropriate grid for renewable energy. We don't have the grid for renewables. We don't have the grid for electric vehicles, but we have the fucking electrical grid for data centers,
permit.
so that we can do AI. We can do generative AI over and over again.
Then you have the incompetent mayor of Los
Fucking
Angeles.
awesome,
He's
dude.
neutral, who decided to go to Africa.
Meanwhile, your fucking electricity bill is literally subsidizing that shit.
Right.
Just remember that.
I got right after the fire. I went there. She said, we're working on it
Based.
so that we can have everybody starting to build within 2 or 3 years. Remember that? I said, you mean 2 or 3 days? No, I mean 2 or 3 years. And the place went crazy. Well, they still haven't gotten their permits. But every federal permit, every single one has been given a year ago. And Lee Zeldin has done a great job. And he's done a great job in the approval of all these big plants and factories and all of the electricity that they're creating for themselves. I said to Zuckerberg, I said to all of them, I said to Jeff Bezos, I said to everybody. Mark Zuckerberg couldn't believe it. He said, where are we going to get all the electricity? Because you need double the electricity that the country currently makes just to fire up those big plants. I said, well, nobody can do that. So what we're going to do is let you make your own electricity. Nobody believed it.
Fucking awesome,
I said,
dude.
we're going to get you
I love
fast
it
permits, and we
personally.
get them within 2 weeks.
I'm always
And they
saying
come-
more, please. More of that. That seems good.
Plants you've ever seen. So each one of those massive buildings, AI or other.
Like, how does this benefit you exactly? If you're like a regular ass American, okay, if you're like a plumber, how does this benefit you? You only see the negative. You only experience the downsides of this when your electricity bill is like triple the fucking number that it used to be. Okay, that's it. You don't see any benefits from this at all, dude. I can make AI edits. Okay, is that better? Cheaper electricity bill, but you don't get to make the ugliest fucking generative AI shit you've ever seen, versus triple the cost of your electricity bill, but then you get to make like an AI girlfriend. You get to jerk off to an AI girlfriend. I feel like that's not the cost benefit analysis here is just not making sense.
That's just a small version. We took a country that was dead, and it's the hottest country in the world right now, and that's after 1 year. So let's go. That's a lot of people. All right, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I have two questions for you. One, do you want your Board of Peace to replace the UN?
Well, it might. I mean, the UN just hasn't been very helpful. I'm a big fan of the UN potential, but it has never lived up to its potential. The UN should have settled every one of the wars that I settled. I never went to them. I never even thought to go to them. They should be able to settle those wars. They don't. I believe you got to let the UN.
You guys want to
continue
hear something really
because,
funny, by the way,
the potential
about
is-
this like AI boom too? Who do you think is making the generators for all of these American data centers, by the way? We're making the RAM, and we're making the GPUs and stuff. So that's beneficial for NVIDIA and whatnot. But who do you think is making those fucking generators? Everyone in the chat knows already. Is China, baby. That's right. Is China. So the entire data center boon that you're experiencing in America is still tremendously beneficial for Chinese manufacturing. So even on that front, that's another fucking L that this dumbass is taking.
We're doing numbers.
You don't
that
make the RAM and
nobody's ever
GPU.
thought
I just mean like
We're
at
the
least
richest we
an
ever were.
American,
It's because of
an
tariffs,
American
and the
company is at some part of that productive process, and therefore can justify these, or not justify, but like therefore it's beneficial for their stock portfolio, for their stock evaluation in general. Like that's what I mean when I say like at least the fucking NVIDIA is putting numbers on the board, which then makes American investors feel like there's something to invest. There's still some growth, right? Tech is the one industry the U.S. still has advantage in, but like that's also going away. China is heavily investing in the field of tech. They're heavily investing in robotics, especially. So even that area is one where like America will get squeezed out. You know,
immigration and energy. They got to stop with the windmills, and they got to go back. Like UK has an unbelievable asset called the North Sea. Norway uses it, makes a fortune. They have a better section of it, and they don't do it. They could straighten out their countries, and it would be good. But I get along.
I'm
very
not
well.
sure what you mean by China's making them. It's mostly American companies involved.
Told Norway's prime minister.
Brother, the generators that are being utilized in the data centers are being made directly in China by Chinese manufacturers. What the fuck are you talking about? There's literally no other.
Well, I lost a lot of respect for Norway.
Okay,
And
sorry.
I
I
believe,
hear
and
this.
I believe very strongly that Norway controls the Nobel Prize. But you have to understand, I settled 8 wars. I've had every one of those wars, every participant wrote, I didn't ask them to do it. They sent in strong they make recommendations for that. But I settled 8 wars. No president's probably ever settled 1 war. I don't know, think of it. I did 8. The reason I do it is because it's easy for me to do. And I didn't do it for a Nobel Prize. I did it because I'm saving a lot of lives. I'm trying to settle the final one. I'm trying to do Russia-Ukraine. And when Russia's ready, Ukraine's not.
Generators
When
are
Ukraine's
not the
ready,
right
Russia's
term.
not.
I mean, okay, the batteries
They're
and
losing
different components of the
25,000
generators
people
are
a
still
month
being made
on
in
average.
China.
And I'm trying to get that one done. But no, I feel that Norway has tremendous control over who gets the Nobel Prize, despite what they say.
How far are you willing to go to acquire Greenland?
You'll find out.
Mr. President, Kevin Hasan has said that those $2,000 tariff rebate checks would be up to Congress to decide whether or not to disperse that. Do you agree with Kevin Hasan on that, or do you think you can do that unilaterally?
No, I don't think.
What the
we
fuck
would
does
have to
that
go
mean?
to
That was
Congress
ominous
out,
as
but,
shit.
we'll find out. The reason we're even
He said
talking about it is that
He said you'll find out what we'll do to Greenland. Oh my
that
lord!
we'll be able to issue at least a $2,000 dividend and also pay down debt for the country.
I'm
but
sorry,
we
you'll
do a
find out. What the
$2,000
fuck does
dividend
that
to the
mean?
people
What the
of our
fuck does
country,
that
a
mean? You'll find
limit
out.
of income limit where it made sense, but we will be able to make a very
want off
substantial
this ride,
dividend
man.
to
This
the
is
people of our
fucking-
country.
This is
I believe we can
insane,
do that
dude.
without Congress.
Last night on Truth Social, you said that the British plan to hand the base of Diego Garcia over to Mauritius and then rent it back was an act of great stupidity. Previously, you've backed that deal. Is it now your position that the deal should not go ahead?
I think that they, when they originally were going to do it, they were talking about doing some concept of ownership. But now they're looking to essentially just do a lease and sell it. And I'm against that. It's a reasonably nothing like Greenland, but it's a reasonably important area of the globe. Not to anywhere near Greenland, but I think they should keep it. I don't know why they're doing it. Do they need money?
Mr. President, with your support to the Syrian government, most probably you avoided another civil war and a bloodshed in Syria, especially after the fall of the regime.
I did a good job.
And, the Syrian government, the last 2 weeks, had to use some force to implement its force on specific areas. And
Well,
with
to keep the prisoners, the terrorist prisoners, which are some of the worst in the world, at bay. So they were able to keep that. He's working very hard. The president of Syria is working very, very hard. Strong guy, tough guy, pretty rough resume. But you're not going to put a choir boy in there and get the job done. I spoke with him yesterday because we were talking about the prisons and what was going on. We have some of the worst terrorists in the world in those prisons, and he's watching them.
Syria, sir.
Mr.
Go ahead.
President, Gavin Newsom is going to be at Davos if he's not already there. You're probably going to run into him. I presume that this is for him to raise his platform for 2028, but what do you anticipate his foreign policy platform is going to be?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know that he's going to be the nominee. I know this. I had a very good relationship with Gavin Newsom when we were, in office together. I was president. He was the governor of California. We had he would talk about it often, and somewhere we just went astray. I just hate the way California is being run. we actually have people leaving. It's never happened before, but I hate the way it's being run. He and I had a very good relationship, really close to the word exceptional, but now we seem not to.
Thank you, President Trump. President Trump, you spoke earlier.
Mr. President, you've been hearing from allies.
Thank you.
No, above you.
Thank you so much, President Trump. Kara Castanova from Lindell TV, and you spoke earlier about the 2020 election.
Lindell TV!
Now
He said,
that
"Shut the fuck up.
in U.S. custody,
A real American heroic
has any more
journalist is
information emerged that
talking.
you could share
Michael
with us
Pillow.
regarding Venezuelan election software and Venezuelan ties to tampering with the 2020 election? And would you consider speaking to Maduro personally in prison in New York to get some answers on Venezuela's involvement with the 2020 election?
I don't think I would be doing that. I think
This is the wealthiest country on the planet.
Yeah, they've learned some things. Please.
What happens to the tariff threat to Greenland if the Supreme Court comes out and rules against you on the tariffs? And
Well, I'll have to use something else. I mean,
are you
look,
willing to use force?
take a look at the word license. Take a look at other things. I mean, we have other alternatives. But what we're doing now is the best, the strongest, the fastest, the easiest, the least complicated.
Sir, if you move ahead with the Greenland-related tariffs on Europe, you secured almost $1 trillion of commitments from them to invest in the United States. Does that go kaput out the window if that happens?
I doubt it. Look, they need that agreement very badly with us. They really do. They fought very hard to get it. So I doubt that, but we'll see what happens. We have a lot of meetings scheduled on Greenland. I'm leaving tonight, as you know, for Davos. And we have a lot of meetings scheduled on Greenland.
Ooh, I got
And
chills.
I think things are going to work out pretty well, actually.
And so
I cannot believe that the Venezuela QAnon thing is still going on with the Dominion voting machines. It's literally something that was...
Macron?
It's
No, I
something
wouldn't
that
do
caused awards in a court of law, okay? Like, Dominion successfully sued Fox News and numerous other outlets for pursuing this idiotic defamatory statement over and over again, and they won. They won billions. It's fucking crazy.
He's not going to be there very much longer, as you know. And I think, I have meetings with the people that are directly involved, not some of the people you're talking about.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Happy
I've
New Year.
never seen this room like this. Is this a celebration of the first year? Yes. Have you ever seen it? I've never seen this many.
Yes.
I hope
We
we have a
love
very
you.
I hope we have a very good structural floor. This used to be a swimming pool. You're sitting over a swimming pool. I could see that happening. But we need a good structure here, don't we, huh? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Happy 1 year anniversary.
Thank you.
And my question is on Syria. The Kurds, as the most loyal U.S. partners, facing attacks by some Syrian elements within the Syrian government. Will you do to ensure the Kurdish rights protected and their effective forces against terrorism in Rojava, Syria continued, as the Kurdish see you as a president does not abandon his allies?
Well, I like the Kurds, but just so you understand, the Kurds were paid tremendous amounts of money, were given oil and other things, so they were doing it for themselves, more so than they were doing it for us, but we got along with the Kurds, and we are trying to protect the Kurds, that's correct.
Ahead of your speech in
Dude, why? I mean, dude, come on. That's like, that is another bipartisan thing,
I
okay?
think more than anything else, what I'm going to be speaking about is the tremendous success that we
America will always give weapons to the Kurds, Kurdish militias, and then very quickly go, all right, Turkey, do your thing. And now they're doing it again. Now it's happening again, this time with the HTS regime. Like, it's just, everybody saw that coming. That was, I mean,
I'm going to be talking about it. I'm going to be, because,
Donald Trump is like, oh yeah, we're working very hard to protect the Kurds. Meanwhile, like, Rojava is dissolved, liquidated. All of the fucking Kurdish militias that were, I mean, there's videos coming out of the region where they're like straight up like the former ISIS militants that are now a part of like the Syrian army. The Salafist brigades are fucking like decapitating people. And this guy's over here being like, oh, we'll save the Kurds. We'll save the Kurds. We'll save them for sure.
I have a very important call with President Erdogan, who I like a lot. All right, one or two more questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Wow, Israel allied SDF is dissolved. What a shame. Yeah, you're right, dude. For the record, Make no mistake. I am aware of the allegiances that Kurds design for themselves in the region, America, and sometimes even Israel. But if you think that the current Syrian government is like anti-Israel, you're fucking delusional.
Same mistake as him. Look, I inherited a terrible, it's a great question because we inherited a terrible, terrible mess between the border, between all the problems. The whole country was falling apart. And in 12 months, less than 12 months, in 12 months, we have the strongest border we've ever had. We have prices that are much, much lower than they were for the last. We inherited very high prices. We inherited, remember this, inflation was at a historic high. We had never had inflation like that. They say 48 years, but whether it's 48 years or ever, we had the highest inflation, in my opinion, that we've ever had. Prices, because of that, were very high. I inherited, we brought down eggs immediately. Remember the first news conference, they were screaming at me about eggs. I was in the position for 2 days, and we brought eggs down to lower than what they were before. And by the way, they continue that way. We brought the prices down from when I came into office and from what Biden had, way down. We're going to bring them down further. But the job we did is a miracle. One of the reasons I'm doing this today is to explain. We inherited a mess, and we've made it a beautiful, beautiful picture. Think of gasoline at $1.99 in many states. $1.99 a gallon. It was $4.50, $5, in some cases $6 or $7. We're at $1.99. And energy is so big that with energy, everything else comes down. But the prices are coming way down, and we're going to bring them down further.
Totally.
But we started up here with these guys. We inherited a country that was broken. We inherited a country, and I have a very warm spot. We've done very well with Venezuela. And by the way, that even in itself is going to help us bring down the oil prices. The Venezuelan oil, we've taken 50 million gallons of oil. We've taken 50 million barrels of oil out of Venezuela in the first 4 days. We've got millions of barrels of oil left. We're selling it on the open market. We're bringing down oil prices incredibly. And when they come down, and they've already come down, again, $1.99 a gallon.
Are there serious journalists in there? I feel like there's not. They're not asking. Yeah, guess what, dude? There are, but they've been neutered effectively. And not only that, but also Trump just doesn't call on them.
Is the military option still on the table? And
brother, Trump just told one of these journalists to shut the fuck up because he wanted the Mike Lindell lady with the fingerless gloves to talk, okay? What do you think is happening in that room?
Where are you from?
I'm Palestinian American.
So with Iran, they were going to hang 837 people. And I let them be known that, and we let them know that if that happens, that will be a very bad day for them. And they decided not to do it. They didn't hang the people. I can't tell you what's going to happen in the future, but supposedly they've taken that off the table. But they were going to, last week, they were going to hang on Thursday or Wednesday. They were going to hang, I think, 837 people. And they didn't hang anybody. So we're just going to have to see what happens with Iran. Is the military option off the table? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Trump. Thank you, President
Go
Trump.
ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Go ahead, I'll take your question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
Thank you,
Go
Mr.
ahead,
President.
right here.
Thank you, Mr. President. You promised during your second inaugural to always put America first. I'm curious, how would you winning the Nobel Peace Prize improve the lives of average, everyday Americans? Why is this prize so important?
It wouldn't improve the lives of any. What improved the lives of people are people that are living. I saved probably tens of millions of lives in the wars. You know, if you add up the numbers, just if you look at any one of those wars, you're talking about
I'm
millions
saving
of people.
lives
You
every
multiply it
day.
times 8. But when you look at India and Pakistan,
Think about it.
That could have been 10, 15,
I have
20
a
million
nuclear
people.
arsenal, and here I am not nuking Greenland. That's 55,000 lives I've saved by not nuking Greenland yet. I might do it. I might do it, but I haven't done it yet. And therefore, all 55,000 Greenlanders are being saved. I'm the peace president.
Americans wrong to still feel high prices, and how much longer does the White House hope that they?
So I think a lot of people are listening to the fake news a little bit. And I'm not blaming anybody. I think I blame ourselves. I think we've done a much better job than we're able to promote.
We've hired Will Stansel, brilliant guy. He's come out with a new statement. It's called Vibe Session. He calls it all the inflation rhetoric is actually all vibes. We've hired him because of his good work when Brandon was president. It's vibeflation, vibe session. It's all vibes. Everyone's being deluded by the fake news.
And they don't talk about it.
Stansel is literally doing more than you right now. Chill on the hate. First of all, suck me from the back and the front. I'm giving credit to Will Stansel for, all the anti-ICE support that he's doing. But to say that, like, he's doing more than you right now is fucking ridiculous, okay? Give me a goddamn break. I've been out there in the fucking streets since the beginning of this administration.
But if you go back a year and a half, 2 years, take a look at those prices and look at the prices.
Yeah, people are quick to forget what Will Stansel had done leading up to the election. All of a sudden, three, four ride-alongs, and all of a sudden everyone's like, I mean, look, I'm gonna give him credit too. He is doing ride-alongs now. I mean, he's going out and doing Ice Watch, and that's fucking awesome. I think that's a spectacular thing. He recognizes that the real, he recognizes what the real problem is here, which is the Trump administration. But
they have released a lot of political prisoners in Venezuela.
Mr. President, earlier on last year, you had indicated that you wanted to take back the Panama Canal. I know we've heard a lot about Greenland. Is that still on the table?
I don't want to tell you that. Sort of. I must say, sort of. That's sort of. Okay, one more. Yes, blonde, blue. Yes, go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead with the blue, holding the computer.
If a consequence of your determination to take control of Greenland is the ultimate breakup of the NATO alliance, is that a price you're willing to pay?
You mean the breakup of it's very interesting. So I think something's going to happen that's going to be very good for everybody.
What?
Nobody's done more for NATO than I have, as I said before.
What?
In every way. Getting them to go up to 5% of GDP was something that nobody thought was possible. And pay. At 2%, they weren't paying. At 5%, they are paying. And they're buying a lot of things from us, and they're giving them, I guess, to Ukraine. That's up to them, but they're giving them to whoever they're giving them to, but they're buying a lot. I think that we will work something out where NATO is going to be very happy and where we're going to be very happy. But we need it for security purposes. We need it for national security and even world security. It's very important. How about it?
My goat is bringing about multipolarity and destroying NATO. He is forcing Europe he's forcing Europe's hand into maintaining sovereignty. My king.
God is proud of the effort that you've put
I do, actually. I think God is very proud of the job I've done. And that includes for religion. You know, we're protecting a lot of people that are being killed, Christians, and Jewish people. And
now we know why Ryan Ruth did what he did. Ryan Ruth was a time traveler. Ryan Ruth was actually from the future when he tried to do what he did.
I think a lot of people are very proud of the job we've done. We've had an amazing year. This has been one of the greatest years. Even some people that wouldn't necessarily love me instinctively, they're saying this was an incredible year. We've had an incredible year economically. Look at our border. Our border was a disaster. People poured. It was an invasion into our country of a lot of very bad people. Good people too, but a lot of very bad people from prisons and drug dealers and gangs and horrible people, murderers. Thousands and thousands of murderers allowed into our country. And we now have the strongest border of any country. There's probably not a country, I guess North Korea has a pretty strong border, by the way, but there's not a country in the world that has a border like we do. And we took it from the worst border. We had the worst border in the world. Now we have one of the strongest borders in the world. One more question.
You said you're confident something's going to get worked out in Greenland, but Greenlanders have made it clear they don't want to be part of the U.S.
Well,
What gives the U.S. the right to take away that self-determination?
When I speak to them, I'm sure they'll be thrilled.
Oh, totally. Dude, yeah, he's going to convince them.
I've had such a good relationship. I've made it so much better, so much stronger. It's so good now. NATO is so much stronger now.
I kind of want to know what Asmongold is going through right now with all the Greenland conversations, because he has to watch Trump and he can't take a fucking takeover Greenland position. It's got to be interesting because he has a lot of Europeans in his chat.
We had a NATO at 2%.
A lot of European MAGA that's like kind of pissed off at Trump right now. So I wonder what he will say.
NATO's, whether you like it or not, it's only as good as we are. If NATO doesn't have us, NATO is not very strong. Yes, no, behind you, please.
Thank you, President Trump.
Yes, go ahead.
Greatly appreciate it, sir. We heard a long list of accomplishments from the last year. Could you cherry pick the top 3? And then looking forward, what are your 3 most important priorities in 2026?
So I think the building of a really powerful military has been a great achievement, and that would include the Venezuela thing. That would include the attack on Iran and the wiping out of the nuclear threat. I think that's been really amazing what we've done militarily. I think what we've done in business has been incredible.
Incredible journalism,
$18 trillion coming in. Plants are being built all over the thousands.
Journalism
of
like you've never seen before.
18 trillion is a record. No country has ever come anywhere even close to that. I think that's a record. And I think that most favored nations for drugs is something that nobody thought they'd be able to get. Tariffs helped me there because the nations would have never gone along with it if I wasn't able to say, if you don't go along with it, we're going to put a 10 or 15 or 20% tariff on your nation. And they went along. And our drug prices are going to come down at numbers never even seen before, never even thought possible before. So those would be 3 things. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Okay, Press. Thank you, Press.
Thank you very much.
How much would you pay for Greenland, sir?
He did the thing. He did this, the Slytherin. Thank you. Oh, that's going to be a funny ass visual. I love that one. When he walks away. Oh, here it is. Here. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Thank you. Demon. Demonic. The reptilian hiss. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, it's fucking awesome. Okay. That was awful, but it's something we haven't seen in a while. Donald Trump going out and talking to the press directly. There you go, Hogwatch. European roaches in the comments aren't saying base Trump anymore. Trump just uploaded this to his Truth Social. 2 AI-generated pictures remapping Greenland and Canada. This is Asmongold's subreddit. Okay? For those of you who are just tuning in, you might not know this, but Asmongold is the #1 MAGA dick writer on this platform. And as the #1 MAGA dick writer, he has to dick write everything that Donald Trump says and does. But unfortunately, Asmongold has a problem. And the problem is he is audience captured. He is tremendously audience captured. And his audience happens to be majority European MAGA supporters. But for the first time since Trump became president, the majority European MAGA dick riders are very frustrated. They're very frustrated with what the Trump administration is doing, especially as it pertains to denying sovereignty to the European continent. What the fuck is happening, man? My goddamn internet keeps going in and out today. Okay? Yeah, mini F, micro F, but it's fine. We're still here. It's still going on. But as I was saying, now he's got two competing issues here. One, he has to eat Trump's dick. 2, he has to eat his audience's dick. And because his audience is primarily European Trump supporters, he's in this, he has to play this delicate tightrope for the first time ever, where he can't just like talk about how awesome it is that Trump is taking over Greenland. They all loved it when Trump did this to Venezuela, but they all hate it when Trump is doing this to a European ally, right? Forget war. It's Tuesday, and this afternoon, I have my third meeting this week with EU blue chip companies, specifically to look at their current exposure to U.S. tech services like Azure and AWS, to discuss how they can plan to move from these services to non-U.S. based solutions, not discounting a move from cloud back onto on-premise solutions. This would be billions of dollars annually removed from U.S. companies if just those three. What the fuck, man? What is happening with the goddamn internet? Are we still here? Can you guys still see me? Am I still fucking... am I still effing? Okay, you can still see me. All right, good. Cloud back on prem is becoming more and more a common conversation. You're not alone. Godspeed, man. We're also moving from U.S. cloud to alternatives. For the love of God, sovereign cloud solutions from Google, Microsoft, or Amazon are a scam. Don't even suggest that. Why is he so R-worded? For real. He keeps shooting himself on the foot with the stupid shit he says and does. He could have the whole world sucking up to him, yet he chooses to act like a spastic. I am starting to root for an impeachment. He's becoming unbearable and keeps damaging the anti-woke culture. He keeps damaging the anti-woke culture like the anti-woke culture is a real thing. Okay? He's a megalomaniac, Neba baby, and wants a new state added to the union named after himself, Trumpanada. Now, it's interesting because like his community is supposed to be super fucking pro-Trump, and all of a sudden now they're no longer super pro-Trump because for the first time ever, they're experiencing what Trump does when he wants something. Okay? The whole Greenland situation is insanely stupid, and while he may have done some good things, this will end up ruining all international relationships, and he will not get Greenland one way or another. You don't simply take over another country in this day and age, except you do if you're the United States of America. What you mean is you don't get to do that to Europe. Not realizing that this has already been done to Europe. Europe is vassalized already. This is just basically casting away all of the smoke and mirrors that make it seem as though Europe has not been firmly vassalized. Okay? Please don't say that spaz word is basically the R word, but as British slang. Okay, I didn't know that. I thought that was like a medical term or something. But in any case, my apologies. Okay. So Asman thinks so. It's easy. Just do it. It would be easy, but just because we can doesn't mean we should. We couldn't even kick the Taliban out of Afghanistan. They're fighting us with flip-flops. It would be a shit show. It really wouldn't be easy. Promise to end the war and get a Nobel Prize, bomb Iran, kidnap Maduro, threatening to conquer Canada and Greenland. Why is he like this? Never let him know your next move. No American here. I don't understand why a man of his age engage on such aggressive behavior. Would he live to see the consequences of conquering so many land? He's mad for not getting the Nobel Prize. He saw Obama get one and murder tons of people. He's just probably trying to do that. Again, for these guys, the only reason why they like Trump is because Trump represents anti-woke culture. These guys have no understanding of politics. They have no understanding of policy. They have no global design. They have no vision for a better future. They're just responding in the most reactionary ways possible to what they perceive as woke culture because Television Man and right-wing forces have told them, woke culture is here. They're making everything homified, and we are going to make everything less gay. Okay? So they are leaning into Trump. They're leading into the cultural forces that Trump represents because it's like an anti-woke battle, right? They can't even comprehend that this extends to, being pro-Israel as well. Weirdly enough, that's something that, maybe some of them don't even recognize, where like Trump is hyper woke when it comes to claiming things are anti-Semitic and then punishing people, right? Mahmoud Khalil was a great example of this. But I guess in that situation, the higher priority is still with like maintaining Islamophobia as an anti-woke narrative. And that's why they don't consider like Trump's fake anti-Semitism enforcement as another instance of every, we're anti-woke except for when it comes to things that we claim are anti-Semitic. As a European, I was never 100% anti-Trump. Yes, unlike many, as I've always tried to view the problematics through the eyes of an American, as Asman makes this possible. Also, looking at what the Democrats are doing in the U.S., it was no surprise Trump and Republicans won the elections. But every time Trump does something, which I can say, okay, he's got a point in this, or might have a point in this, or even a few things I can agree with him, he always does stupid shit like this. Right now, when it comes to Greenland, he behaves like a child. I didn't get the Nobel Peace Prize. How dare you? You didn't give me the prize. So now I'm interested Now I am not interested in peace anymore. While I don't really believe, or at least now, he would actually try to commit a military action. Or if he did, I hope others who have a say in this would not let him do it and refuse and impeach or whatever. Even threatening like this is insane. I like Trump. Why is Trump doing this? You are treating us like we are brown. We are not brown. Why are you treating us like we are brown, Mr. President? We love you. Ich liebe dich. Ich möchte Trump. Why are you doing this? Yeah. Get control of Minnesota first. How about that? This is embarrassing the US globally. Big talks of taking over other countries. That he doesn't even control all states of the United States. Way to make sure Europe and China strengthen their bond. Yeah. As a European, I was a big Trump fan. I still think he does a lot of great things, but the foreign policy sucks. America feels bipolar and unreliable now. He's picking fights with the allies and uses tariffs as a way to punish or bully. This is the guy who rolls out the red carpets for Putin's, yeah, and treats his allies as vassals he can freely humiliate. I feel like he's setting an example for other nations that international law doesn't matter. And larger countries can invade or bully the smaller countries as long as it is in the nation's best interest. Ja, based, sehr gut, ja. Your president is not well. Do something about it. Everyone was in such an uproar at the Democrats allowing Biden to be unfit for so long. Yet here we are. You can cut the hypocrisy with a knife. For people who are just now figuring out that this is what Trump has been doing, because you were deluded into thinking that he is like representative of an anti-woke culture, what you also need to move beyond is this fucking dynamic in your mind that there is like such a thing as woke culture and it was like being mass enforced upon you by, you know, liberal powers or whatever, and recognize that this has always been the global design. This is the global capitalist design. You do not benefit from it. And as a matter of fact, they delude you into thinking that you're actually winning something when Donald Trump wins the election over the Democrats or some shit like that because he's anti-woke. Meanwhile, all he is doing is reinforcing American hegemony. But when you think American hegemony is good, what you fail to consider is that American hegemony just means capitalist hegemony. You think capitalism is good. You think global capitalism is a good thing. It's not. That is the real reason why you have a crippled social safety net. Not because you have a bunch of refugees in your country now and it's ruining the country and it's ruining the culture or anything like that. The reason why you're frustrated is because of austerity. And austerity comes at the behest of capital owners, European capital owners that demand that European leaders are servile to the interests of the protectorate of global capital, which is the United States of America. That is the real problem here. And the faster you identify this problem, the easier things will be for you. Otherwise, you will constantly find yourself whipped up into a frenzy in a moment of panic over and over again thinking, why is this happening? I don't understand. Trump was the great fucking, Trump was going to bring about American prosperity. He was going to bring about European prosperity. He was actually invested in white culture, our shared culture. He was going to do white supremacy. It's not. That's not a real thing, okay? It's just marketing for dumb fucks. Don't be a dumb fuck. Stop being a dumb fuck. In some ways, none of what Trump is doing is all that surprising, even if it's unorthodox. It's basically in the direction of nobody cares, you should be deported back to Turkey. Anyway. What's interesting here is that Trump is actually disrupting the liberal world order by leaning into how things have operated even under the liberal world order. He's just doing away with the aesthetics. Okay, this is what you don't understand. He's doing away with the aesthetics. No more feeling of superiority for you, Europe. Know that you are vassalized. That's what he's doing. In a weird way, as someone who is very critical of the New World Order, post the global design post World War II, as someone who firmly and genuinely, legitimately believes that countries should have developed sovereignty, countries should have moved in the direction of socialism in their own versions, in their own ways, that would have been infinitely more beneficial for the working class in these European countries, as opposed to the American-backed design of the entire world. As someone who recognized that as yet another vehicle of extraction of natural resources and labor power from the periphery, from the global South nations, third world nations, this is what America has always done. This is what Europe has always played a role in. It's just that in the past, the NATO Atlanticists, the liberals, would at least make it seem as though Europe had some kind of sovereignty, right? He's just giving the game away. He's saying, no, you don't actually have sovereignty. I can do whatever the fuck I want. What is this? Me, you can beat. So you get timmed out for telling the truth around here. I grew up in Austic classes, and as I get older, it went away. You would know that if you know who people were. Timeout police. Hope you feel real good about yourself. What? Trump, you're going to hell. This was a great year. Everyone lost healthcare, and I'm starving millions of families. I'm just special ed, and I will give you full permission to use the R word. Chatter, calm down. Okay. You got timed out for a little bit. Anyway. But yeah, the more Trump postures like this, the more Trump postures like this, the more people start realizing that this design was not really beneficial for these liberal nation states as well. Yes, I'm going to play Mark Carney's speech in a second, but I hope you guys do understand what's going on here. I hope you guys understand what's happening, okay? I mean, people who have been here are already aware of this, right? Because for years and years, I've talked about how Europe has no sovereignty, no real sovereignty. NATO is a protection racket, and that has obviously become a much harder argument to present to Europeans who were terrified of Russian incursions, especially after Vladimir Putin went fucking insane mode and decided to, invade Ukraine. But that's, Trump is doing away with the aesthetics. Trump has been doing away with the aesthetics pretty aggressively. And now this is hopefully a moment of recognition for some of, Europe's best and brightest. And they realize that they don't actually have any sort of sovereignty. They don't even have sovereignty over their own. They don't even have sovereignty over their own politics. Like, if you're living in Europe and you're like, hey, I don't want healthcare to go away, what the fuck is going on? Why is it that year over year it becomes harder and harder? The wait times get longer. I don't have access to medicine or access to healthcare with the same in the same ways. My public transit is worse overall. And the welfare state is like falling apart. Why the fuck is that happening? And then someone on the right flank says, oh, it's because of migrants. It's because of Muslims. They're destroying the country. They're forcibly feeding you halal kebabs or whatever. And you go, okay, that must be the reason. And the liberals say, no, nothing is happening. Everything is actually good. And you should shut the fuck up. So then you make the right wing, pivot. There is an alternative out there. One that is unfortunately not often represented. Have you always critiqued the Eurocucks, or is this a recent analysis? No, I've been saying this for years. European liberals have been coming into my chat to crack jokes and say socialism is a real evil. You're wrong. You don't understand. We have social democracy here. And I keep telling them, you have austerity. Those the social democratic safety nets that you actually enjoy are going away. And they're going away for the same exact reasons that they never really fully existed here in the United States of America, or were crippled here in the United States of America, and certainly in Canada as well. And that is at the behest of capital. When austerity measures kick in and the government-funded programs are crippled, and your living standard goes down as a consequence of that, because previously you were leaning into those things without even recognizing that that's just a function of the government. And you develop anxiety, you develop anger over this sort of thing. You become more malleable and more easy to influence against, like, enemies that are coming in, these barbarians or whatever. Not realizing that the reason for that austerity is so that private enterprise can come in and fill the gaps that were created by the austerity to begin with. That's how it's worked. That's how it has always worked. First, you starve these programs. Then people go, why the fuck am I paying taxes anyway? These programs are dog shit. And then private enterprise comes in, lobbies the government, says, hey, guess what? We can fix it. And in the interim, that privatization might actually lead to better quality healthcare in the short term. But slowly but surely, as they take over the entirety of this sector that was previously controlled by the government, they actually give you lower quality of care overall and slower quality of care overall, but they're also making money off of it. Now you have to literally pay higher prices to a private business rather than the prices that you were paying with your taxes. It's a less efficient system. It's a worse system overall. And this is precisely what's been happening all around Europe. It's been happening in America. That's why I always used to tell European liberals, like, you don't understand. If you don't move in the left, if you don't move fast in the leftward direction, if you don't organize against what's coming, this austerity and the anger that it causes is going to make people even more reactionary. And then fascists are going to come and fascists are going to take over European countries. In some ways, in Western liberal capitalist countries, the same forces of capital are doing the exact same kind of the exact same measures. And yes, I will listen to the full Marx Carney speech, please. Oh my God. Yeah, this was my analysis after Labor won, and the EU chatters were eating my ass as well. They were like, you're wrong. You're wrong. Labor is actually going to save the British government. There were plenty of fucking UK chatters and European liberals that were saying, like, see, we're different. We're different than America. Labor won. It's going to be different. And I was like, no, this is what happens when, a shitty Democrat wins and doesn't actually do anything to fix any of these fucking problems. How long is this speech?
That every day
It's like 20 minutes. Okay, bro, I'm not going to watch all 17 minutes. But we'll watch some of the highlights. You want me to watch the whole thing? Okay, I'll watch the whole thing. God damn, everybody wants me to watch Marx Carney. There's French you can skip. Hasan, you are correct. However, don't generalize all of us from the EU. We don't like what's happening and haven't been since 2016 and even before the Bush administration. We're not stupid. Don't give any thought or pause to those stupid, loud minorities. Call them dumb. Call it a day. We love you. No, exactly. No, I don't, for the record. I get it. I understand it. I understand where, the European left is coming from. Trust me. I have a lot of sympathy for people who are who see right from wrong, who recognize exactly what's going on, who want to make change, who want to organize in the direction of socialism. Okay. Here, we'll watch the 8-minute version. Apparently, he says the liberal New World Order was based around a lie in this, and that's why people really like it.
it seems that every day we're reminded that we live in an era of great power rivalry, that the rules-based order is fading, that the strong can do what they can and the weak must suffer what they must. And this aphorism of Thucydides is presented as inevitable, as the natural logic of international relations reasserting itself. And faced with this logic, there is a strong tendency for countries to go along to get along, to accommodate, to avoid trouble, to hope that compliance will buy safety. Well, it won't. So what are our options? In 1978, the Czech dissident Václav Havel, later president, wrote an essay called The Power of the Powerless.
And he's not appeasing. He's not. I actually like what Mark Carney has been doing, even though I'm, skeptical. Let's just say I'm Carney curious, okay? Or maybe Carney agnostic. Because there are some things that he has done, especially since Donald Trump is deliberately posturing as though he's going to annex Canada. He recognizes the dangers that that presents and was, this is a major ally to the United States of America, openly choosing to leverage a better relationship with China in an effort to maintain sovereignty. So I think that's good. I think that's a good thing. I think that's a smart thing to do. It's what I've been saying European leaders should be doing.
And in it, he asked a simple question.
I've been saying that he should be. What Mark Carney did this past week is what I've been saying European leaders should be doing since Liberation Day. Okay? And what have European leaders done since then? What have they done? They talked about the real threat being China and Russia. The real threat is China. The real threat is China. The real threat is China. America, please, we are your dog. America, please, we will capitulate. And what did that do? What did that do to Trump? Did that stop Trump from saying he's going to fucking take Greenland? No. Did that stop Trump from implementing tariffs? No. You have to push back on bullies. It's that simple. And this entire right-wing franchise, this entire global fascist movement is a bunch of fucking stupid bullies. The time for maintaining some sort of like liberalism is done. Liberalism is failing. Liberalism is falling apart. If you still believe that there is going to be some kind of like reasonable centrism we can get back to, you're wrong. You're fucking delusional. Okay? Wake up. It's over. You have two options, socialism or barbarism. And right now, barbarism is winning. And a lot of these guys who are liberals themselves, who are in charge of these fucking countries, are trying to still maintain the dignity as America is basically saying, no, you don't understand. There is no dignity for you here. Internationalism or like the liberal New World Order is done. It's over. Okay, it's over. It's now going to be my way or the highway. It already was, but now you can't even actually go home and make it seem like you have some semblance of sovereignty.
How did the communist system sustain itself? And his answer began with a greengrocer. Every morning, this shopkeeper places a sign in his window, "Workers of the world unite." He doesn't believe it. No one does. But he places the sign anyway to avoid trouble, to signal compliance, to get along. And because every shopkeeper on every street does the same, the system persists. Not through violence alone, but through the participation of ordinary people in rituals they privately know to be false. Havel called this living within a lie. The system's power comes not from its truth, but from everyone's willingness to perform as if it were true. And its fragility comes from the same source. When even one person stops performing, when the greengrocer removes his sign, the illusion begins to crack. Friends, it is time for companies and countries to take their signs down. For decades, countries like Canada prospered under what we called the rules-based international order. We joined its institutions, we praised its principles, we benefited from its predictability. And because of that, we could pursue values-based foreign policies under its protection. We knew the story of the international rules-based order was partially false, that the strongest would exempt themselves when convenient, that trade rules were enforced asymmetrically. And we knew that international law applied with varying rigor depending on the identity of the accused or the victim. This fiction was useful. And American hegemony in particular helped provide public goods, open sea lanes, a stable financial system, collective security, and support for frameworks for resolving disputes. So we placed the sign in the window. We participated in the rituals. And we largely avoided calling out the gaps between rhetoric and reality. This bargain no longer works. Let me be direct. We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. Over the past 2 decades, a series of crises in finance, health, energy, and geopolitics have laid bare the risks of extreme global integration. But more recently, great powers have begun using economic integration as weapons. Tariffs as leverage, financial infrastructure as coercion, supply chains.
By the way, when he says great powers, he just means America. I love that. I love that he's like, yeah, someone's doing this. It's really fucked up. Someone is just, you missed a sick ass line. Yeah. He's talking about neoliberalism.
Depending on the identity of the accused or the victim. This fiction was useful. And American hegemony in particular helped provide public goods, open sea lanes, a stable financial system, collective security, and support for frameworks for resolving disputes. So we placed the sign in the window. We participated in the rituals. And we largely avoided calling out the gaps between rhetoric and reality. This bargain no longer works. Let me be direct. We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. Over the past 2 decades, a series of crises in finance, health, energy, and geopolitics have laid bare the risks of extreme global integration. But more recently, great powers have begun using economic integration as weapons. Tariffs as leverage, financial infrastructure as coercion, supply chains as vulnerabilities to be exploited.
It is an undeniable fact that the world was much better when the Soviet Union was still around. I mean, dude, I said that where everyone yelled at me. I said that in an interview that I was doing at the Zoran election victory party, where like, you don't have to agree with the USSR. You don't have to think about all of the, you don't have to think about the excesses in terms of their own self-governance. But objectively speaking, when there was an alternative vision out there, especially one that did not shy away from pushing back against America during the Cold War, okay, a lot of other countries in the middle, even if they were in the imperial core, were able to keep their gains, keep their benefits. And in the absence of that counter mechanism, in the absence of that counterweight, it is not an accident that we have seen the great explosion of neoliberalism in every Western liberal capitalist country. When capital owners no longer feared the threat of an alternative, the threat of a good example, they did away with all of the safeguards, all of the regulations, first in the United States of America and then elsewhere. All over Europe, you started seeing the same corrosive influence of capital make its way through a period of neoliberalization, the destruction of social safety nets, the destruction of what remains of the regulatory body. Okay? Holy fuck, disgusting tankies. Brother, you are fantasizing about a world that does not exist when you fucking complain about this, okay? I need you to understand. Not for people behind the wall. Oh my God. The French healthcare system was literally the design of the Communist Party backed by the USSR. It's thanks to them that we have healthcare for all, and people bash the left here when we have one of the best, or used to have, healthcare systems in the world. It's the same principle that it's the same exact situation here in the United States of America, by the way. Obviously, the quality of life or the living standards are different. The currency exchange is different. Having said that, however, the attitude remains. A lot of people don't realize that in the United States of America, if it wasn't for fucking commies, trade unionists, socialists fighting in the streets, dying in the streets, that America would not have any labor laws whatsoever. You wouldn't have the weekend. You would still have child labor. And ironically enough, we still do have child labor in the United States of America. Okay. And not just for undocumented immigrant children. I mean, like straight up, you have child labor in many states that have openly legalized it. Like there are so many excesses under capitalism as well that many people do not understand or recognize, because for the longest time, you've existed under the system thinking, well, the alternative is much scarier, is much more dangerous. And in the absence of said alternative, you have this explosion of neoliberalism around the globe. You have the forces of capital taking up more and more, taking up a bigger role in what previously was dealt with by the government. People don't realize that a lot of the things that you take for granted were fought for by your forefathers in the labor movement. All the hate sub clip Andes are here. I mean, great. It's fine. You can keep complaining about tankies this, tankies that, but a lot of Europeans benefited without realizing, like, all of the social democracy that Europe has, even still to this day, they got because capital had to give in. Capital had to give in. Capital had to concede to the demands being made. And those demands were made because there was an alternative vision. Once all of that was eroded through Red Scare all around Western liberal nations, Western liberal democracies, you have no competition. You have no ideological competition and full-blown pure capitalism. And as living standards erode in Western liberal capitalist nations, people look to blame whoever they can. And for a lot of these guys, for the reactionary movement, the best people you can... What is DHS live? Dude, why? What do you mean DHS is up, DHS is live? What the fuck are you talking about? I like how he's making an analogy about the mean communist government forcing business to comply while Canada is negotiating with China while the U.S. is an extremely capitalistic country that's forcing these nations to comply. Exactly. People don't recognize this. People don't understand that, like, oh, Bovino is live? I don't care about fucking bovine Bovino. Dude, come on. Fuck that Nazi. I know what the DHS stands for. Anyway. The point I'm making is that alternative vision must come back. And that alternative vision clearly is not going to be supported by China. Okay? Let's be real. For better or for worse, China decided they are not going to wage any sort of ideological war around the world, even if it's beneficial for their immediate interests in their backyard in the South China Sea. They're not going to do that. Okay? So if it is a game of sovereignty for a lot of these nations, the only way that you can maintain national sovereignty, especially as America is increasingly doing away with the aesthetics of liberty and freedom, making it seem as though you have a say, is going to be through, and I know normally I say nukes, but it's going to be through serious organizing and an ideological commitment to an alternative vision. Giving workers back the power that they deserve. It's not going to happen with like China helping you either.
You cannot live within the lie of mutual benefit through integration when integration becomes the source of your subordination. The multilateral institutions on which the middle powers have relied, the WTO, the UN, the COP, the architecture, the very architecture of collective problem solving are under threat. And as a result, many countries are drawing the same conclusions, that they must develop greater strategic autonomy in energy, food, critical minerals, in finance and supply chains. And this impulse is understandable. A country that can't feed itself, fuel itself, or defend itself has few options. When the rules no longer protect you, you must protect yourself. But let's be clear-eyed about where this leads. A world of fortresses will be poorer, more fragile, and less sustainable. And there's another truth. If great powers abandon even the pretense of rules and values for the unhindered pursuit of their power and interests, the gains from transactional...
I mean, he's talking about just America when he says great powers, for the record. Like, everybody understands that, right? Like, every time he says great powers, just put America in there, because that's what he's talking about. He's saying law of the jungle, we're abandoning the aesthetics of, like, liberal democracy, and we're giving ground to might makes right politics. We're going back to almost like a colonial structure here. I was actually thinking about this the other day. I was wondering if, like, a peasant in the age of monarchs would think to himself, like, well, I'm so glad me lordship has sent the squires over to Jerusalem. Like, you know what I mean? Like the Holy Crusades, like, it's like, oh, all the bounty will come back to me, a fucking peasant. In the same way that in the age of the internet, there are American peasants who unironically are so committed to, like, American force projection that they do delude themselves into thinking that, American military posture in Venezuela is actually good for me. American military posture in Iraq was good for me somehow. It wasn't.
Will become harder to replicate. Hegemons cannot continually monetize their relationships. Allies will diversify to hedge against uncertainty.
Yeah. My lordship is based. My lordship is based. Men who would have been feudal peasants trembling outside their hut as prima noctis is carried out inside for most of human history really want you to know that might makes right and there is no rule-based international order. I mean, this is the direct ripoff of what I fucking say all the time from this guy. Greenland exists less as landmass in the mind of the online right and more a psychosexual fixation, unable to imagine themselves as powerful men. They instead, oh my God, this is literally what I talk about all the time about weak men fantasizing about American power projection. That's bar for bar. Down to the prima nocta. Prima nocta. I know prima nocta is not real. Shut the fuck up. It doesn't matter. It's a good way to emphasize how hard the average person is getting cucked in this process. Okay? Don't hit me with the arm actually. Greenland exists less as landmass in the mind of the online right and more a psychosexual fixation. Unable to imagine themselves as powerful men, they instead fantasize about powerful men doing so for them while they exist as mere accessory. And that, for the record, is identical with power projection from a militant state at the domestic level, too. This is the exact same reason why right-wingers will look at a police officer shooting someone or will look at an ICE agent shooting someone and say, comply or die. Oh, was it a woke, libtarded woman that was killed? That's a good thing, actually. Okay? It's because of their own personal weakness and their own recognition of their own personal weakness that makes them lean into this kind of power projection of the state. A powerful state is actually going to do this for me. Not realizing that you are infinitely more likely to be under the boot than to be wearing the boot next time around. It's why I always say this is serf mindset. This is peasant mindset. A lot of Americans see themselves, without recognizing it, but a lot of Americans behave like cattle. They behave like slaves. They behave like peasants. They refuse to develop sovereignty for themselves. They refuse to become class conscious. They delude themselves into thinking that they have a say in this process, or at the very least, even if they don't have a say in this process, it's somehow good because their ideological enemies that they've been taught to hate are being dominated somehow, somewhere. Whether that be the Ansar Allah movement all the way out in Yemen, where we wasted billions of dollars bombing the poorest country on the fucking planet to try to get them to submit, to try to get them to refuse to maintain a blockade on their own coastlines as long as Israel continued its genocide, or even at the domestic level, when an ICE agent goes and shoots a 37-year-old mother, they think to themselves, well, the state is powerful and it's my guy doing it. It's my people holding the fucking gun, so I must defend it. And that makes me feel powerful. As long as I fantasize or imagine a liberal out there, someone who I've been conditioned into thinking is my ideological enemy, someone who I cannot recognize has the same exact class interests as me. As long as those people are being dominated, as long as I can look down at them, then things are fine. As Matt Christmas says, this is the dual sadisms of American politics. You're not part of the team. You're not even remotely a part of the team. You're actually getting fucked over. But as long as you have someone to look down on, that makes you feel better in comparison. During the time of Reconstruction, this was the prevailing attitude. At least I am not black. In the brief period of time when Reconstruction was taking place, when white working class individuals and the newly freed black working class individuals recognized that they had the same exact class interests, and we quickly did away with that by allowing the same racial pecking order to be restored by way of lynch mobs, by way of the Klan. And that attitude continued. Not only just in the South, but also that attitude was legalized in the North as well through redlining and different systems of enforcement. Americans still to this day have this kind of domineering attitude that we all know and call white supremacy. The notion that the notion that LBJ also talked about as well, that like the white working class will never recognize that you're robbing them blind as long as you give them someone to look down on. Hell, they'll open up their pockets for you. So you're saying normal Americans don't benefit from imperialism? Yes, the only benefit that normal Americans get, the labor aristocracy concept is not incorrect, okay? Of course, there are, bounties that come from cheap labor, cheap commodities that you can purchase. But at the end of the day, the amount of wealth that is captured in the hands of the very few here in the United States of America does not make its way down to the average working class individual. Okay? Yes, you get to have cheap TVs. You get to have an iPhone, right? You get to have an iPhone. And that's extracted through an hyper exploitative structure where the rare earth minerals that are extracted for said iPhone is done by, child slave labor, okay, in countries that have previously been destroyed by colonial violence and kept down as a part of the global South so that we could continue extracting their natural resources at a price point that is favorable to us, okay? But those benefits are marginal. They're aesthetic for the most part. We live in the wealthiest country on the planet, and there's almost 1 million people that sleep outside every single fucking night, dude. That is insane. That is insane. The only benefit that Americans actually have, the only tangible and very real benefit that the average American actually has, is that they are not under the boot. They're sometimes wearing the boot. right? They do not get their share of the imperial super profits. An increasingly smaller amount, an increasingly smaller number of people actually receive all of that bounty. Americans don't receive it. They get treats, but that's it. That's it. You get mass processed, cheap luxury commodities that would be considered impossible to acquire, half a century ago. Okay. And you get it readily available, delivered to your doorstep at a moment's notice. And that makes you think, oh, we have prosperity. The inverse of this, labor aristocracy argument that's very frustrating to me, at least, especially when I'm trying to explain to American hogs that they're getting fucked over in this process, is that a lot of orthodox Marxists unironically make the argument that what Trump is doing is good. Okay? Like, what's the purpose here? By saying this is an L take, what do you want the labor aristocracy to recognize? That they are a part of a class that is truly benefiting from American empire? Is that what you want them to recognize? Do you want them to lean further in the direction of Trump's dominance? Are you fucking stupid? Like, I get posturing as a Marxist, Leninist, Maoist, third worldist makes you feel good. Like you are morally consistent here, okay? But you're not a fucking Maoist. You're not a part of the Maoist brigades in the Philippines. You know, you're not living in the fucking forest, okay? Trying to fight against the Philippines government, okay? You're living in the United States of America. Shut the fuck up. I guess we should do no organizing in the United States of America at all. Considering that no matter how you exist in the United States of America, whether you're fucking homeless or whether you're a plumber or an HVAC business owner, okay, with like 3 fucking employees, you're all benefiting from the imperial bounty. I don't know what happened there. Maybe a little baby F.
They'll buy insurance, increase options, in order to rebuild sovereignty. Sovereignty that was once grounded in rules but will increasingly be anchored in the ability to withstand pressure. This room knows this is classic risk management. Risk management comes at a price. But that cost of strategic autonomy, of sovereignty, can also be shared. Collective investments in resilience are cheaper.
What the fuck is happening, man?
Than everyone building their own fortresses. Shared standards reduce fragmentations. Complementarities are positive sum. And the question for middle powers like Canada is not whether to adapt to the new reality. We must. The question is whether we adapt by simply building higher walls or whether we can do something more ambitious. Now, Canada was amongst the first to hear the wake-up call, leading us to fundamentally shift our strategic posture. Canadians know that our old, comfortable assumptions that our geography and alliance memberships automatically conferred prosperity and security, that assumption is no longer valid. And our new approach rests on what Alexander Stubb, the President of Finland, has termed value-based realism. Or to put another way, we aim to be both principled and...
Value-based realism? I feel like value-based realism is like oxymoronic. I mean, I don't know where he's going to go with this, but am I crazy? Like, that's... You know?
Pragmatic. Principled and...
What you
commitment to fundamental values, sovereignty, territorial integrity, the prohibition of the use of force except when consistent with the UN Charter, and respect for human rights. And pragmatic in recognizing that progress is often incremental, that interests diverge, that not every partner will share all of our values. So we're engaging broadly, strategically, with open eyes. We actively take on the world as it is, not wait around for a world we wish to be. We are calibrating our relationships so their depth reflects our values. And we're prioritizing broad engagement to maximize our influence. Given the fluidity of the world at the moment, the risks that this poses, and the stakes for what comes next. And we are no longer just relying on the strength of our values, but also the value of our strength. We are building that strength at home.
It's the Finlandization of Canada, baby. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, yeah, it is definitely really interesting to consider that like Mark Carney is one of the first like directly aligned countries that recognize the game and is trying to leverage relations with China. That's number one. But number two, the juxtaposition of how Mark Carney speaks about the destruction of the liberal New World Order in the hands of Donald Trump versus what Donald Trump says is so crazy. And I understand why people look to that and go, yep, that's where we're at. This is obviously Mark Carney looks like a brilliant orator in comparison to Donald Trump because he is. He is a much more intelligent person. He just ripped off Yan Shui Tong's, a Chinese international relations scholar, theory of moral realism, check logs. We're going to comment about Marxist-Leninism and MLMs. I get what you're saying, but do you see how it kind of seems like you're saying Marxist organizing in the U.S. is stupid and you're stupid if you want to do that, or even if you make the argument that it would be positive, you know? Wait, what? Are you no, I'm saying that to people who bring up labor aristocracy. I'm saying that that's a dumb point to bring up. I'm saying this. I'm saying if you are constantly chirping about the labor aristocracy and the imperial super profits that get distributed to the labor force, you are basically saying you're rendering all working class organizing in the United States or in the imperial core to be useless. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that at all. I'm actually trying to wake people up by taking advantage of this vulgar and uniquely honest, abrasive state of affairs that has destroyed the liberal international order that was always beneficial for the imperial core, and leaning into people's interest in maintaining sovereignty to explain to them that this is the capitalist design, and that's the reason why European leadership has consistently played ball with Trump, no matter how belligerent he has gotten, because they are also servants of capital. If you preach labor aristocracy to the people in the imperial core, you're either telling them what they have is great or asking them to self-flagellate. Neither is successfully encouraging what we want for the world. Exactly. It's very stupid. That's why I don't entertain it. Shh, stop. We are totally aligned on bombing brown people. Let's just keep doing that. Yeah, so this was basically a very funny takeaway. But Trump leaked text messages that came from Emmanuel Macron, okay? The prince. From President Macron to President Trump, my friend, we are totally in line on Syria. We can do great things on Iran. I do not understand what you are doing on the Greenland. Let us try to build the great things. I can set up a G7 meeting after Davos on Paris on Thursday afternoon. I can invite the Ukrainians, the Danish, the Syrians, and the Russians and the Margians. Let us have the dinner together in Paris together on Thursday before you go back to the US. Love, Emmanuel. Oui, oui. In any case, Donald Trump leaks that fucking text message. And the takeaway there is, yeah, we're totally aligned on bombing brown people. Let's just keep doing that. Like, the fuck are you doing? You're fucking up the bag. Jason Hickel continues. In all seriousness, this is quite a revealing conversation from the perspective of the world systems theory. Macron is appealing to Trump by saying, hey, we are both part of the imperial core. Let's focus on our shared objective of subordinating the periphery. What he fails to understand or just doesn't want to acknowledge is that there is a hierarchy within the imperial core itself. The U.S. is the main imperial power and seeks to shape the rest of the core, including Western Europe, in its own interests. This has historically included interfering in European elections and even drafting plans for invasions. The U.S. will not blink at the prospect of invading European territory in order to advance its geopolitical power. Macron is foolish if he believes that he can appeal to core solidarity, because from the perspective of the U.S., no such thing exists. The correct approach is for Europe to break from the U.S. and chart a more independent path. Here is another leaked text message from Mark Rutte, who once famously called Trump daddy in a private text message. Okay. Mark Rutte, lead of NATO, said he will find a way forward on Greenland. When one side threatens to invade, you don't offer a way forward. You use clear language to say it's unacceptable to annex a NATO ally. Mark Rutte must resign, a traitor to Europe. European liberals and European right-wingers, understand something. What Donald Trump is doing is basically just reinforcing what already existed, the system that existed that was in place. A system that, through liberal niceties, made you feel like you had a say in this, made you feel like you had some sovereignty, made you feel like you were actually retaining some of the imperial super profits. But ultimately, you were slaves to capital in the same exact way that the American administration is, okay? And Donald Trump, recognizing the instability born out of unchecked capitalism in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR and where we are in 2026, is saying it's time for something different. It's time to maintain order once again. And when liberalism has failed historically in Europe, and I think you guys know that through your own fucking histories, fascism came in as a way to reassert dominance, the dominance of capital, when there's global panic and instability. Donald Trump is doing it now. He's doing it. This kind of text messaging, thank you, Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, says Donald Trump. Mr. President, dear Donald, what you have accomplished in Syria today is incredible. I will use my media engagements in Davos to highlight your work there in Gaza and in Ukraine. I am committed to finding a way forward on Greenland. Can't wait to see you. Yours, Mark. I cannot believe how much Mark Rutte sucks Donald Trump's penis, dude. I think it's going to take time. But I think Europeans are kind of going to realize that what they thought they had with this allegiance with the United States of America was built on a fucking lie. And some people will harden their position on American dominance. All of the right-wing nationalists, all of the fascists, the international consortium of fascists will heavily lean into the United States of America, in my opinion. They will heavily lean into American dominance. They'll say they'll harden their positions, and they'll try to make an argument about how it's actually much better because otherwise you'll have scary Chinese control over our country, and we can't have that. But the pathway for European sovereignty comes from decoupling from the United States of America and leveraging relationships with China. Okay? That's it. If you don't do that, America's self-destructive fascist forces are going to come for you as well. And their allies in your country will destroy you so that America can easily control it, so that America can easily control your lives and easily control your country. At least for all of my criticisms of Canadians, they very quickly realized that, right? That was the Mark Carney electoral victory. Pierre Poilievre was doing very well in the polls. Everybody hated Justin Trudeau. And there were plenty of people who were willing to vote for PP. But what happened? Trump started talking about how he's going to annex Canada, and Canadians woke up very quickly to the dangerous alignment that Pierre Poilievre had with the United States of America, and they voted against it. Okay? And there are still Canadians in your ranks, if you are Canadian, there are still Canadians in your ranks that have this same design, that want American intervention, that want American annexation. They're called Albertans, okay? What will most likely take place in Canada in the upcoming years, if Trump does actually remain unchecked and doesn't receive any pushback from the likes of Mark Rutte, which seemingly is not coming, he will feel more emboldened to go and overtake Canada as well. Okay? And when they do that, there will be the Albertan separatist movement that wants to unify with America. Obviously, that referendum will fucking fail. And then America will say, oh my God, there's electoral fraud here. It must be the Venezuelan Dominion machines that caused electoral fraud to take place. We have to fight for Albertan dignity, fight for Albertan independence, and then boom, annexation. And that's not my assessment. That's Steve Bannon basically signaling that this is what they want to do. Bannon constantly links Ukraine and Canada in the same breath, which gives a clue to the game plan. Promote Alberta separatist movement in referendum. When Alberta separatists are defeated in referendum, claim election fraud and stop the steal. Use election fraud as a pretext for sending in troops to restore order, protect northern interests, etc. Annex Alberta and perhaps the rest of Canada. Not saying this will happen, but it's something percolating in Bannon's rancid mind.
Here's the deal. What President Trump's argument to Canada is, and they've just kind of blew it off, but when he talks about defense, what he's making the point on the Arctic is that Canada is kind of like Ukraine, right? The Chinese and the Russians are up there, and they see the undefended northern territories of Canada. They're going to take a bite. The Canadians got to understand something. They're going to in your territory, and they're going to dare you to do anything about it, and you're going to turn to Big Brother. Go ahead.
We're getting Alberta is the linchpin. So when Trump says Canada's going to be the 51st state, he's speaking, he's vamping, he's having a little fun. But what he's really saying, because I know a lot of the guys in charge of the Albertan separatist movement or their prosperity movement, Alberta, they've already met twice now with the State Department. The Albertans are ready to vote in the next 6 months. They're getting out of the Canadian Union. They're going to become an independent state, independent country. We're going to recognize them, and that's going to put them on the pathway to becoming the 51st state. And here's why that's important. Alberta has a bevy of untapped rare earth minerals. They have the world's largest geothermal energy sources. They have some of the world's largest natural gas and oil deposits. So when Trump says Canada is becoming the 51st state, he's really talking about Alberta, and that's important because that's a gateway to the Arctic. Greenland is another gateway to the Arctic. So when we talk about hemispheric defense, we're not just talking about Latin America. We're talking about the polar regions too, Steve, and how they all link together.
Canadians that literally ate the fucking bait and ate the propaganda hook, line, and sinker for the grand design of Taiwanese independence are going to learn very quickly about how America can treat them like China just as easily. If implemented, this is the same strategy that the Western forces have applied around the globe over and over again to all of our foreign adversaries. Okay? Do some psyops, especially in the age of social media, where all social media, especially in the Western world, is controlled directly by the United States of America. Do some psyops, boost in the algorithm how wonderful it will be to get Alberta to be independent. Most recent polling has Alberta separatism under 20% of Alberta. Their non-seceding law. I didn't say that they're actually going to do this democratically. Hello? That takes too much time. And also, that is somewhat of a, that's liberal interventionism. We don't do liberal interventionism anymore, okay? The very fact that there is any fucking percentage of Albertans that want independence is insane, okay? That's insane. That means that like all of the previous initiatives have been fairly successful. The fuck do you mean you want to be separated from the rest of Canada? Are you out of your fucking mind? What are you talking about? It's completely psychotic. It's like a suicide pact. You're just basically holding a fucking gun to your mouth and going, I want to pull the trigger, eh? The fuck? This is what great powers do, though. I mean, this is, you know, to a certain degree what Russia has done as well. It's certainly something that America and other Western powers have utilized over and over again against their foreign adversaries. The point is that there is at least 19%, right? So that then the Trump administration could say, oh, there was an election theft that took place here. Or they might not even use it at all. They might just come in and say, hey, we have to do this because we have security concerns. We have to do this because otherwise Russia and China will come in and take over Canada, and we can't let that happen. I mean, look at Mark Carney. He's actually leaning in the direction of China now. You know, we have to come in and seize control and annex Canada, just like Fallout, in the Fallout universe, where America forcibly seized and annexed Canada because they were fighting against China in the Fallout universe. Canada's developing plans to wage a guerrilla war against the U.S. invasion, in case you are wondering how things are going. Military planners are modeling a U.S. invasion from the south, expecting American forces to overcome Canada's strategic positions on land and at sea within a week and possibly as quickly as 2 days. Canada does not have the number of military personnel or the sophisticated equipment needed to fend off a conventional American attack. They said so. Or they said. So the military envisions unconventional warfare, and with small groups of irregular military armed civilians would resort to ambushes, sabotage, drone warfare, or hit and run tactics. The aim of such tactics would be to impose mass casualties on the U.S. occupying forces, the official said. This rupture in the Joint Defense Agreement would likely see France or Britain, nuclear weapon states, being called on to provide support and defense for Canada against the U.S. Just normal and good. Just normal and good things. And just normal and good things to look forward to, guys. I mean, it's fucking insane. But how can you look at what the DPRK has done as anything but a resounding success? Like, how can you look at the situation that's in front of us right now and think, you know, it's really fucked up that they developed nukes over there. Yeah, America ain't doing this shit to North Korea. Ukrainians that fled to Canada from Russian invasion right now gotta be pissed, bro. Please stop joking. It will come true. Please stop. I don't want a burger. I want to be syrup. Please, I beg. No, you will be burger and you will like it. Hot take, everyone should have one nuke. That's not a hot take. That's the HasanAbi rule for nation building and sovereignty. The U.S. Army fighting against hordes of Canadian liberals while the scheming, quizzling Tories hide in the shadows. Oh, that's the other side, by the way. We looked at this yesterday. This is why I was saying, like, my current working theory on this is that if you are right-wing in any country, you actually don't care about national sovereignty at all. Okay? What you claim is patriotic, is like anti-woke or whatever. All these like reactionary attitudes is just about letting America come and fuck you in the ass, okay? Right-wingers in every country right now, and the further right they go, the worse this gets, want America to come and fuck them. Okay? Like, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. When push comes to shove, when a real question is presented about a preferred response to U.S. invasion, the only party that is, by plurality, in support of rolling over and showing their bellies are the fucking conservatives. And the more progressive you are, the more left you are, the more likely you are to fight for national sovereignty. Liberals at 73% and NDP at 78%. I thought these were the woke they-thems, the septum-piercing wearers, the blue-haired social justice warriors. What the fuck happened? It turns out the more right-wing you are, the more conservative you are, the more invested you are in American dominance. That's it. The more right-wing you are, the more you want to lick the boot. You only respond to power. You only respond to who the most powerful force is. It's crazy. We're seeing this, and I've been saying this for years and years about right-wing defense of police brutality. We already experienced this on the domestic front over and over again. Whenever right-wingers come out and say, "Oh, you got killed, you deserved it. You deserve to be killed by a cop. You have to always comply. Comply or die. Comply or die." But it blows my fucking mind. It blows my mind that you got people that claim to be the real patriots here that have more of an investment in fighting their own fucking neighbors than fighting Americans that would potentially invade their country. It blows my mind.
This headline: I'd take Trump, warts and all, over our complete and utter lawyer of a PM. Maybe the US buying Britain isn't such a crazy idea.
Another thing that I was joking about that is...
Does anyone want to have a go at explaining what that means? If you're unfortunate enough to have written tons of columns, many of them, of course, from America, about why he's so wonderful and why you love him and why he's so great and why you don't care about the self-confessed sex offending or the lying about elections or the launching of violent insurrections or the pardoning of convicted drug traffickers while you're arresting or kidnapping another one, about the grabbing of women by the genitals, about the abuse of disabled journalists and the abuse of genuine military heroes, Gold Star families. If you've convinced you don't care yourself, you don't care. He's my guy. I love him. My scarf is tight. Then what are you left with now? Don't support your own prime minister. Don't support your own government. Don't support your own country. Support the foreign leader with the CV I've just described to you, with an absolutely obvious disdain for morality. Don't support your own leader. Support the foreign leader who wishes you harm.
The international reactionary movement is organized around demanding American domination over not only the global South, but also their own sovereign states. Send tweet. The international reactionary movement is organized around demanding American domination over not only the global South, but also over their own sovereign states. But also over their own sovereign states. End joke. Welcome back, Charlie Kirk. What is this? We're very happy to share some exciting news. Our family is growing. Usher! Usher's pregnant? Usher's pregante? This is literally a broken clock. This guy's a fucking idiot. I hate this guy. He's the worst. He's the epitome of libtard, huge Starmer fanboy. This is literally a broken clock being right twice. I mean, I don't care if they're like... What you're failing to comprehend is if Starmer rolls over, as he has done so, so far, I think those guys will inevitably fucking pull out of that allegiance as well. Usher is pregante. We are very happy to share some exciting news. Our family's growing. You know what this is, right? This is a classic. The relationship is in tatters. Another baby will fix it. This is famously what couples do when they're on the verge of divorce. Okay? Straight up. How could JD cheat on Erica Kirk like this? It's really fucked up, by the way. I, for one, am devastated. Biologist dumbfounded as Usha Vance somehow gives birth to Erica Kirk's baby. Yeah, it's like a surrogacy program, but this time instead of artificial insemination, he did it direct, the old-fashioned style, the old-fashioned way. He pumped it. Classic failing marriage move. Hoping that another baby will fix what's broken. Maybe Usher cheated on him with Stephen Miller. They're all swinging probably. No.
Forces with him and saying, let's conquer Greenland together.
What on earth are you on about?
We should conquer Greenland together.
What do you mean?
Dude, that's awesome. Is that Keir Starmer calling in? I'm Keir Starmer, and I believe we must conquer Greenland together.
Him and saying, let's conquer Greenland together.
What on earth are you on about? What do you mean? On whose authority?
Like Britain used to do in 1700.
Why would we march our forces onto Greenland? What possible benefit would we get out of that?
We'll get a share of the spoils.
Of what?
We'll
of the territory?
Of the territory, of the minerals.
What about the 57,000 Greenlanders who live there?
Well, they're just collateral damage. As Donald Trump is, he's going to win. So either you jump with him or not.
What would stop him doing that to the UK then? I mean, if we just ignore the wishes of the people who live there and the government, then where do we draw the line?
That's the danger. So we have to join forces with him. And after Greenland, it might be Sweden.
But why does he need Greenland so much, in your view, then, Jonathan?
Why did we need India and China 200 years ago?
I'm asking you now.
To loot it. Money.
What if the Danes say it's our territory, it's part of the Kingdom of Denmark, we're going to defend ourselves? What, you'd be happy with British forces opening fire on Danish troops?
Yes, sending the Viking boats like we did 200 years ago, yes. Sir.
I wonder if you're having me on, Jonathan. This is
not.
an
totally
insane plan.
I'm 97% sure this is my dad. Oh my God. Dude, I'm telling you, these guys think that they're a part of the fucking plan. They think they're a part of the plan. And it's even dumber than the American right thinking we must invade Iraq. We have to because democracy or whatever. Or, oh, it's going to be great. They have oil. Okay? These guys think they're a part of the team. They're not. This is why I say, like, the labor aristocracy argument actually doesn't hold in this circumstance. The only benefit you get in that situation is that you are not a part of you're not a part of the population that is under the boot, right? That's the only benefit you get. You must understand. Because Osama bin Laden killed 3,000 American citizens, right? On 9/11. And then the administrations that came after, both the George W. Bush administration and Obama, led to 12,000 American forces dying in the process. Millions of Iraqis, but 12,000 American soldiers died in the process. Do you think 12,000 families benefited from this? Like, even if you don't consider the lives of all of the people slain, all of the destabilization that came after that, like the refugee crisis in Europe, all this shit, right? Like, even people who are a part of the empire, they still suffer. They suffer so that capital owners can turn profit. It's awesome. It's great. Nobody wins except for a tiny, tiny fucking group of elite pedophilic billionaires. That's it. That's what the MAGA dad will be like tomorrow. Also, please pull the son more to the left. He's too much of a lib. Important. Finally, some good news. A cow demonstrates a tool used for the first time in an experimental setting. Wait, what the fuck? Scientists say this is the first experimentally verified instance of a cattle using a tool. They're getting smarter. Cows itch just like us, but Veronica the cow takes things into her own hands, or rather into her mouth. She's tickling her butthole. What the hell? Are they evolving? What the fuck's going on? Freaky, bro. That's a freaky ass cow. Hey, yo, chill. Freaky ass cow, dude. Anyway, Europeans are only panicking over Trump's assault on the so-called rule-based order now that they find themselves on the short end of the stick for the first time. Welcome to the world you helped build.
To Davos. President Macron is speaking.
Yeah, as a Turk, okay, in parentheses, pejorative, I welcome Europe recognizing that they are just like Turkey in this process. Nation states that feel as though they have a say in the process and maybe have had incremental gains as a part of like being in the imperial core. Turkey was never directly in the imperial core, but was a willing participant, right? NATO forces and all this stuff. And the benefit that you get is, at least for the longest time, you didn't get like dominated as hard as like Iraq did, right? But now the tables are turning. You ain't Israel, little bro. That's it. The only country that is a part of the imperial core that gets to do whatever the fuck it wants is Israel, okay? You're not Israel, France. You're not Israel, Denmark. You're Denmark. And you got land that we kind of want right now. It's looking good. It's looking appetizing, okay? Perhaps you should have not had Greenland, you know, if you didn't want us to come and take it by force. What was Greenland wearing? Rapist president. He doesn't understand no means no. Stop generalizing the European people into what our leaders think. For fuck's sake, guys, all you Americans are literally Trump. No, dude, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm speaking to I'm speaking to the European leadership when I say this. Okay? Please understand. Because these guys have benefited from the system. These guys have benefited from the system because they serve the same exact masters, global capital. That's it.
Taking you across to Davos. President Macron is speaking. You may be wondering about the aviators. He's apparently had eye surgery, which is why he's wearing glasses.
More than 60 wars. What more can I say when I'm literally demanding that European leadership get their act in order and fight back against my country? Like, what do you think I'm saying? When I say Canadians, rise up in arms, okay, and fight back against my fucking country, I think you should be able to understand that I'm talking, I'm separating the population from its elected representatives, and I'm separating the population from being willing participants in American dominance, okay? And when I shit on Europeans that demand further vassalization, I'm talking about right-wing Europeans. I'm talking about right-wingers.
In 2024, an absolute record, even if I understood a few of them were fixed. And conflict has become normalized, hybrid, expanding into new domains, space, digital, information, cyber, trade, and so on. It's as well a shift towards a world without rules.
You need to get on the level of the Iranian and Venezuelan dissidents and start demanding they bomb America. I mean, I don't think it's going to get there, and I hope it doesn't get there, okay? Yeah, I'm going to be like, China, please, bomb Los Angeles now, please. Please, our people yearn for freedom. Our people yearn for democracy. Please bomb us.
Where international law is trampled underfoot, and where the only law that seems to matter is that of the strongest, and imperial ambitions are resurfacing. Obviously, the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, which will enter into its 4th year next month, and conflicts continue in the Middle East and across Africa. This is as well a shift towards a world without effective collective governance, and where multilateralism is weakened by powers that obstruct it or turn away from it, and rules are undermined. And I can multiply the examples of international bodies weakened or left by the key economies. And when we look at the situation...
God damn it, here we go again, chat. I know. Kaya, I beat the shit out of Kaya. I'm abusing her. Come here. Okay, it's time. It's time for you to finally get this one. I love that half of the people, half of the Kaya Gators also like just don't have dogs in general, so they don't understand that, like, you know, sometimes they tweak shit. Is normal. Please, no, please show her mercy. Oh, this smells so bad. I will show her no mercy. Oh God, this smells so bad. I think it's a trachea or something. Oh God damn it, it smells bad. Yeah, dogs make noises, you know, it happens. Oh. Oh my God. Oh my God. Chat, when I tell you this is the worst smelling thing I've ever... Oh, it smells like straight ass. Oh, I have to fucking wash my hands after this. Jesus Christ, that smells like straight dookie. Oh. Lick it? Fuck no, dude. Oh, fuck no. Ugh. You want it? Oh. Oh. Wait, you don't want it? The fuck? Why are you looking at me? This one is yeah, it's a trachea, I think. There was a round gullet, a flat gullet, a braided gullet, and a trachea. And I think this one is the trachea. She's eating the Kirk. Yeah. She wants you to try it? No, I'm good. Wait, hold on. Let's take a little break here. Let's see what she does. Uh-huh. She established good positioning. Very nice. Okay. Getting into it. Did you touch your face after touching that? Ew. No, I didn't touch like the actual part that I touched. I'm going to go. She's going to lick your face either way. I know. Good form. Very good. Oh, she's already cracking into it. God damn. I don't know if you guys can hear it or not. How many gifted subs to try it? No amount of gifted subs that you can give me will help. Will cause me to try that. All right, let's continue.
It's clearly a very concerning time because we are killing the structure where we can fix the situation and the common challenges we have. Without collective governance, cooperation gives way to relentless competition. Competition from the United States of America through trade agreements that undermine our export interests, demand maximum concessions, and openly aim to weaken and subordinate Europe, combined with an endless accumulation of new tariffs that are fundamentally unacceptable, even more so when they are used as leverage against territorial sovereignty. And competition from...
Yeah. Europeans are, as Tarek Kenny Shawa says, Europeans are only panicking over Trump's assault on the so-called rule-based order now that they find themselves on the short end of the stick for the first time. Welcome to the world you help build. And just as us Americans have no say in this fucking process, you Europeans have no say in this process either. But considering that you're not America, you should have more of a say in this process. Okay? And if you were to rise up against American dominance and demand sovereignty, you would make it easier for people like ourselves to be able to do so as well. That's it. Nigel Farage and Mike Johnson. Friends can disagree in private, and that's fine. That's part of life, part of politics. But to have the U.S. president threatening tariffs unless we agree that he can take over Greenland by some means without it seeming to even get the consent of the people of Greenland, I mean, that's a very hostile act.
Frank. You know, friends can disagree in private, and that's fine. And that's part of life, part of politics. But to have a U.S. president threatening tariffs unless we agree that he can take over Greenland by some means, without it seems even getting the consent of the people of Greenland. I mean, this is a very hostile act. There's no other way I can put it. Let's be frank.
Farage campaigned for Trump 3 times, by the way. No, I know. Hopefully, people will be reminded of this reality over and over again, and there will be a similar, like, Pierre Poilievre style situation in Europe as well. But it's not enough simply to lean into liberalism once again, because liberalism is done. Liberalism is over. If Europe tries to maintain its sovereignty through liberalism, it will fail. Okay, you need to go further. You need to go beyond. Same with the United States of America. Liberalism has no answer for this because this is a more honest and more vulgar version of what the liberal international order looked like anyway.
But now so many red lines are being crossed that you have the choice between your self-respect. Being a happy vassal is one thing, being a miserable slave is something else. If you back down now, you're going to lose your dignity. And that's probably the most precious thing you can have in a democracy. It's your...
Did you cover the Carney clip already? Yes. Yes, I did. To be clear, this bargain no longer works is because it's targeting them. They had no problem with false international order that targeted and subjugated brown people. Yes, this is true. This is very strong rhetoric inside the frame it exists in. Yes. Exactly. Make no mistake. All of this shit that's going on, all these guys that are like fucking complaining endlessly about this stuff are complaining because U.S. hegemony is now threatening their aesthetic sovereignty. They didn't really have full-blown sovereignty anyway, or at the very least, they were allowed to have like regulatory agencies or have some kind of like command over how, they want to exist. America let them have social safety nets. America let Europe have social safety nets. America let Europe have its own regulatory agencies so that you can have like, cleaner food, and socialized medicine and the like. But now that America, by way of tariffs, is also taking that away and saying, no, you can't have any sort of fucking, no, you need to take our chlorinated chicken. That's it. Like, you need to take our chlorinated chicken. You need to take our massive behemoth vehicles, and you need to act as though you like it. All of that patina is gone. It don't shine no more. Now you're beginning to smell the dog shit and see the dog shit that it was. That always was this, global, international, liberal order. A lot of people dismiss independence and sovereignty as an emotional luxury, something you get stubborn about for pride's sake, only to discover that giving up control over your fate means you don't control your fate. Okay, but Europe have not been sovereign in this formulation for 80 years. Would you really argue it was a bad deal for them before Trump? Well, that's kind of the point. You don't get to control whether the deal is good for you or not. Exactly. The only thing Trump is doing away with is the aesthetics. That's precisely the reason why it's been really funny watching all these European leaders talk for the last couple of weeks, or the last week or so, saying like, you can just build as many bases as you want in Greenland, Mr. President. What are you talking about? You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. Why are you saying my way or the highway? We're giving you Greenland. You already have Greenland. You have our life. You have military bases all around this continent. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And Trump says, nope, my way or the highway. I'm going to take it by force. Same thing goes for Canada. The aesthetics are going away. The liberalism is going away. Trump is saying, no, we're doing away with liberalism. It's done. It's my way or the highway. You are vassals. You need to act like it. You need to know that you're vassals. That's it. So now comes the new world order. Do you actually try to maintain sovereignty, maintain dignity, maintain whatever way of existence you want to maintain? Or do you still end up being servile little vassal states to the United States of America because the United States of America is defending capitalism? And the alternative is far too scary because you've been taught that it's scary, it's bad for you. The alternative is socialism, and you cannot have socialism. But one thing you won't have, and I can promise you that, is fucking liberalism. It's done.
We are going to give guidance.
So the real question will now be, do you want socialism or do you want barbarism? And some people, I think, will maintain that they want barbarism. Right-wingers will. Hopefully, many of the liberals will recognize that perhaps it's time for socialism, an evolution away from American sovereignty, because American sovereignty is just defending capitalism, defending the interests of the international consortium of capital owners that have no interest whatsoever in what the working class's needs are, what the working class's demands are. They don't care about nation states. They don't care about boundaries. They care about profit, and that's it.
At some point to see what is a mom and pop that someone, maybe your parents for their retirement, bought 5, 10, 12 homes. So we don't want to push the mom and pops out. We just want to put...
He's talking about mom and pop landlords, by the way. Good news for the forgotten man. The mom and pop real estate investor who has purchased 12 homes can breathe easy. The Treasury Secretary is looking out for you. Yeah, based. I love slopulism. Based. Armand Domolowski says, just watching the collapse of American hegemony in real time. Because Macron said we need Chinese direct investment in Europe in some key sectors. American hegemony in particular helped provide public goods, open sea lanes, a stable financial system, collective security. This bargain no longer works. Let me be direct. We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. Recently, great powers have begun using economic integration as a weapon, tariffs as leverage. Remember, on Liberation Day, I told you what Donald Trump is saying to other countries is we're going to fix this trade deficit. How can you fix the trade deficit if you don't have goods that they want? How can you fix the trade deficit if there is competitive domestic manufacturing taking place in those countries? Well, you fix it by force. That's it. Donald Trump uses the mechanism of tariffs to basically rewrite the way that trade is supposed to be designed amongst allies in the liberal international order by saying, look, you're going to get our chlorinated chicken, you're going to get our HGH boosted cattle, and you're going to get our corn, which many of these places already have the corn anyway, And on top of that, you're going to get our Ford F-350s, Ford F-450s. And if you don't, we'll punish you. We'll brutalize you. We'll make things really bad for you. On the other side, you have another country that is the manufacturing hub of the entire planet that is saying, oh, do you want EVs? We'll give you EVs. You want to move in the direction of renewables, into the future of energy? We got that for you too. And not only that, but it'll be incredibly cost effective. So, you know, it's a real which way Western man moment. One of the main successes of post-war order is placing a near complete taboo on de jure territorial expansion. Of course, it was replaced with vassalization and interference, but now we're returning to the vulgar original, Trump in Greenland and Russia in Ukraine. Yes, also, there is one other country that has been doing that, for the record, regardless of the New World Order, and that's Israel. An American recognition under Trump 1 of territorial expansion into Syria, the Golan Heights. Israel took over Golan Heights by force and annexed it, and Trump recognized that annexation. And in this new grand design, you're going to need other security cooperative agreements. You're going to need new security cooperation. You're going to need a nuclear security. So now countries with nukes that don't have, you know, that don't let America control those nukes, like the UK, can at the very least, demand sovereignty by force. France, I'm looking right at you. All of a sudden, the economic engine of the European Union, Germany, is no longer more relevant than France. France becomes the security guarantor for the entirety of the European continent. No, because U.S. hegemony was never about liberal values and friendship. It was always based on U.S. power. That hasn't changed. It's so funny. This is like literally the argument that I used to make about NATO over and over again, and people will yell at me so much. So I'm in this unique predicament now where on the one hand, this is a great I told you so moment, but on the other hand, I also don't like the way that America is collapsing the international order. I wish that countries could have come to that recognition on their own, independently, and through their own sovereignty initiatives, without having America literally brutalize these nation states, without America literally saying, no, fuck you, we're going to take over your territory as well. But this is precisely what I was talking about when I talked about NATO for years. This is it. This is what I was talking about. And I hope all the liberals who fucking yelled at me because of the fears that they had about Russian incursion, fears that were realized after Russia did invade Ukraine, by the way, I understand that, will now realize that America's doing the same shit from your western flank now. So you have two options. Either you recognize American dominance and you say the alternative is much scarier, communism, Chinese communism, very, very scary. Or what you think Russia is doing, even though it's not fucking socialist or communist, right? And you're just, you're getting fucked on both ends. Or you fight back against it. That's it. America broke all the rules for us. America wrote the rules, man. It's the same principle behind consistently claiming that China is cheating. China is cheating over and over again. After China was able to actually develop and become a competitor to the United States of America and become like a real hegemonic power. Another global superpower. Anyway, where the frick were we? Well, I'm going to cover to every American who's sorry at r/Greenland. We're getting at least 10 posts a day from Americans apologizing, saying things like they didn't vote for Trump or don't support his policies. People, none of that actually matters. You can say you're different from the rest of Americans, but to the rest of the world, the distinction doesn't exist. To us, your country is a single entity on the world stage, and it's threatening its allies. Think about how you view other countries. For example, Russian opposition doesn't change what Russia does because that's their domestic politics. The same thing applies to the U.S. too, except you had the power to choose your president, and you may still have it. So instead of coming here nonstop to apologize on behalf of your country for the constant need for sympathy, focus on actually changing something while you still can. We get the same on Canadian subreddits. We know it's not Americans as individuals, but we have no choice to see them as an entity, just as they see Canada as one. We've never said we're going to use our stock of maple syrup to cover the dividend states, but the orange Mussolini can't keep our country's name out of his mouth. Oh my God, all these fucking, it's so funny. It's liberals are so funny. Oh man. Americans figure out the hard way. Not all men, but enough men applies to international politics too. We know not everyone supported this, but enough did. Once again, like, in some ways this is expected, but in some ways it's also unexpected. Do you want to go back to the previous setting where you at least feel like you're sovereign, or do you want to actually be sovereign? That's the question I have for people. And some might literally say, no, we want to go back to the old way where we had the feeling of sovereignty, even if we didn't actually have sovereignty. You know? Liberalism is that. From this day on, liberalism presents going back to the old method where you don't have sovereignty, but at least like Trump is building, military bases in Greenland, whether you want it or not. But at least he's not directly taking the land, right? He's not taking an ownership stake over the land. Trump amplifies post that says NATO, not China or Russia, is a part of the real threat to America. So at what point are we going to realize the enemy is within? China and Russia are both boogeymen when the real threat is UN, NATO, and this religion. I put religion in quotes because it's not a religion, it's a death cult. Yeah, I went there. What? I don't even know what he's on, to be honest.
Is a real threat to world peace.
Nothing sadder than a dog who begs for a shorter leash because it feels more free than a kennel. Damn. Damn, dude. We got fucking poets in the chat. Holy shit.
It would once have been unthinkable that a former NATO Secretary General would speak like this about a sitting US president. But in an interview with Channel 4 News, Anders Fogh Rasmussen did.
The future of NATO is at stake, and
she is begging to be rolled over. You ain't slick.
The world order as we know it is at stake. So it's a very serious situation.
This as Trump from West Palm Beach in Florida continued to ramp up pressure on old allies ahead of his trip to an agitated Europe this week, doubling down on his designs for Greenland.
Well, I don't think they're going to push back too much. Look, we have to have it. They have to have this done. They can't protect it. Denmark, they're wonderful people. And I know the leaders are very good people, but they don't even go there. And, because the boat went there 500 years ago and then left, that doesn't give you title to property.
Just in case European leaders and NATO didn't get the message, he followed his words up with an image of himself planting a flag on the semi-autonomous Danish territory next to a sign saying US territory Est 2026. He also revealed private messages, giving his followers a glimpse of attempts to sway him. I'm committed to finding a way forward on Greenland, said NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. Can't wait to see you. My friend, said Emmanuel Macron, I do not understand what you're doing on Greenland. Let us have dinner together in Paris. But already in Davos, the Belgian Prime Minister didn't mince his words.
Europe is at a crossroads where it has to decide. Until now, we tried to appease the new president in the White House. But now so many red lines are being crossed that you have the choice between your self-respect. Being a happy vassal is one thing, being a miserable slave is something else.
This weekend in Greenland's capital, furious protesters were joined by their Prime Minister Jens Frederik Nielsen on a march to the US consulate. For them, conceding to the US is out of the question. For European leaders in Davos who will be meeting President Trump on Thursday to discuss his ambitions, stay calm and cajole has been the strategy so far, and one tested to breaking point. On Saturday, Trump threatened 8 allies, including Denmark and the UK, with 10% tariffs in February, increasing to 25% in June if they don't make a deal with him on Greenland. And on Monday, he threatened to slap a 200% tariff on French wine and champagne after President Macron refused to sign up to his so-called Board of Peace, a body he says will secure the future of Gaza, and one he's invited Russia's President Putin to join. China, meanwhile, has come to Europe and Greenland's defence.
We urged the US to stop using the so-called...
I saw some dumb fuck MAGA dick rider get owned by other MAGA people, actually. Or at least more intelligent MAGA people, if that is a thing. There's this MAGA guy who was like, well, see, you guys see what China said? Obviously, this proves that Donald Trump was disrupting their interest in Greenland. And then someone literally replied with like, dude, they own like 9% of an Australian company that does mineral extraction in Greenland. That isn't like a major fucking geopolitical interest in Greenland. You're a fucking moron. Like, Donald Trump is destroying one of the most pivotal, long-standing security cooperation agreements that we have so that he can just like take land over for no fucking reason. I cannot believe it. Like, I was watching other MAGA people that are at least like a little bit more intelligent be like, what the fuck are you saying? Just because China came out and said you're disrupting the fucking world order doesn't mean that they're like actually really butthurt about Donald Trump doing this. If anything, they're smoking on the fucking Europac. Why would they be mad about this? This is fucking awesome. It's fucking awesome for China. Everything that Donald Trump does is literally more in the interest of China becoming a serious player on the global stage and not this like scary fucking spooky socialism, the representatives of fucking Chinese style communism that everyone is supposed to be terrified by because they look stable. And they are stable. They represent stability in the global order. Sigh, my parents left the wrong country. Oh, no. You can be an ABC in China, chatter. At least you can still be ABC in China. Some of us whites cannot even be Chinese. At least you're ABC and not ABT, American-born Turk. ABC means American-born Chinese. Not ABG. That's Asian baby girl. ABC is American-born Chinese. Is a term that that I've first heard about in China. I'm a ABWC, American-born white Chinese.
China threat as a pretext for itself to seek selfish gains.
Never before has a NATO member threatened its own allies in this way.
ABC, the American-born confused Daisy.
Is the special relationship still special? Very special, yes.
Trump ally Mike Johnson visited number 10 this...
Cuck. I mean, two cucks, really. Just cuck on cuck action.
Morning before becoming the first ever sitting US House Speaker to address the UK Houses of Parliament. In a moment designed to mark 250 years of independence, it came with a warning for Prime Minister Starmer and collected MPs.
Clearly, President Trump is taking seriously the modern and dynamic...
Oh, that's so funny. You got the Speaker of the House coming to your government and telling you, we fucked you guys up 250 years ago. We got independence, and now you're our bitches, dude. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Keir Starmer is such a perfect vizier for American vassalization, okay? He is the perfect person to put in charge of a vassal state. Just a dog, okay? Just a fucking shameless worm, a dog who just sits there and his primary purpose is to fucking eat America's dick. Yep, there it is. I love this photo. One of my favorite fucking photos of all time that perfectly demonstrates the relationship between America and the UK. when we only negotiate bilaterally with a hegemon, we negotiate from weakness. We accept what's offered, says Carney. We compete with each other to be the most accommodating. That is not sovereignty. That reminds me of someone, says Aaron Bastani. I know that, yeah, the Henry Kissinger quote is actually fake. I don't think Henry Kissinger ever said it may be dangerous to be America's enemy, but to be America's friend is fatal. But it is so real. I mean, you see that with the Kurds in Syria right now. You see that with all of America's allies in the core. All around, dude. Liberals that want to go back to the old way, that think that, next time around, maybe the Democrats are going to fucking win, right? When liberals think, oh, well, Democrats will come into power and then, the system will change again. We'll go back to the old way, are basically demanding, let's get back to us being vassals, but us feeling free. Not actually being free, but feeling free. Okay? That's all this is. Anyway, the quote gained traction from declassified documents showing Kissinger warning President Nixon that abandoning South Vietnamese President Thieu would signal to the world that being America's friend was fatal. Oh. I thought he didn't actually say that. My bad. My mistake. So he did say it. And he was right, by the way. To be America's friend is fatal. And also, that did signal, well... It should have signaled to the rest of the world to be America's ally is fatal, but it didn't, because everyone was a part of the grand design, the liberal international order, where they thought, this will never come and haunt us. This will never come back to us. We will at least feel like we're a part of the team. And now Trump is saying, you're not a part of the team. You're a fucking vassal state. Suck my dick.
Dynamic threats that China and Russia pose to our global security, especially in focus the last few days as it relates to the Arctic. And while we can have thoughtful debate among our friends about how best to counter these threats, we all certainly agree they must be countered. We ignore these threats at our peril.
His emphasis on joint endeavours and the special relationship skipped over another angry missive from Trump, with Starmer in the crosshairs over a deal giving Mauritius sovereignty over the Chagos Islands, one that would still allow the...
I swear to God, every country just wants to be Israel, or at least thought that they were Israel, and they're not Israel, okay? Every vassal thinks that they had a system that was mutually beneficial. They thought they were Israel, You're not fucking Israel, dude. You were wrong. That's the only country that is not America that gets to behave like America.
UK and the US to continue operating from a base there.
If you're Israel, show me your Mossad and control over an oil-rich region, yeah. Or also an incredibly important trade route as well. Control over an incredibly important trade route, which is in striking distance of the country that controls it. Because that's going to come into play when fucking Egypt inevitably implodes. Because that's coming too. I saw, this is somewhat related, but I think Egypt's got maximum 2 to 3 years before it fucking completely collapses. Maybe I'm wrong, but it kind of feels like Egyptians have had enough. So much so that when IShowSpeed went to Egypt, Egyptians themselves were like, don't come to Egypt, bro. It's going to fuck you up. It's going to be the worst. It's going to be the worst experience of all time. We're fucking cooked. The country is unimaginably corrupt. The country is actually, the country is about to fucking explode because of how terrible the governances look like. Didn't it already collapse a few years ago? Yes. Bro, please, I'm wanted for army conscription. Send help, says Light Skin Bandit Gaming. You made a prediction, bro. Egypt will now survive for 1,000 years. Hopefully, inshallah. I don't know what it will look like, but I think that's part of the reason why America is hardening Israel to the best of its ability. Because if Egypt collapses or if Jordan collapses, because there's a lot of instability in both of these places, okay, then you need Israel to come in and restore order in the fascist way. Because you can't have a dangerous potential sovereign Egyptian state. That's the reason for why Israel is such a key ally in the region, or at least one of the reasons. Bro, please, I'm wanted for roach slander. Send help. As an Egyptian, yes, the government is corrupt, but the people are not. The people stand with Palestine and against Israel. No, I know that. That's what I'm saying. That's like, listen, I think we all know by now that Mohammed bin Salman does not give two shits about Palestinians at all, okay? And the only reason why he takes the posture he takes against Israel is because the Saudis, the people, actually care about Palestine, okay? And the same goes for Egypt as well. The Egyptian population literally overtook multiple police precincts a couple of months ago when the Egyptian government was like refusing to let people go in through the Rafah crossing when there was like a period of a brief fake ceasefire. I know that. That's why I'm saying Egypt is going to fucking collapse. The government is incredibly corrupt, but also on top of that, the people are very frustrated with the way that the government is operating, especially as it pertains to Israel and the Palestinians. Palestine, American Jordanian dual citizen here, to say that the monarchy has been holding on by a thread for the last 3 years and the only way they're maintaining the regime is because of extensive surveillance and suppression of the Palestinian Jordanian population. Yeah. Jordan is more likely to collapse. You're ruled by a foreigner who's king. The affordability there is severely worse than Egypt, and you have a massive Palestinian population. I think both of those countries are slated for an inevitable collapse. And what comes next, I do not know. What that collapse looks like and what kind of like real mobilization or organization happens in the aftermath of that, I do not know. I'm just saying that there's only so much pressure people can withstand. Why does this person say eat? One factor to remember is the last revolution only happened because the Egyptian military stepped in. This time the president is in full control of the military and filled the ranks with his people. Bro, it's not dissimilar to what's going on in Iran, except this time it's a little different because Iran is a foreign adversary and has been crippled by sanctions. But like, there's only so much pressure and so much repression you can apply to the population until they decide, like, fuck it, you know, it's YOLO time. We're taking up arms. Like, yes, Mossad involvement and American weapons or Israeli weapons were used or Turkish weapons were used in the uprisings that took place in Iran, certainly. But you still got Iranians pulling the trigger, okay? How the fuck do you get Iranians to pull the trigger against their own police? There's real resentment there. And that resentment is obviously partially born out of the economic instability that America caused with its sanctions, but it's also born out of, people experiencing great discontent with the state and the way that the regime strikes people down, refuses to listen to their interests, and tries to maintain its own base of support and their needs and their interests by continuously using like their version of like this Islamic rule upon the Iranian population. But eventually, that with the economic collapse, you are going to chip away at your own base of support as well, just like what happened when the bazaar owners, like the little market owners and the little shop owners, were the starting point for this round of struggle.
But Trump, despite his Secretary of State Marco Rubio describing it as a monumental achievement last year.
The death toll in Iran is in the thousands admitted by the government, by the way. Remind some members of your audience who were yelling all CIA. I mean, I didn't do that. No matter how much my fucking naysayers try to turn the situation in Iran into another fucking petty disagreement or something. You know, there is CIA and Mossad intervention and involvement, but that doesn't mean that there isn't like very real anger and resentment. Remember, it's not like those were, even if you have, you know, Israeli weapons or Turkish weapons or American weapons being shipped into the country, it was Iranians that were pulling the fucking trigger. Yes, the numbers are not in like the 20K in the way that people are presenting it. But that doesn't matter because 2,000, 4,000, like those are insane numbers, especially over such a short period of time. CIA and Mossad have also hijacked the narrative and turned it from the economy to repression. That's why you continually saying it's about repression is harmful. That's not true. There's never been a moment where I haven't talked about the economy. That's ridiculous. Egyptian parking ticket police also corrupted. Couple cigarellos will do it. The fuck?
Has posted that it was an act of great stupidity, and another, he said, in a very long line of national security reasons why Greenland has to be acquired. It's a blow for the Prime Minister and his carefully choreographed and until now war.
As far as having Iranians pull the trigger, don't color revolutions have locals doing the actions? On this topic, I'm an idiot. Yes. Yes. It is. Of course. It always is. Yes. The level of foreign intervention and even color revolutions cannot actually lead to success if there isn't already existing discontent that has not been acknowledged, discontent that has been quietly or forcefully suppressed over and over again by a militant state. That's the point that I'm making. If you don't actually lean into the desires of your base or the desires of your population, then yeah, you're gonna have these troubles, and they're gonna grow. The more people you kill, the more family members join the fight and demand vengeance. You can't just like arrest an increasingly larger number of dissidents. Okay, it's just not. There's not. One must ask the question why the Iranian Revolution took place to begin with, because that's what they did. And sure, the base of support that the Shah had was, still much smaller than the base of support that the Ayatollah has. But eventually, something's gonna give. When people say mean stuff about you, how do you deal with it? I get bullied sometimes at school. I don't know what to do. First of all, that made me very sad to hear, and I'm sorry that that's happening to you. But one thing you always have to remember is that people that do that to you, people that bully you, are actually doing it because they're fucking sad. Okay? It's always because they have something horrible going on in their own lives. And they have to take it out on someone like yourself, okay, to make themselves feel powerful. It's because they're weak. It's because they're cowardly. It's because they refuse to address whatever issue is going on in their lives. And that's the reason why they turn it on people like yourself, or even on the internet, people like myself as well. Now, obviously, it's a little bit different for, in my situation. It's a little bit different in my situation because, I sometimes get a glance into the lives of what my naysayers look like. And obviously, I'd much rather be myself than them. But that's something that you have to also remind yourself. You are powerful. You're strong. You're your own independent person. And you shouldn't let people's behavior like that get to you. I was fucking yelled at quite a bit. I was bullied quite a bit when I was growing up as a marabou in Turkey, right? And I spent most of my days drawing, keeping to myself. I had, some close friends, of course, but ultimately, look where I'm at now. Yup, drawing own porn. Okay, everyone needs to fucking calm down, all right? The things I tell you, you shouldn't be throwing back at my face like this. According to your recent guest, it's all about growth. Ask him about the bathroom stalls.
Oh, yeah. So growing up, I used to eat in the bathroom stalls. I used to be super introverted. Like, I would never go up to anyone or talk or strike convos or, like, sit with anyone. Fuck? Yeah, so when I would eat at school, I would walk to the bathroom stalls and I would eat in the third stall. Like you know how they have the handicap stall?
So people were shitting?
Yeah.
Like next to you.
Yeah.
And you were just eating tacos while they're shitting right next to you.
Yeah.
Did you ever bully anyone back? No. No, never. No. I think I'm far too kind. Like I never ever did that shit. Like I wasn't even like a bully to the bullies, I think I do that now. A lot more. I do that now because I have the power to do that now, and I do that for others who are getting bullied, But no, back then I didn't do that at all. I just focused on myself, focused on self-improvement, and the results speak for itself, I guess.
I get sick every now and then, but it's because it was just hard for me to like talk to people. But,
bro, that is so sad. Yeah. That's one of the saddest things anyone's ever revealed to me. You volunteer this information to people?
Yeah, but it was character development. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, looking back, I was like...
You were eating dookie air.
I wasn't eating dookie air, bro.
Yeah, bro. Ask him about the bathroom stalls. Was the library not an option? No way. That was the next best choice. Was going outside not an option? Information only Batman could get out of me when my head under his tire. Yeah, he folded under zero pressure. Bro folded under zero pressure for no reason. I was in your class. You bullied me. Okay, chatter. Thanks for the advice. You are my top 3 favorite streamer. But anyway, nowadays, obviously, on the other side of it, right, after all of that period of struggle and self-development, it doesn't necessarily bother me at all when some random fucking dickhead online is talking about how much I suck or how evil I am, right? Because who gives a shit? Like, I have a pretty sweet life, No, it's not that I'm desensitized. It's just that, I have a pretty awesome life. Let's be real. He'd be number 1 if he gained more. True. And the people that are doing that are objectively having a tough go at it. Like, even, did you answer Chad's question? I did. Even, dude, even someone like Asmongold, like, you think he's having a great time? I don't think so. He could engage in self-improvement. He could be a happier person. He could clean his house. He could go to the gym, go outside, develop relationships with real human beings every now and then. And he would probably be a much happier person overall. But he doesn't do that. And he lives in miserable conditions. You did get him to clean his room? I mean, sure, okay.
Warm relationship with Trump, a sign of dramatically shifting dynamics, of diplomatic whiplash.
Seems like you really revel in calling people cucks, bald, short, etc., etc. Maybe you fell off. Yes. I've fallen off spectacular style. Hopefully one day you guys can fall on to how much I've fallen off.
Being felt nowhere more than in the Swiss mountain town of Davos, where global leaders meet this week.
Joining me now from the World Economic Forum in Davos is the former Secretary General of NATO, Anders Fogh Rasmussen, former Prime Minister of Denmark. Mr. Fogh Rasmussen, Emmanuel Macron, the President of France, says he doesn't understand what Donald Trump is doing with Greenland. Do you? Can you enlighten him and us?
No, I don't understand it either. And the serious thing is that the future of NATO is at stake, and the world order as we know it is at stake. So it's a very serious situation.
Perilous indeed.
Yes, it is. So I think we have to engage in a more constructive discussion. President Trump wants to acquire Greenland, but Greenland is not for sale, and you can't purchase something that's
Trump knows. That's why he's taking it for free 99.
Not for sale. So his only means of acquiring Greenland would be to conquer it by a military action, which of course would mean the end of NATO.
Denmark has sent 100 troops into Greenland. Doesn't it need to be much more forceful? You know, it's the only language that Donald Trump understands, the language of power. Doesn't a far larger contingent now need to go into Greenland?
Time has come to stand up against Trump. I would appreciate a stronger presence of NATO troops in Greenland, and I think the European Union should respond determinedly if Trump carries out the special tariffs.
Your successor as NATO Secretary General, Mark Rutte, sent the most sycophantic, I guess, message to Donald Trump, praising his accomplishments in Syria, in Gaza, in Ukraine. Is that the wrong approach? Is that diplomacy 101, or is it sycophancy?
Well, as I said, so far I think it has served us well. But I think enough is enough. He is threatening the current world order that has served us for so well for so many decades. And that's why I think time has come to stand up against him. The only thing Trump respects is force, strength, and unity. And that's exactly what Europe should show now.
Is NATO dead? Because Trump has threatened a NATO ally.
It does not make sense to have a collective security organization where the major ally attacks another ally with the aim to take territory. So it would be the end of NATO.
Standing back, it seems extraordinary that we're having this conversation. And when you look at what's happened just in the last few days, you know, Donald Trump plants a Stars and Stripes flag on Greenland, an AI image. He threatens a 200% tariff on French champagne simply because Emmanuel Macron won't join his peace board. He suggests that he'll wage war on Greenland because he didn't win a peace prize. Do you agree with the Conservative peer Dan Hannan, who said today he has plainly now lost his mind?
Actually, the fact is Trump uses the same kind of language as autocrats in Moscow and Beijing. Putin and Xi Jinping use exactly the same language, and they applaud this.
Dude, you got to uncuck your mind, brother. Brody, uncuck your fucking mind. Dude, what can China do for these these Euroid dipshits to turn around and be like, you know what? Actually, we were fucking wrong. We were wrong all along. Like, America will be like, we're taking over Greenland and maybe Norway's next. And these guys would be like, well, what if the Chinese were to do such a thing? Think how terrifying that would be. It's crazy. It's crazy. Bro says, stop arming Russia. They're not talking about that, though. They're talking about how China's doing the same posture, okay? America is doing Russia directly, okay? Remember, there's no like, oh, China's giving fucking China's trade maxing with Russia as it's like fucking destroying Ukraine. Okay, sure. America is directly doing Russia shit on the western flank. What the fuck do you mean? Like how? How do you still go, but China, in a situation where America's like, fuck NATO, suck my dick. Actually, you're going to keep the NATO situation going, and I'm going to take fucking Greenland by force. And they're like, no, you don't understand, Mr. President. You can actually put the base on there. And he's like, no, I don't just want the fucking base. I want like the land. I want the land. You're going to give it to me. You're going to give me the fucking land. And these guys are like, whoa, what about the Chinese? What are they doing? Did they take Greenland? It's called racism. Welcome to Europe. I know, but like, racism works at the domestic level when you're like, these goddamn immigrants are coming in and taking advantage of our social safety net, so we should just like kill ourselves. We should kill our social safety nets altogether. That's how it works in America. That's how white supremacy works. But at a certain point, like, adults in the fucking room are supposed to be like, okay, I think out of the two major powers on the planet, like, one represents stability, even though they don't look like us. And I'm a little fearful. They say they're communists. And the other one is literally invading us. Yeah, I would assume at a certain point you have to go, yeah, I kind of don't want the guy invading me. I will go with the other guy who is not invading me. You don't understand, they're coping. They think Trump is just playing hardball for a deal on rare earths and bases on Greenland. Yeah, but Trump could have gotten that already. People will be like, oh, yeah, well, what about the Chinese? They might take Taiwan. It's like, bro, America already has multiple Taiwans that they've taken over. Actually, it's not even fucking Taiwan. America taking over Canada would be like beyond the fucking pale. Like, oh my God. Like, I'm trying to find an equivocation, but there's nothing I can even think of. Like, they'll say, oh, Hong Kong. They'll say, oh, Taiwan. It's like Hong Kong was a fucking colonial loan to the United Kingdom. Taiwan is almost entirely now comprised of Chinese people that escaped with all of the fucking Chinese gold and as much Chinese wealth that they could possibly take so that they could create a cessationist country on the island of Formosa. Yeah, America is pulling a... It's Hitler taking Poland. We just need to say that. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's Austria. I can't even say, like... I don't even think it's like... There's no... Like, the equivalence is crazy. It's like we are going back to colonial powers. Like, we're going back to, like, monarchies, you know? Why didn't they invade that shit immediately? Wait, you mean with China and Taiwan? Because the Korea War happened. That's why. Because when Chiang Kai-shek and the Kuomintang forces escaped the mainland and went to Taiwan with as much fucking gold as they could have they could get their hands on, Mao Zedong wanted to literally go into Taiwan as well and, you know, nip this shit in the fucking bud. But then the Korean War was happening. And the already reduced Chinese forces had to go in and defend Korea from the American genocide that took place. Chiang Kai-shek? Wait, what do you mean? That's what I said, didn't I? I didn't say hi. I said Kai. Did I not say Chiang Kai-shek? Okay. The accent you do is racist. What, the European one? Your fake accent is racist. Okay, calm down.
Split across the Atlantic. They will be the winners if they see the transatlantic community erode. So it doesn't make sense.
Has he taken leave of his senses?
I don't know, but my observation is there is no strategy behind President Trump's behavior.
I wonder why you're reluctant to answer that question, because you've said, you know, it's time for flattery is over. So speak plainly. Do you think the people who say he's gone mad are right?
Yeah, but well, I think it is senseless the way he's behaving.
You described Donald Trump as behaving like an autocrat, like Putin, for example. And of course, he's invited Putin to his peace board. He's invited also autocrats from Belarus and Kazakhstan. Is he, Donald Trump, the biggest threat now to world peace?
Yes, indeed.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
Overnight, President Trump agreeing to meet face-to-face with NATO allies this week as European leaders race to rein in his push for Greenland. The president, who heads to Switzerland later to...
I just don't know how he's gonna... Like, I don't know if he truly wants Greenland in its entirety, or if it's like an autonomous zone or something. Maybe he can say he liberated Greenland and act as though he like gave Greenland independence and it becomes like an autonomous American zone or something. Like, I don't know. I don't know if he just like genuinely wants it. He says he genuinely wants it. I understand that, but it's just such a stupid fucking thing. Like, what I do feel like, however, is that if he actually does, you know, straight up forcibly take Greenland, like conquer Greenland, he will do it to Canada too. I guess maybe he'll like turn it into Puerto Rico or something. I don't know. COFA agreement might be the only way off this ramp and save face. Russia took Ukraine. He wants to do it as well, like a power move to show and expand as well. No, I don't think it's like that. There's a giant conspiracy with ice caps melting. China and Russia will be able to trade through the north. I mean, it's not a giant conspiracy. That's literally what is going on. Yes. An opening of a new trade route. I don't think that's a conspiracy theory at all. I think that is literally what is happening. And they want to have control over that. But you already can have bases in fucking Greenland. Do you guys not understand? NATO means you can put as many fucking bases as you want in Greenland. Okay? And that's actually what the Danish have said as well. They're like, Mr. President, like, what are you doing? This is we're a NATO country. Like, what the fuck? We invaded Iraq for you. Put as many bases as you want. You had bases in Greenland. A ton of bases.
Today for the World Economic Forum in Davos, posting he has agreed to a meeting of the various parties. Writing, as I expressed to everyone very plainly, Greenland is imperative for national and world security. There can be no going back. On that, everyone agrees. But NATO leaders are racing to de-escalate. Trump has threatened 8 NATO countries with punishing tariffs after they sent forces to Greenland in a show of support. Trump now revealing private text messages he received from French President Emmanuel Macron, saying, "We are totally in line on Syria. We can do great things on Iran. I do not understand what you are doing on Greenland." A source close to the French president confirming the message is genuine. It comes as Trump attempts to downplay his own text messages to Norway's prime minister, insisting his Nobel Peace Prize snub isn't a factor in his push for Greenland.
No, I don't care about the Nobel Prize.
Over the weekend, Norway's prime minister texted...
Okay, but you brought it up. Like, I don't think that's the primary reason here. Guys, come on, be real. Don't be liberals, okay? I don't think that's the major reason. But why bring it up? It's just a flex, I guess, to be like, because he is mad and he wanted to like show that he's mad, I guess. But like, I don't think that's the major reason. Although I will say, I don't see him invading FIFA. You know? So I guess there is evidence to suggest that if you do give him a prize, he won't invade you. You know? So I don't know.
Trump asking to work things out over the phone, but Trump firing back. Dear Jonas, considering your country decided not to give me the Nobel Peace Prize for having stopped 8 wars plus, I no longer feel an obligation to think purely of peace, although it will always be productive.
He's such a bitch. Like, this is such a bitch-made thing to do, especially as the American president. Like, oh, you did this. I don't even want peace anymore. Yeah. You don't give me a Nobel Peace Prize? Well, guess what? You gave it to Barack Obama, but you wouldn't give it to me. Yeah, have fun with that. He's a petulant child. Iran needs to give Trump a gold mine and a tower with the only casino in the whole of Iran, and it doesn't work that way. I wish it did, but it doesn't work that way because Israel will intervene. That's the one country that can't do that, actually. Every other country can win favor with the king as long as they play ball in the courts, you know? My lordship, we have given you a $400 million plane from the glorious nation of Qatar. And then Trump will be like, Qatar is so good. It's so nice to me. I love them. Al Jazeera, one of my favorite news stations. Very nice. Have you ever seen Doha? It's beautiful. But like, that's the one country that can't do that is Iran, I think. Unless they straight up were like, yeah, by the way, Qatar did that and still got bombed twice. Like, they did. They did do that, and then they got bombed. And one was Israel, and then the other was when Iran bombed Qatar as retaliation for Israel and America. So I guess you could say both times were because of Israel.
Dominant, but can now think about what is good and proper for the United States of America. He's very preoccupied with the Nobel Peace Prize, the Norwegian Prime Minister told reporters. And as I've explained to him many times, it's an award given by a Norwegian committee, not by the Norwegian government.
If anybody thinks that Norway doesn't control the Nobel Prize, they're just kidding. They have a board, but it's controlled by Norway, and I don't care what Norway says.
Trump refusing to back down, overnight posting this edited image of an August Oval Office meeting with global leaders, showing the American flag covering Greenland. And this fabricated image of himself planting the American flag with a sign that says Greenland.
I guess I didn't think it would be this stupid. You know? Like I was expecting it. I just wasn't expecting it to be this dumb. Does that make sense? Like, it's definitely dumber than I envisioned it to be. Like, I joked about how stupid it will look, but I didn't think that it would be this much. War propaganda is always this dumb. Now it's just faster. I mean, but this is like back in the day, war propaganda was conducted by, I mean, it was designed by artists and you know, creative writing went into it. Like, now it's so blunt. You are sane washing him, lol. No, I am not sane. There is no sane washing this. Hello? You can't look at what's in front of you. What do you mean sane washing him? Yeah, I guess R.I.P. Scott Adams. Scott Adams is dead, and so is right-wing propaganda. Are we sure it's an AI image?
U.S. territory. All eyes will now be on Davos as world leaders gather. They are going to try to turn down the temperature and convince Trump to back away from this insistence on taking Greenland and his threat of those punitive tariffs. But the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, speaking to reporters there in
Bro, the average American is dumber than a baboon. This shit works on their supple minds. Yeah. I think Americans have basically knotted themselves up into this like dumbass pretzel trying to fucking lean into like what their immediate resentment is. I saw a report outside of I think it was the Broadview ICE facility. People were talking about, reporters were talking about how like a big chunk of the ICE agents are like black and brown. One very interesting aspect of like what Trump is doing with ICE is that there are a lot of black and brown ICE agents, right? And it's really interesting to see like Americans, even like white supremacist Americans or Americans that have like all of this, unrealized, unchecked white supremacist attitudes, watch black and brown ICE agents brutalize like white suburban moms and shit and not even feel some type of way. And then a reporter was talking about how they were outside of the Broadview ICE facility. And one of the black ICE agents was saying like, well, y'all weren't protesting when there were black people being trapped in here. And it's like do you not, like, what? So you do recognize what you're doing is fucked up. Like, what? Still regurgitating DEI ICE talking points? Wait, what? I mean, if you don't recognize that American fascism is very, very diverse, I don't know what to tell you. The American fascist movement and American fascism is very American. And by that, I mean very diverse, because to be diverse is to be American, ironically enough. Bro, there was a Somali ICE agent in Murderapolis, okay? Like, what are we doing? Like, there are ICE agents that are like of Somali American descent, Somali American background. That's it. We are a country where there have been old Asian men that have done mass shootings, girls in school that have done mass shootings, black white supremacists that have done mass shootings and school shootings. Like, we're a country that is so diverse that to do a school shooting is to be American, okay? And because America is a very diverse country, the expression of white supremacy as the domineering American ideology is going to be expressed by different subsects of America that happen to be incredibly diverse. Yeah, this is the Somali ICE agent getting yelled at. Crazy thing is how many Latinos are in ICE. He could have been frauding with us, shaking my head. Okay, that's fucked up, but that's still kind of funny. I'm sorry. It was a moment of weakness. That's.
Could have worked for it.
Unironically, it's more of a testament to how diverse white supremacy is. I mean, yeah. They cooking his ass in Somali. And then he walks away. it's just like, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Okay. It's never been like this. I mean, sure, there's always been like, there's always been capos or, you know, race traders, things like that. You know what I mean? Like, there's always been people that have, like, not race trader, that's a white supremacist terminology, but you see what I'm saying. Like, people that have been a part of the out group that will then go and dominate their own people, dominate their own ethnic minority group, things like that. Compradors, right? I was thinking more so of clash trader, which is a much more common thing that happens, right? But this is, yeah, pick me, sellouts, all this stuff. But it is common, but it's never been this. I guess what I'm trying to say is it's never been like the majority, right? Or close to the majority. Because if you look at the numbers, I mean, first of all, Customs and Border Patrol, the majority are Hispanic, right? Like for every like one Jewish collaborator with the Nazi, you had 99%, you know, white Aryan Nazis or people who believed that they were a part of it. For every group of Slavs that align with the Nazis, like the ones in Ukraine, there was, you know, 100-fold in the army and the forces of the USSR that were working to liberate the concentration camps. So like the way that the percentages have shifted so much that like you have a majority of like black and brown people working in dominating black and brown people is crazy. These goddamn Hispanials taking ICE jobs from the good whites who deserve them. When is someone going to say something about these Latinos taking our ICE jobs? I want to do white supremacist racism, but them goddamn Latinos, they work extra hard. They work much harder than me. I hate it. That's right. They finna slime that ICE agent at Juma. He is not making it to Juma, okay? Let's be real. It's just, it is fascinating. It is like so uniquely American. It's a testament to American diversity, which is ironic because the entire agency is supposed to purge America of its diversity. Meanwhile, it is the most diverse fucking agency out there. I don't know. It's just shocking. Oh, a PC term for the phenomenon is subject race from Zoran's dad.
Switzerland this morning saying, quote, everyone should take the president at his word. George.
NATO has never.
Any response to President Macron saying he will not join the border peace?
Oh, did he say that? Well, nobody wants him because he's going to be out of office very soon. So, you know, that's all right. What I'll do is if they feel like Costo, I'll put a 200% tariff on his wines and champagnes, and he'll join. But he doesn't have to join. If he said that, you're probably giving it to me a little bit differently. But if he actually did say that.
It's crazy how well this video of you talking about ICE from 7 years ago hasn't aged.
And I did not speak out.
Yeah,
First they came for the communists.
I did this. I wrote this piece in 2018.
And I did not speak out because I was not a communist.
ICE is Gestapo, a state-sponsored law enforcement division created to wreak havoc in our communities, separate families, and punish people, well, overwhelmingly people of color, for the crime of wanting to pursue the American dream.
When you commit a crime against this country, enter the country illegally, you should be worried
ICE terrorizes your neighbors with its indiscriminate exercise of force and has less to do with violent criminal apprehension than ever before. You don't target jaywalkers when you're trying to end violent crime, so why do ICE targets range from teenagers in middle school to little girls with cerebral palsy on their way to the hospital? And no, I didn't misspeak. ICE literally apprehended a child with cerebral palsy.
A 10-year-old girl with cerebral palsy faces deportation after her ambulance was stopped at an immigration checkpoint while on her way to get emergency surgery.
Do you feel safe? I feel much safer knowing that this criminal is getting deported.
Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out, because I was not a socialist.
And it doesn't end there. Just look at Long Island, for example. Remember at his State of the Union where Trump made it seem like Long Island had been overtaken by Salvadorian murder gangs raping and killing indiscriminately? And by the way, MS-13 has been responsible for a high number of murders in the area, I will admit that. And violent criminals and gang members who are here illegally should absolutely be deported. However, ICE has used this statistic and Trump's constant fear-mongering to justify what The Intercept calls the new school to deportation pipeline. Now, in the Long Island school system, undocumented minors are not protected by the law, and they can be reported for insanely trivial things like a scribble on a notebook or for wearing a Lady Gaga
lib. I mean, dude, like, once they fucking carry out their penalty for their crime, yeah, it's fine to fucking deport someone. As long as justice is served. What are we talking about? Like, if you're MS-13 or if you've like raped someone and you go to fucking prison after you go through the court system, like, or even if there is like any sort of process where they think like there's a real assurance, like once due process takes place, I don't have an issue with that. But there's a difference between that and whatever the fuck this administration is doing. This is also the other side of this argument, right? Whenever we talk about borders, like when people go, oh, well, a nation without border is not a nation at all, or like, oh, you want open borders. There's no such thing as fucking open borders, okay? It's not like that at all. Freedom of travel actually makes this process expeditious and less likely to be in any way, shape, or form controlled by, the black market. Like, I want people that want to come into the United States of America to be able to come into the United States of America with proper background checks and no silly fucking restrictions. Oh my God, I'm effing again. That's awesome. I don't know what the fuck's going on with my internet today. Oh my Lord, the internet today is so cooked. What the fuck? Okay, it should be back. Okay. You suck, Hasan, your future girl says. Tier 1, previously subscribed. Your future girl. You suck, Hasan. You're not my future girl. Anyway. The point I was making earlier is that I want there to be a safe and easy method of travel, a safe and easy way for people to get gainful employment inside of the United States of America. Okay? That is the appropriate measure to take here. I want the people that are here that don't have American citizenship, that have been here for years on end working for pennies on the dollar, to get the proper documentation. I understand immigration for what it actually is. It's paperwork. It's a paperwork crime. Okay? And I think the penalty for a paperwork crime should match the actual severity of the crime itself, the harm. And there is no harm for people that come here to seek out a better life, to get gainful employment. It's fucking ridiculous. It makes no sense.
t-shirt, which no one should be punished for. Lady Gaga's great. And if you're not documented yet, even if you're waiting on your green card to arrive, you basically have no rights.
Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out, because I was not a trade unionist.
And ICE not only deports children, which is already incredibly inhumane, they also target immigrants who are involved in political advocacy. They detain activists for absolutely frivolous reasons. For example, citing a 10-year-old driving infraction, ICE arrested Eliseo Dorado, who is the husband of a sanctuary church leader in Colorado. Last year, ICE detained and threatened to immediately deport dreamer Daniela Vargas right after she spoke at a rally opposing a proposed state anti-immigration law. But what does the director of ICE, Thomas Homan, have to say about all this?
I'm enforcing laws that they've enacted. I'm enforcing laws that the president has signed.
Except that's not exactly the case, because the authorities always enjoy a great deal of discretion over which laws are enforced and how severely. The laws and enforcement in the previous administration kept ICE in check, directing agents to steer clear of otherwise law-abiding residents, even if they were undocumented. So basically, grandma doesn't get the boot for a broken taillight because that shit is inhumane. Yet, even with those directives in place, the Obama administration still deported more people than Trump in his first year. But there's one area ICE has nearly tripled its enforcement on: non-criminal immigrants. Now, under these new directives, ICE happily targets low-hanging fruit, severely increasing the amount of legal permanent residents, since to a racist shitlord like Donald Trump, these are just numbers on the board.
Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out, because I was not a Jew.
It doesn't matter if you're a law-abiding legal permanent resident. Even if you're here legally and ICE doesn't like your tone, or if you have a tiny smudge on your record, they will target you for deportation. It doesn't matter if you were brought here at the age of 1 and 29 years later your 5-year-old son is battling leukemia. ICE will first tell you you're not a priority when you submit an application for sanctuary, then they'll detain you years later. No one is safe. Community leaders and business owners of immigrant backgrounds are subjected to intense scrutiny and get detained. Even doctors aren't safe.
A doctor has been arrested, detained by ICE after living in the U.S. for nearly 40 years.
This guy escaped Poland at the age of 5 and was a legal permanent resident for 40 years. He was nabbed for 2 crimes committed in '92 when he stole property worth under $100, and then he broke property over $100, and the offenses were later expunged from his record anyway. But that didn't stop ICE from deporting him.
Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me.
Now, I know I'll be criticized up and down for this comparison I've made linking ICE to Gestapo, but it's one that you have to understand. Yes, ICE isn't rounding up immigrants to gas them to death, but that's not how the Gestapo started off either. We live in a time when ICE is actively trying to become a U.S. intelligence agency to get warrantless surveillance powers. History is riddled with examples of horrific, inhumane abuses perpetrated under the veil of following and enforcing the rule of law. Don't forget that Gestapo was also enforcing the laws of their land at that time. Laws of the land change with time and progress, and it's up to us to stand for that change we want to see. It's probably why Holocaust expert Robert Gallatley described the Gestapo as a reactive organization which was constructed within German society and whose functioning was structurally dependent on the continuing cooperation of German citizens. So if Americans want to stop our very own modern-day incarnation of the Gestapo, it's up to us to speak up. It's up to us to speak out and resist. I'm Hasan.
The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. The only trusted name in news, the Piker Broadcasting Service. If you want to know tomorrow's news today, is what I should have said in 2018 when I was covering it at the time. And I never stopped covering it. I kept covering it over and over again. Please go back to writing your shit, dog. Because whatever we got now is cooked. Wait, what? I think it's fine. I think I'm doing a fine job now. Open Presents, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Yeah, this shit was back in 2018, chat.
Piker.
This was back in February 12th, 2018. I thought this video was from a week ago at first. Not a word has changed. Scary watch in 2025. Bro had a vision. This is why I laugh whenever motherfuckers say, Hasan, you're, you've changed. And the people that say you've changed actually end up arriving at my conclusions from a long time ago, eventually. Okay? Buddy, tomorrow's news today is great. 2026 news in 2018 is wild. Yeah. Piker Broadcasting Service. If you want to know tomorrow's news today. You didn't change, you got popular. Take me back to the 500 viewer streams. Why the fuck? First of all, this account was created in 2021, following since 2023. So judging by the information that I know of your background, something doesn't make sense. You've changed a little. This is also why it's stupid to compare you to Asmongold. You've been doing this forever and you actually studied political science? Yes. But it's not just that I studied political science. It's that I have a coherent and consistent worldview. I have a real vision for a better future. A lot of these guys don't. A lot of reactionaries don't. Even if reactionaries think that they have some sort of ideological consistency, that always changes. That vision always changes for people like that. They don't have this aspirational future that they want to move towards. Okay? And they can't really. Like the most maximalist version of this, like the most logically consistent, ideologically consistent reactionary is a fascist, right? Like an actual die-in-the-wool, straightforward, neo-Nazi fascist. Like that is, and even then you got Nick Fuentes, who is the representative of this kind of thing, and even he doesn't really have firm commitments to anything that he has claimed to be in support of. Hutch is a perfect example. His worldview changes along with whatever the Dem Party chooses. Exactly. You have liberals who do this kind of thing as well, and you certainly have Republicans who do this kind of thing as well. Especially Republicans. They do it way more frequently than liberals do.
Openly admitted,
Yeah, I mean, this is the comparison. That's why I always laugh when dumb fuck right-wingers or even like dumb fuck centrists will be like, Hasan and Asmongold are two sides of the same coin. Meanwhile, this is Asmongold's worldview.
You openly admitted you never do research or read articles outside of Twitter. How can you shamelessly tell others to read more? I don't need to understand whatever article you want me to read. All I need to understand is human psychology and incentives. And incentives and human psychology are the deciding factors of how people will behave. I don't need to read your little special book or your Wikipedia article or anything else besides that.
Yeah, your viewers could turn on a stream from 2020 and get essentially the same exact coverage. You might be the most consistent commentator online. And the real reason why I'm probably one of the most consistent commentators online is because, unfortunately, the problems haven't changed. As a matter of fact, they've only gotten worse. So anytime I say, like, this is going to get worse, and then you watch it fucking 8 years later, you're like, oh my God, how did you nail it? All of the things that you said were going to happen are happening now, including, like in that previous video where I was talking about how ICE has grand aspirations to become a surveillance agency or play a more formative role in the surveillance apparatus of the government. That's here. That's here now, where they're using Stingray and Israeli technology to mass surveil the population. They got fucking Palantir. This is pre-AI. So the tech tools were not even available at the time, but they were still trying to do it. Not hard to predict. I know. I don't think this is like, listen, first of all, it's fine. Being a socialist in 1999 feels a lot more vindicating in 2026. They're unprincipled. I was calling what neocons were doing in early fascists. They said I was overreacting, but now look at us. Not hard to predict. I know, chatter. That's my point. My point is that I don't have like a special gift of foresight. I'm just applying what I have seen take place in the past to my predictions on what might come next. Okay? And as long as you have consistent principles and you engage in dialectical thinking and you have the capacity for pattern recognition, you will be able to understand where society is going. Unfortunately, however, especially in this day and age, common sense is not so fucking common. So yeah, I'm not really reinventing the wheel when I say these sorts of things, or when I was saying these sorts of things in 2018. Just like I'm not fucking, just like I'm not reinventing the wheel right now, right? And yet you see how some people react to this commentary even now. So many people who reflexively go, "Fuck you! You're fucking bad! You're stupid! You're a commie! You hate America!" You think they didn't say that back then? Of course they did. They were saying the exact same shit. Maybe a much smaller group of people were saying that because I wasn't as popular as I am now. But that's it. Probably your biggest L is that you, like most, assumed America is the exception and won't fall apart and reform will come. No, that's not true. There is me trying to hemorrhage, or there's me trying to put a fucking Band-Aid or gauze on a gaping wound, which is what my commentary is when I talk about like changing the current duopoly structure into one that is more beneficial, okay? One that's more beneficial for organizing versus what I think is going to happen. Your commentary isn't even remotely radical to others who consistently call out justice. Yes, but the only difference there is that I think I have been able to get this commentary in front of many more eyeballs than ever before, partially due to the internet. That's it. I'm not a unique person at all. However, you see how this works. You see how when a popular figure, a popular commentator on the internet is met with like so much fucking enmity, so much hatred for maintaining a consistent position, constantly with people surrounding him. Constantly there are people all around me that just say, "You're wrong. I don't want to hear it. I want to shoot the messenger instead." And I'm going to look for reasons as to why I shouldn't listen to you. I'm not going to take your message. I'm not going to learn what you are saying. I'm not going to be charitable to what you have to say. I am going to simply go, there must be a good reason for why I shouldn't listen to this person. And I will go to anyone that will tell me that this guy ain't shit. People basically fucking hit themselves with a fucking blunt object over and over again by watching slop tubers who tell them to whisper sweet nothings in their ear about how, yeah, no, this guy ain't shit. He's fucking stupid, dog. I don't have any qualifications to say this, but I can repeat the Reddit, the Redditors that have figured out a way to disparage this person. Just don't listen to him at all. He's rich. He's a rich socialist. Don't listen to him. He's hypocritical. He's fucking bad. He's a bad guy. He's a bad guy. He's an evil guy. He's an evil guy over and over again. And if there's a steady cycle of, if there is a steady flow of slop that keeps flowing, you never actually have to go to the other side and encounter what I have to say sincerely or with any sort of charitability whatsoever, especially because the industry that I'm in is dominated by self-interested, narcissistic multimillionaires who will take their own personal resentments and personal anger out on others who have, at any given point, called them out for something, even if they've done it in a gentle manner. I happen to be contrary to what the people in my chat tell me all the time, where I'm not being ruthless enough to my fucking ideological enemies or whatever. I actually try to do that in the best way possible, in the gentlest way possible. And yet, any kind of pushback is met with so much anger, so much resentment, so much enmity.
You openly admitted you never do research or read articles outside of Twitter. How can you shamelessly tell others to read more? I don't need to understand whatever article you want me to read. All I need to understand is human psychology and incentives. And incentives and human psychology are the deciding factors of how people will behave. I don't need to read your little special book or your Wikipedia article or anything else besides that. None of that stuff matters. What matters fundamentally is how do people act, how do people think, and how do people respond to incentives.
So fucking stupid. First of all, this is just a defense of anti-intellectualism. Okay? This is anti-intellectualism masquerading as like some sort of some sort of like understanding of humanity, like, oh, this is my philosophical approach. It's like, no, it's not. You need to do both. Okay. Understanding incentives and understanding humans is essential to doing analysis, but without any sort of factually accurate reporting, your analysis is always going to fall short. Of course, when you're on the right, you don't have to care about any of those things. And you can say, my feelings are what matter. My ignorance actually is more important than your knowledge. My feelings are more important than your facts. Okay? And you can, as long as you have a big enough platform, as long as you have a lot of other people backing you because you're, again, whispering sweet nothings into their ear about how this administration is actually awesome, okay? Then as long as the administration has some kind of base of support, either internationally, in the case of Asmongold, by a lot of right-wing Europeans, even though that's going to fall apart soon too, or you know, your neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes or Tucker Carlson or whatever the fuck, then you don't have to do the reading. You don't have to do it at all. You can just like repeat the same shit that you see on Twitter. Which is ironic because for the longest time, my naysayers on the liberal side, the destinies of the world, claimed that I didn't actually do any fucking reading at all. And I was a dumb moron who doesn't know anything and inconsistent and hypocritical and only rely on Twitter posts for my commentary. And that's so funny because that's literally what Asmongold is doing. And Asmongold, as a matter of fact, was able to develop himself as a political commentator because of all the fucking disparaging nonsense that centrists and liberals and objective commentators in the slop tube sphere did to disparage someone like myself. What is this? Wait, what? 40K viewers and no comments almost? Viewbot or motherfucker? Did you think that because I paused the comments on the side of the screen that there are no comments happening in the chat? Yeah. For the longest time, my ops who presented themselves as like objective people, you know, like liberal centrists, and they tried to attack me as like a dangerous, scary person, constantly demanding, why aren't there others who are, you know, fighting back against Hasan and against the madness that he represents, all this like crazy wokeness, or you know, all this craziness that he represents with like socialism. It'll never happen. It's a dream. It's a scary one too. And there you have it. You built up someone. You built up an alternative. Now you hate it. Okay? Now you fucking hate it. And it's ironic because every single thing that they said about me falsely, even though I might not be the greatest orator, or have the same level of confidence that comes from Dunning-Kruger, the stupidity that a lot of these people maintain, that gives them this like ridiculous confidence in behaving as though they're totally right when they're wrong, okay? Even though I might not have those things, I am very knowledgeable. I am very well read. This is something that I did study. This is something that I've been doing for many, many years. And also on top of that, I'm very consistent, right? That's why you can go back to videos from 2018 and see the exact same things that I was saying back then as I am now. Unfortunately, because things have not changed. And as a matter of fact, they've only gotten worse. I used to avoid political commentators and I assumed Hasan was right-wing for some reason. Yeah, I was shadow banned on election night 2024. I still got 314,000 people in here tuning in to see what I had to say about the election. And yet I was shadow banned off the platform because a lot of these other guys who are liberals, who are centrist themselves, who are apolitical themselves, who now hate ICE and hate Donald Trump, by the way, and they did back then as well, spent every fucking waking moment leading up to the election trying to get me banned, trying to get me deplatformed before the election, working with congresspersons like Richie Torres, for example, who sent Amazon a sternly worded letter with a congressional letterhead demanding that I, as a dangerous left-wing figure who was an anti-Semite because I was, daring to oppose the nation state of Israel and its genocide, was the real person that was the only person that should be deplatformed off of Twitch. Okay. You still are, by the way? Yeah, exactly. And that hasn't really stopped. I was fucking blacklisted. And yet I still was able to bring in 315,000 people, 317,000 people tuning in to see what I had to say about the election. But just think about that. What do you think is going to happen in that process? Of course, people are going to go and seek out other alternatives if they can't find me on the fucking, they can't find me on the main page on the night of the goddamn election. Thank you. Closed presents with 100 gifted subs and open presents with 100 gifted subs. God damn.
If you can understand that, then nothing else matters. It's pretty simple.
Anyway, it is pretty wild that he just openly says, like, I am not well read at all, and I'm not interested in being well read at all. It's just common sense. Like, he's giving the game away. But unfortunately, for right-wingers, this is just how it works. Here's a journalist, Stephen Azark, saying, about a month or so back, I asked Asmongold fans to meet me in the real world to talk, but none of them took me up on the offer. Instead, I got hundreds of replies and messages saying I didn't understand him, how I should just watch his streams and not just the clips. So I did, and learned that Zach doesn't care. He will put on a video he doesn't understand the full context of and ran about it with extreme right-wing bias. It's vitriol for 6 hours straight, a handpicked selection of clips designed to invoke anger without critical thinking. I genuinely believe that there are people here for his gaming takes, and I'm so worried that they are getting radicalized by Twitch's most powerful and least researched streamer. It's crazy, but stupid sells. And it's not just that he's like foolishly spewing toxic bile. Okay. He also is followed by the vice president, you know, or followed by Elon Musk, is in correspondence with Elon Musk. He's admitted directly that he is a regime propagandist that is having these sorts of conversations with people in positions of power. And that is the reason why I cover Asmongold. Even though people go, why do you cover Asmon? It's pointless. Motherfucker, the vice president is retweeting him. Okay? The real world is stupid as fuck, especially this administration. You're not talking about some random fucking loser who sits in filth. You're talking about a random fucking loser who sits in filth, who is in direct contact with Elon Musk, the most powerful person on the fucking planet, the wealthiest billionaire on the fucking planet, who is doing regime propaganda to a fairly sizable audience on a daily fucking basis, who's getting retweeted by the fucking vice president. I know he is repulsive. I know it annoys you when I cover him. I get it. You fancy yourself to be this heightened intellectual. Okay? You fancy yourself to be this heightened intellectual, and you feel like this is dumb to do. The reality of the matter is people are dumb. And this kind of dumbass bullshit actually does numbers. Doesn't research, has never had a job, lives alone in a messy house, a multimillionaire from playing video games, has no academic background in human psychology, just gets angry at the world and blames his problems on others. Like, he is a more prominent fixture in right-wing commentary now than like Fox News is, at least for our age demographic, okay? That's it. Do you support abolishing ICE? Independent voters, 48% say yes, 36% say no.
All right.
Andrew Callahan has a reply for Nick Shitley. Asman literally said Jews have bad things to say about Jesus, and this chat is accused of anti-Semitism. Anyway. The guy opens someone's chat who disagree with him, trying to dismantle to prove his narrative. Of course, the whole debate is controlled by him because he's the streamer and he can redirect any conversation out of context. He's pretending to be unbiased, but in reality, he's super right-wing supporter and probably a sellout. He apologized last year, and I'm sure he has to apologize sometime in the future again. He already has. He already did it with the fucking Greenland invasion thing. Initially, with the Greenland invasion, he was in support of it because it's based and it's MAGA. But his European right-winger audience got really mad at him, and they were like, "You're treating us like we're brown people. How dare you fucking justify this?" And he had to literally say, "I'm sorry for saying it. I realized Denmark actually played a very important role in American imperialism around the world." So Macron begs for Beijing's help.
China is welcome, but what we need is more Chinese foreign direct investment in Europe in some key sectors to contribute to our growth, to transfer some technologies, and not just to export towards Europe some devices or products which sometimes don't have the same standards or are much more subsidized as the one being produced in Europe.
He's wearing Joe Biden glasses because he has like his eye is bleeding, okay? Anyway, China's vice premier tells Davos world cannot revert to the law of the jungle. A select few countries should not have privileges based on self-interest, and the world cannot revert to the law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak. All countries have the right to protect their legitimate interests. Haley Feng, Chinese vice premier, also says, we should firmly support free trade.
Support free trade and jointly promote a universally beneficial and inclusive economic globalization. Economic globalization, driven by international specialization, collaboration, complementary strengths, and the pursuit of win-win, is a prevailing trend of history. It has benefited many countries, including China, and enabled them to achieve fast development. On the contrary, tariffs...
They fucking love trade maxing, dude. They will die if they don't trade max, okay? They love trade maxing so hard. They're like, please, let us trade more, please. They will trade max with the RSS in India. They will trade max with the military junta and also those who are opposing it. They will trade with anyone. Trade must continue. Do you understand?
And trade wars have no winners. Beyond driving up costs for production and trade, they fragment the world economy and disrupt the global distribution of resources.
We know the old order is not coming back. We shouldn't mourn it. Nostalgia is not a strategy. But we believe that from the fracture, we can build something bigger, better, stronger, more just. This is the task of the middle powers. The countries that have the most to lose from a world of fortresses and the most to gain from genuine cooperation. The powerful have their power. But we have something too. The capacity to stop pretending, to name reality, to build our strength at home, and to act together.
Governor Newsom, do you have a message for Europeans who are concerned about the messages from the White House around Greenland this week?
Yeah, it's time to buck up. It's time to get serious and stop being complicit. It's time to stand tall and firm, have a backbone. I've seen this in the United States.
This is our liberal, okay? Which way Western man? If this man wins, or if this man runs and wins in the primary, America is fucked, okay? It will revert back to the old system at a time when change is an absolute necessity. It will revert back to the old system. All the European fucking vassals will turn around and go, oh, thank God we avoided the worst possible outcome here. And then Tucker Carlson will bring about the Fourth Reich. We cannot let this happen. Yeah, I did talk about how Mark Carney said you and I were right about the rule-based order. He did. He fucking openly and readily admitted it. I still don't trust Carney that much, but I do think that he cares about Canada. And I do think that he cares about Canadian sovereignty at least, which is more than I can say about many of these other fucking European leaders like Keir Starmer. God, what a pathetic cuck he is. Holy shit. It blows my mind, dude. I cannot even comprehend how someone can be such a little worm
the supine Congress, playing both sides.
You're doing it again, Kamala 2.0. You know what, dude? You fucking deserve it, okay? You deserve it. You'll get what you're deserving. Don't worry. It'll be completely and totally and utterly out of my fucking hands anyway. You're doing it again. There hasn't even been a primary. We might not even have elections. I can't say that, like, what you have fantasized about the ordained liberal leader is bad. Fucking 2 years out of an election cycle? How can you be so fucking cucked? Are you all right? What the hell is wrong with you, man? Chatter is campaigning to be sixth in line for the camps instead of third. I don't even understand. Liberals pre-blaming you for the 2028 laws is awesome. We didn't even know if there's going to be an election. That person must be fucking joking, right? There's no way. I'm not a liberal. Cry on, though. Captain Socialism? Your name is Captain Socialism. And you just said, I'm criticizing Gavin Newsom ahead of time when there is no election, no primary. We don't even know if there's a guarantee of another election. And I'm not allowed to fucking criticize what you think will be the hypothetical leader of the Democrats? Bro's doing lesser evil voting. Bro's doing lesser evil voting for a vote that hasn't taken place yet, with a candidate that hasn't even actually become a candidate yet. You are nothing. I'm going to be honest with you. You are literally dumber than the dumbest fucking right-wing hog. You are dumber than the stupidest, most racist American right-winger I have ever encountered. Okay? 100%. You are a servile and pathetic little fucking worm who has no understanding of politics whatsoever. You are genuinely dumber than these fucking hogs that turn around and say, yeah, no, I hate welfare queens. Yeah, fuck welfare. Even though they're taking advantage of welfare, even though they themselves are on welfare. Okay? You're dumber than that guy. Because at least that guy has been, at least that guy thinks like, oh yeah, when Donald Trump wins, like we're going to do racialized violence to fucking minorities. And that gives him like a sense of comfort and security, no matter how stupid or silly that is, no matter how self-destructive that is. You, on the other hand, have such little desire for a better future that you have decided to defend the Democratic Party at a time of unprecedented unpopularity due to all of the reasons that I'm criticizing them over year. Who are you in bed with? It doesn't even fucking make sense. Sorry, I'm not living in a fantasy land. You're the one that brought him up in the elections. I can't do this. I can't respond to this guy any longer. It's going to make me say, I'm going to start saying shit that will get me banned.
You know,
you can't be a real person. You're a bot. I was going to say CI, but I think this might be a legit dumbass. No primary has taken place yet. There's no presidential election yet. And this guy literally goes, in the hypothetical design, even then you're not allowed to criticize the hypothetical person that's running for office. You would be surprised to see how common this sentiment is. I don't think you realize it. No, I do realize it. And it's disgusting. It disgusts me. And I argue against it every fucking day of the goddamn week. And I hope that people actually recognize that that kind of sentiment is the reason why Democrats feel comfortable putting whoever the fuck they want in charge that will maintain the current order when Republicans are when Republicans are basically throwing the table. I don't think it's as common as you think it is, though. It's nowhere near as common as it once was. Like, imagine writing for a hypothetical person, dude. It's not even like a real thing yet. Like, he is hypothetically doing harm reduction narratives 2 years out from a fucking general election before the primaries even started. In this hypothetical, if it's like imagining a future and then in your own future imagination, you're still getting cucked. Okay? How is that possible? Mumdonist has to be, or they're in some liberal anti-Hasan community. What do you mean mumdonist? I'm a fucking mumdonist. These are the people who shit on Zohran Mamdani initially and then turned around and became like major fucking, you reap what you sow in your community. The most honest Hasan head diehard liberal named Captain Socialism. You reap what you sow in your community. Yeah, I know. This is my fault. You're right. It is my fault because I allow anyone and everyone to say whatever the fuck they want. And of course, you're going to have dumbasses in here saying dumbass shit. I'm going to continue doing that, though.
One thing on a text or a tweet, another publicly.
Should
it's
you
time to
respond
have
with
principles.
tariffs?
It's time to stand tall and strong.
Does that mean responding with
tariffs? It's time to stand
tariffs?
united. You make that determination. I don't make that determination.
But when you say standing tall, what do you mean?
Just, I can't take this complicity. People rolling over. I should have brought a bunch of knee pads for all the world leaders. I mean, handing out crowns and this is pathetic. Nobel Prizes, they are being given away. I mean, it's just pathetic. And I hope people understand how pathetic they look on the world stage. I mean, at least from an American perspective, it's embarrassing.
So what should Europe be doing?
You should decide, the Europeans should decide for themselves what to do. But one thing they can't do is what they've been doing. And they've been playing. This guy is playing folks for fools. And it's embarrassing.
Europeans think this is diplomacy and this will ultimately
this is
work.
diplomacy with Donald Trump? He's a T-Rex. You mate with him or he devours you. One or the other.
And Europe's being
people
devoured?
need to stand, but no, the Europeans could be if they continue down this path and process. They need to stand tall, stand firm, stand united. Look, you said this a year ago we should have been having this conversation, and they didn't. Okay, and now you're paying the price.
I mean, he's right about everything he's saying here, to be fair. Even though he himself is also buckled under no pressure whatsoever when talking to Ben Shapiro, a whole-ass loser with no real constituency that remains in the base of support of the Republican Party.
Exactly what anyone objective observer would have anticipated we'd be where we are today.
What do you think Ursula von der Leyen needs to say?
That could lead to the end of the European Union?
Well, I don't want to be hyperbolic about it, but this guy's a wrecking ball. I hope people are waking up to what we're dealing with. It's code red. I mean, you guys are still playing by all set of rules. Everybody, the globe is with this guy. He's unmoored. It's the law of the jungle. It's the rule of dawn. And I hope it's dawning on the world what we're up against. I mean, this is serious. This guy he's not mad. He's very intentional, but he's unmoored and he's unhinged, and it requires the goal is whatever he wants it to be. The goal is the world in his image.
What would your
advice? He's a narcissist. I mean, it's no advice. Common sense. Why don't folks do what they say publicly, what they're saying in private? Why don't they just simply do what they know is right? I mean, everybody's talking behind his back. They're laughing at him. Meanwhile, they're sucking up to him. It's embarrassing. I mean, you're modeling behavior for our kids, generations of folks. This is not diplomacy. This is stupidity.
If they don't act, does this end with military solution?
Well, I don't know. I mean, who knows what happens in that respect? But with Donald Trump, you saw what happened to Maduro. You're seeing what's happening on American streets. You saw what happened in the state of California, where he put 700 active duty Marines. He didn't send them overseas. Last year, he sent them to the American city. Second largest city in the United States of America. He's got 1,500 active folks, members of the military, on call near Minneapolis. This guy has been a police state. You got a guy dressed up in SS uniforms.
You're making him sound dangerous.
Dangerous? You seen this guy, Greg Bovino? You seen what's happening with ICE and secret police and masked men, people disappearing? Wake up. Where the hell has everybody been? Stop with this bullshit diplomacy of sort of niceties, and somehow we're all going to figure it out. Stop saying one thing privately and another publicly. Have some spine. Have some goddamn balls.
You say Europe should stand up, but you're not being clear. I'm not clear.
I'm being crystal clear. I'm being crystal clear.
But what's your advice?
I leave that to others.
I wish you meant it. I mean,
listen, we always say that in Europe we do not have the means for our ambitions. In this case, I will say that so far we haven't got the ambition to use our means. Because when it comes to trade, when it comes to access to our market, which is the most important in the world, and also when it comes to digital legislation, we have all the necessary means and power. We haven't used them so far because we have followed the strategy of appeasement of Donald Trump. This was a major mistake of Ursula von der Leyen, but also of the Italian or the German government, which put the European Commission toward this appeasement strategy. And we see that the appeasement strategy is not working. You know, in Italy there is an old saying which goes, if you behave like a sheep, the wolf will eat you. And we have been behaving like sheep. And Donald Trump has got always more and more appetite. So I think that we do not want a trade war. We want Donald Trump to stop, to threaten and bully us.
I want to slap them all with respect and love. I want to slap Steinmeier.
A loving slaps.
I want to head slap Macron, all of them. My God, he's been president for a year, and all you guys over there have done is flatter him. Macron, they all come over here, Starmer, and they pat his head, and they bring him toys, and they flatter him and appease him. He's a bully. He's a coward. What Donald Trump needs is a punch in the face. Is there not one European leader that will stand up and say, F off, Donald Trump, Greenland ain't yours, and punch him in the face? I think whichever European leader did that, Ben, would be an international hero.
What else does Europe do now but actually start treating the United States like an enemy? And
it's so funny that all the biggest scumbags are 100% correct, because Trump is a much larger scumbag. But they're right. He's out of his damn mind. And the reality is, you do need to push back, because he's not going to stop.
Going all in the first instance on a trade war. The only language that bullies understand is aggression. Whether or not we have the leaders, whether we have the people, whether or not we have the will, I do not know. Now is the time to act to act because the United States is our enemy. It's the enemy of Europe. It's the enemy of the United Kingdom. It's the enemy of anything that stands in the way of Donald Trump's insatiable insanity. It's not going to succumb to the rules of reason and rationality suddenly. So what do? You've got now to push back. You have to fight fire with fire. You have to out-bully the bully, don't you?
Everyone's saying there's nothing we can do. We can stop watching American TV. I'm a massive fan of American TV and American films. I've got friends who work in the industry in America. But at the end of the day, I'm just thinking that's one thing that would really hit them. If everybody stopped going to the theatre...
Bro, they're trying to do BDS to America.
At the cinema to see American stuff.
I mean, good on them. Yeah, they should.
On the American television. And I really hate to hurt my friends who work in the industry, but we've got to do something. He'll be after the financial industry in London next. I mean, he's probably already got it earmarked. He's a lunatic. Trump is an idiot is running the village. He's the idiot and the world is a village. We've got to do something. I'm not going to buy a new phone. I really, really need a new phone. But I am not buying a phone from a well-known American company at the moment until this is sorted. Me and my husband's American. We were going to go to America this year. we're not going to America this year. You've got to make a stand, even as an individual. We've all...
He's like, my husband's American. I'm divorcing him. I told him no more sex for you. No more shagging. Until you go and vote the right way.
got to make a stand.
About the response here, I mean, the European Union is pushing back, saying we are not going to complete our trade deal with the United States because of this. They have already called an emergency summit for later on in the week about this Greenland situation.
Well, I would say exactly what I said after Liberation Day last April, when the president imposed tariff levels on the whole world. I tell everyone, sit back, take a deep breath, do not retaliate, do not retaliate. The president will be here tomorrow, and he will get his message across. I believe he is going to...
Bro, it's so funny. They talk about Trump like he's a bear, like a rapist bear. Okay? Just get on the ground. Get on the ground. Pedo bear is here. Do not look the bear in the eye. No sudden movements.
Have meetings, and again, also have an open mind. That, you know, why this rapid response in terms of, you know, this is a no. And by the way, Maria, this has been in the minds of American presidents for more than 150 years. For more than 150 years.
So the vulnerability was...
Close your eyes and think of a world without America in it.
Bro, they literally are just... I mean, they're madmen.
It becomes pretty dark pretty darn quickly.
What?
When America shines, right? And everyone said, oh, you're going to do all these tariffs, you're going to destroy the world. The world's stock markets are up. Which ones of them? All of them.
Can I bring you back to Greenland?
No. It's unnecessary. It's the Western Hemisphere is vital for the United States of America. Our national security people are on it, and they care about it, and I'm going to leave it to them to address with our allies, with our friends, and with everyone how they work it out. But the Western Hemisphere matters to the United States of America, and the United States of America, as I've just articulated, really, really matters to the world. When America shines, the world shines, because they all need to make sure America is strong and powerful to take care of them, God forbid. And so I think America and the Western Hemisphere are vital to America, and I'm going to leave that to my national security people to address.
В принципе, Гренландия это не...
Dude, Russia coming out with statements is so funny.
Естественная часть Дании, правда ведь? Она не была ни естественной частью Норвегии, ни естественной частью Дании. Это колониальное завоевание. То, что там жители сейчас привыкли и им комфортно, это другой вопрос. Но проблема бывших колониальных владений, она стоит все более и более серьезно.
Военным плацдармом для всего НАТО. Более того, неоднократно случилось...
Ну и, конечно, когда оправдывают происходящее вокруг Гренландии тем, что иначе ее захватит Россия или Китай, ну, нет таких подтверждений, и на Западе уже экономисты, политологи их опровергают.
The issue posed by Donald Trump, who says that Russia is a threat to Greenland. So my question is Russia?
Мы не имеем отношения к этому вопросу. Мы наблюдаем, безусловно, это серьезная геополитическая ситуация, и будем делать выводы по итогам развязки этой проблемы.
I am seeing and hearing about people in Hennepin County stopped, questioned, and harassed solely
Off-duty Brooklyn Park police racially profiled by ICE, by the way.
because of the color of their skin. Solely being the operative word here. This is not okay now, and it's never been okay.
We started hearing from our police officers the same complaints as they fell victim to this while off duty. Every one of these individuals is a person of color who has had this happen to them. In Brooklyn Park, one particular officer that shared her story with me was stopped as she passed ICE going down the roadway. When they boxed her in.
Okay. Do something, bitch. Do something, bitch. The fuck good is that badge? Do something. Dude, it's pig on pig violence. He's like, only I get to racially profile people. The fuck are you doing?
And they demanded her paperwork, of which she's a U.S. citizen and clearly would not have any paperwork. When she became concerned about the rhetoric and the way she was being treated, she pulled out her phone in an attempt to record the incident. The phone was knocked out of her hands, prevented her from recording it.
This morning, the Trump administration...
I mean, you're an off-duty cop. Off-duty cops have more power than normal citizens do. You got a gun, don't you? Protect yourself. The fuck do you mean? If you're in a self-defense style situation, defend yourself. You got qualified immunity. The fuck good is qualified immunity if you're not going to use it to defend yourself? The fuck?
Administration is pushing back against...
Like, we can't do that shit. We as regular citizens can't do that shit. You're a cop. You can.
Court order limiting ICE interactions with protesters. The DOJ appealing a ruling which temporarily bans agents from using pepper spray as retaliation against lawful demonstrators who are exercising the First Amendment. This as tensions rise in Minneapolis, as anti-ICE protesters disrupted this Sunday's service, demonstrating against one of the pastors who is also the director of an ICE field office, though it's unclear if he was even there.
Why are you not standing up with your ICE? You know it's all you can.
The Justice Department is now investigating, as DHS says roughly 3,000 undocumented immigrants have been arrested during its crackdown in Minneapolis. Agents storming this home, the family of the man living there says they terrorized his 5-year-old grandson and never asked for IDs before pulling him out in his underwear into the bitter cold, releasing him an hour later.
For the people that are complaining about the protests that took place inside of a church, I welcome you to suck my entire dick. Okay? From the back, as God intended. And the reason for why I say this is because I'd much rather have people protesting a fucking pastor that happens to be, you know, an ICE field liaison officer or whatever inside of a church than have ICE storm churches and kidnap the people in the clergy. They have done that. That's, I think, infinitely worse. And it's so bad that it is totally fucking appropriate to protest against it and those who play a role in that. How about that? Your crude threats about to make me morph into a hater on God? What? Because I said suck my dick from the back and you want to do that to me? Is that what it is?
DHS says the man, a U.S. citizen, lived with 2 sex offenders they are looking for, but his family disputes that, saying he only lives with relatives and they don't know either of the alleged suspects. And new this morning, allegations that some detained by ICE were denied access to legal counsel, including protester William Vermi, a U.S. citizen, seen here being arrested after filming ICE officers near his house. He says he was detained for more than 8 hours and not allowed to see an attorney.
We're entitled to counsel. It's a part of the Bill of Rights. Even if you're here illegally and you're a foreign national, you are also entitled to legal representation.
Now, 4 different attorneys in total have told ABC News that they too were blocked access to their clients in DHS custody. DHS denies blocking anyone legal counsel, saying they respect due process rights. Rebecca?
All right, Matt Rivers, thank you.
Preparations are underway for what has been called a day of action to protest ICE. This Friday, activists, protesters are asking you to not go to work, school, or to any shop. Last night, a planning meeting was held in Minneapolis to teach people how to organize their coworkers, students, and neighbors to be a part of this.
Collectively, we have power over the economy. We have a lot of power if we leverage it through collective action, and that's what we're going to do on Friday.
A few faith leaders asking people to pray and fast on Friday. Many restaurants and local businesses have already announced closures for Friday. A rally and march are planned as well.
All right,
try that again.
Oh, dude, there's 2 stories I want to cover, okay? One is in Texas, and the other is even more insane, because I don't know what the details of the Texas one is, but, you know, Amer Israel, one nation under Israel, once again. Just want to repeat, like, you know, although you might think you have First Amendment right, you actually don't. And the government will come and try to threaten you to create a chilling effect on speech. If you dare say some shit that the local law enforcement hears about. Now, the first one, I'm not familiar with what he actually said. This guy just says, like, oh, your statements about Jews is the reason why we're here.
We're here because of the comments you made online about the Jewish community. Are you
So what?
No, I'm saying, are you?
I have a freedom of speech, dude.
Yeah, no, we get that. We get that.
We gotta make sure that you're not. Do you have a warrant?
No.
No, that's why we're here. Yeah, you see that sign? Yeah. So that says no soliciting. What you're doing is basically soliciting. You understand that, right?
Yes, I have the Florida one right here. Shut the fuck up. I know. I'm going to cover it.
Yeah. It means you're not welcomed here. Okay. Bye. Okay. Stay off the lawn, please.
Bro said, understandable. Have a good day.
This is what they're doing, guys. You make comments about the Jews online, they'll fucking show up at your door.
Now, I'll be honest. I think this guy is sus. The guy who goes about you make comments. Like, that doesn't mean that he should still get fucking prosecuted by the police or whatever. But I will say that, like, this guy probably is a neo-Nazi, which is ironic because, you know, they're totally fine with everybody else. They just don't like it when you say something about Jews, I guess. Let's be real. Because, like, what's the difference between the fucking cops that arrived at his house and, like, what his worldview looks like? But the other one's crazy.
This is what they do. This is freedom of speech. This is how much control Israel has over our country. Look at this response. For exercising my freedom of speech online. Wow. What a fucking joke. What a fucking joke. Can't wait to do some auditing of you boys.
Oh.
Bye-bye.
I need to know what this guy said. I mean, he's a First Amendment auditor. You can probably assume he didn't say nice shit. Not that it matters. You can't get fucking 3 cop cars? Really? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Like, guys, you're an auditor. You say some fuck shit about Jews, right? You're like a libertarian First Amendment auditor. You say some fuck shit about Jews, like deeply anti-Semitic things about Jews. There's a very high likelihood that you have said it about black people, Mexican people, brown people, Somalis, right? None of that shit triggers any kind of fucking police response. So why does it happen to be that there are 3 fucking cop cars that come in this moment? Now, this is an older video. But it's just like, what are we doing here? This is what I'm talking about when I say like this inconsistency is absolutely mind-boggling for the average fucking American.
Sign says no soliciting. What do they think they're fucking doing? They got no warrant. Sign that says no soliciting does not give you a right to my curtilage. Bye-bye. Freedom of speech.
Anyway, this one doesn't matter, but this one is crazy.
We're not sure.
Okay.
Is that your account?
Let's see what she said. The guy who consistently calls for the death of all Palestinians tried to shut down a theater for showing a movie that hurt his feelings and refuses to stand up for the LGBTQ community in any way, even leaves the room when they vote on related matters, wants you to know that you're all welcome here.
I refuse to answer questions without my lawyer present.
Now that one ain't about the Jews. Okay? That is the social media post that got cops knocking down her fucking door. If you think the Winnie the Pooh stuff is silly when, you know, Xi Jinping is like arresting people for Winnie the Pooh or whatever, even though that's not the case, like they're just fucking, you know, at the time they were like banning people off of social media platforms or whatever. This is a step. This is even dumber than that. Okay? This is even dumber than that. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, this is worse than what we have fantasized China doing. Okay? Americans complain about exaggerated claims being made about our foreign adversary being unimaginably restrictive. Meanwhile, we do even worse, more embarrassing shit for a foreign nation, by the way. Hold on, I'm going to keep playing the rest of the video. I just wanted to read it out.
I don't know how to answer that question either
well,
way.
like I said, you're not
This
going
is
to jail.
freedom of speech. This is America, right? I'm a veteran.
And I agree with you 100%.
Okay.
We're just trying to see if it's you, because if we're not talking to the right person, we want to go see who the right person
Okay,
is.
how can I help you?
So pretty much it's just a statement that was made as far as,
verbatim, it says the guy who consistently calls for the death of all Palestinians tried to shut down a theater for showing a movie that hurt his feelings and refuses to stand up for the LGBTQ community in any way. Even leaves the room when they vote and on related matters. Wants you to know that you're all welcome. Clown face, clown face, clown face. 3 days ago.
So you don't know if it was you?
I'm not going to answer whether that's me or not.
Okay.
The concerning part.
What's the concerning part, man?
And not concerning for the person who's posting it. What we're just trying to prevent is somebody else getting agitated or agreeing with the statement. We're not saying it's true or not.
Understood.
That guy who consistently calls for the death of all Palestinians, that can probably incite somebody to do something radical. That's all we're here to talk about. And we wanted to get your side. If it was you that posted that, I would think to.
It's over. Okay, it's done. It's done. You can say, and I have for years and years, that Zog is anti-Semitic. It's a David Duke terminology. Zionist-occupied government. You shouldn't be saying it. It's fucked up. All day, every day. Anyone that sees that, anyone that watches this is going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's not Zionist-occupied government. It's United States of Israel. What the fuck are you saying? Bro, you can say this about American politicians, about America, okay? You can say this about American politicians, about the United States of America on American-related matters, but you can't say it about Israel? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? What do we have that remains in this fucking godforsaken shithole, dude? Like, you're possibly inciting hatred or you're inciting violence against this person for what? Accurately reflecting on their fucking statements? How about you go take it up with that dipshit? This is the Miami mayor, right? Or this is the person that she's talking about. The person she's criticizing is the former Miami mayor, if I'm not mistaken. Not the current one. Miami Beach. I'm not kidding when I say this, bro. You can say whatever the fuck you want about American politicians, about their point of view on America, but God forbid you say some shit about Israel. What the fuck is happening, dude? What the fuck do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? Unbelievable. Unfucking believable, dude. America has literally... American law enforcement in the United States of America is putting Israel first. Not America first, is Israel first. Israel's feelings come first and foremost, above all others. She didn't even mention Israel by name in the post. I know. She did not. She mentioned something far worse than that. Palestinians. Inciting the violence against Palestinians is what she accused this person of doing.
Refrain from posting things like that because that could get something
I appreciate your concern. I appreciate you coming out here.
Okay.
That's it?
That is it.
Okay.
I'm going to maintain my my amendment rights to not answer the question about whether or not that's right. I hope that's understandable.
Right. We appreciate it.
Thank you as well.
Day, okay?
You as well. Thank you. Take care.
Then
Felix had a take on this. Where the fuck is it? Let me see if I can find it. I wish I could be free like the people who live in Florida. I wish I could have a medical idiot from Curitiba, Brazil, who has inexplicably been given power over me to come to my door and struggle through sentences at the behest of a foreign lobby. They're inventing a whole new set of rights down there. That's so crazy, dude. That is fucking crazy. I can't believe it. Unbelievable. Freedom of speech is not freedom to not criticize Israel. No, free. Yeah, y'all thought your speech was free. Y'all thought your speech was free. It turns out the only type of speech that is not allowed is not fucking slurs. Obviously, you can say that all day, every day, and you can even say that against Jews too. Just don't say it in the process of being anti-Israel. That's literally it. The only thing you can't fucking say in the United States of America is that Israel sucks. Israel is bad. Israel is fucking doing a genocide. And American politicians and so many people fucking dick ride Israel into oblivion. Just don't say that. As long as you're not anti-Israel, they'll let you get away with saying all the slurs. It's crazy. These people fucking care more about Israel's feelings than they do about anything else. Are you fucking joking? Moist Critical made a video on it. Of course he did, because it's over. It's done. It's done. Israel can suck my dick and balls. It's fuck Israel o'clock, okay? Everybody's saying it. Of course Moist is doing a video about it. Moist already came out and was like, Israel is fucking running its cock all through every orifice of this goddamn country. What the fuck is happening? And it's only going to get worse. That's why I keep saying Israel's approval in the United States of America is today at its worst stage ever. Even Destiny said it. Even Destiny's anti-Israel now. Oh, it's so over. Destiny, after shamelessly spending the last 2 years eating Israel's dick every fucking day, thinking that he can use that as a leverage point against someone like me. Over and over again, going to Israel directly, telling the fucking Israeli occupational forces to hide their sex crimes and war crimes and not film themselves in the process of committing war crimes. God damn, he went there. He sucked Israel's dick directly, like he sucked it, homegrown Israel dick, okay? He did IDF propaganda. That was Israel's #1 glazer. He's done with Israel now? Oh, shit. Pedo consultant. God damn, it's over. It's never been more over. Oh, wait. What will happen now? What will happen to all the fucking orbiters that spent every waking moment calling me a goddamn terrorist for now agreeing with me? What will happen to all the people who shamelessly defended Israel, by the way, forever? There is no way that Destiny, Israel's biggest fucking dick rider, is actually flip-flopping on Israel. Holy fuck.
Miami Beach mayor.
Five minutes of Hasan and no Wild Dan appearing. He's so insecure. Keck. Destiny people don't post videos from his stream because he restricts clips to subs only, and they delete clips if they trend. Why are they talking? What is this?
Anti-Semitic? I hate Jews right now, so I don't give a fuck. I don't care. All right. Fuck them. Fuck Israel. Fuck the Middle East.
Yeah, that's not. He's being fucking. He's being edgy. At least you've kept course while Sex Pestiny and Asmongold will flip flop. I know. Yeah, speaking of fucking Twitch siding with the Nazis, Average Harry got a 30-day ban because he watched a fucking clip of these dipshits. Okay, and apparently, when he was watching Andrew Tate, human trafficking, rapist, abuser, Nick Fuentes, racist, Nazi, Holocaust denying, anti-Semite should die. That's what he said. So Twitch hit him with a 30-day ban. Like, at least give him a fucking 1 day, man. What do you mean 30-day ban? Also, once again, Asmongold literally said Renee Good, Asmongold literally defended Renee Good's execution. Said, fuck around and find out. No ban whatsoever. How fucking ridiculous. How fucking ridiculous, dude. Twitch's standards are so goddamn out of whack after years and years of all these other like right-wing shitheads, you know, Destiny fans and all these fucking centrist dumbasses consistently complaining about how there is so much inconsistency. Hasan controls the levers of power at Twitch. It's unimaginable. Yeah, this account I saw, look. So Asmongold could say Renee Good deserved to die and gets nothing, but another streamer says Nazi should die and gets a month ban, and someone who doesn't even stream gets a 24-hour ban for assaulting a streamer at your convention. Bro, it's crazy. It's crazy. Things are getting completely out of control here, okay? Remember, it's first of all, Asmongold got banned for 14 days for saying Palestinians are inferior people that deserve genocide, okay? So now Average Harry gets banned for twice the amount for saying Nazis deserve to die. Get the fuck out of here, man. What are we doing?
Miami Beach woman says she is outraged after police showed up at her door. They had questions for former political candidate Raquel Pacheco.
Yeah, Asmongold didn't get banned for at all for saying Crazy Slick should die multiple times. You know? I guess because as far as we know, he's not a Nazi. Crazy Slick, I mean. Because you can't say that about Nazis, but you can say that about other people. Bro, I brought up a fucking inconsistency in the Republican Party, and I mean, I caught a ban before Asmongold did. Asmongold literally fucking urged people to do terror when he thought the Minneapolis Police Department was defending Somalis against harassment. He literally said, terrorize this community, terrorize the police officer, something along those lines. And he didn't catch a fucking ban. It's crazy.
They were asking about a Facebook post that she made criticizing Miami Beach's mayor. CBS News Miami's Abby Dodge is your reporter in Miami Beach tonight. Abby, what was in this post that prompted officers to show up and knock on her door like that?
Well, Raquel Pacheco wrote a critical comment about the mayor after he posted a photo saying that the city was welcoming to everyone. She didn't expect then.
He also apparently incentivized something violent to be done to you and Mike from PA today because he misunderstood tweets from you guys. He recently called on his audience to kill people like you. Clip got mass downvoted, so it didn't go viral. Show me the clip. Send me the clip. Of course it doesn't go viral on fucking LSF because they mass downvote that shit. Give me the clip. Let me see what he said. What is this? Twitch streamer and leader of the Soy Right, Asmongold calls for violence against Hasan and Mike from PA due to misunderstanding a tweet.
personal attacks, well, they will, again, these people will kill you if they can. They will kill you if they can. If
Wait, what? He's really trying to be the next Charlie Kirk? Is what I said about Nick Fuentes. And Asmongold said he's trying to kill you? Wait, what?
they are allowed to, that's what they will do. And that's the way that you should treat them too, by the way. You should treat these people like a mortal threat. Because if you have enough of them get together, they will consolidate power and they will use that power to destroy your life. They will. And that's why it's so important to make sure that you have no mercy when you're dealing with them. You should never feel sorry for them. You should never feel like, oh, well, this is too much. Oh, this isn't fair. Nothing is unfair.
What the fuck? What? I can't say Nick Fuentes is dick riding the administration to become the next Charlie Kirk without motherfuckers saying I deserved the death penalty? What is happening?
Because if you do anything that allows these people to even have a shred of power, they will take it and they will turn into the most tyrannical Nazi fascists that you can ever imagine.
He mistook it as a death threat because he's a moron? They thought you meant be Charlie like that? No, motherfucker. It's a direct fucking criticism about what Charlie Kirk was doing when he talked a good deal about Jeffrey Epstein being a fucking horrible pedophile and maybe even potentially a Mossad agent, and then got a fucking boss call from the big dog, Donald Trump, and turned around and said, hey, you know what? We should just let it go. We should just not, we should not cover the Epstein stuff any longer. You forget Charlie was irrelevant? Yeah, and the reason why I was saying that is because here is Nicholas Fuentes basically saying the same shit. Talking about how Jeffrey Epstein is so cool. Where is it? Where's my fucking tweet? I can't even find my own goddamn tweet on here. What the hell? I wonder if they mass reported it or something. Maybe they did. Because it's not showing up here. What the fuck? I'm looking at the quote retweets. Oh yeah, I said he's really trying to be the next Charlie Kirk.
Sometimes you gotta be the villain. Epstein's my boy, dude. Let's just be honest. Epstein was cool as fuck. There, I said it. What are you gonna do? Go ahead, cancel me. Yeah, I said it. Jeffrey Epstein was cool.
It's awesome. I can't even fucking shit on this guy for being a total cuck to the admin now that Charlie Kirk is dead, so that he can take over his role in the Republican Party as a fucking champion of the Republican youth without the largest right-wing political commentary person on the fucking platform demanding that I get assassinated ruthlessly and with no morals whatsoever.
Dealing with them. You should.
And for the record, even if I fucking made a joke like that, what's it to you, dumbass? He's a fucking Nazi. Are you a Nazi? Are your fans Nazis? You're over here defending a fucking neo-Nazi? Get the fuck out of here.
You should never feel sorry for them. You should never feel like, oh, well, this is too much.
Why are you offended by this? You think people who are anti-Nazi are worse than actual fucking Nazis? A pro-pedophilia, pro-Jeffrey Epstein Nazi? Of course you do, because you're fucking pro-pedophilia and pro-Jeffrey Epstein. That's the reason why you got this fucking butt hurt. That is nuts, dude. Yeah, now he'll fucking cry for 8.5 days over, oh, yeah, you said I'm pro-pedophilia. Sorry. I should have said you're pro-pedophilia people and defending pro-pedophilia people like Nick Fuentes. Or Donald Trump, really. Stupid ass motherfucker, bro. Yeah, go ahead. Make another fucking video talking about, yeah, base. Your time is running out, little man. Your time is running out. Keep going. Keep going. The walls are closing in, baby. I know he knows it too. Just wait. A couple days from now, maybe a week from now, maybe a month from now, he's going to come out with a statement being like, politics got a little too hectic for me. It's too divisive. Don't want to talk about it anymore. That's when you'll know. That's when you'll fucking know. I'm sure he's already reduced the hour of political coverage, and I'm sure he's already reduced the hour of time he spends doing political commentary. and is like now doing like titties and video games and stuff because he can't really talk about Greenland too much. Yeah, he's gonna quit politics like he already dipped his toes in quitting, ain't got the heart nor the face for this. No, the reason why he's doing it, the reason why he's gonna eventually quit is not because like he's getting a lot of backlash. That's part of it for sure. But it's because of the numbers. Okay? He can't handle the peer pressure because he has no fucking real vision for a better future, or even a worse one, as a matter of fact. There is 0% chance that any journalist that actually interviews Asmongold is going to fucking get anything out of that conversation other than the fact that he's basically a little bit more competent, but identical to Nick Shirley in his worldview. Just as fucking stupid. And that's precisely the reason why he will avoid media interviews like the fucking plague, and he will avoid talking to anyone else about this kind of stuff. But eventually, this entire act is going to come to an end. As I've said over and over again, trust me, I've given you my predictions on what will happen next. Some of those things have happened already. I told you that Donald Trump was going to, his immigration policies, his immigration platform was going to be seen as unimaginably unpopular. And it took 1 year, but we're there already, okay? I told you that, a lot of the young voters that voted for Donald Trump were going to very quickly experience buyer's remorse. That's already happened. And Asmongold is going to inevitably quit this politics shit or greatly lower the number of hours he talks about politics. His fans did a fucking meetup to discuss how to derail you. Oh, that's funny. No, he's still talking about it? No. It's gonna happen. Trust. It's gonna happen. He doesn't like the fucking spotlight. Okay? He doesn't like the spotlight. He just wants to fucking keep growing in the way that he wants to keep growing with his own vision. He wants to keep growing without friction. Not realizing that you can't keep growing without other people finally paying attention to what you're doing. If you want to watch the latest Twitter drama topic, tune into the Asma stream. If you want to watch what really happens next, you watch Hasan. Yeah. Are his fans cooling the bots down? No. I think he'll continue botting. But I don't even know if he's botting any longer. I know he was definitely botting back in the day. Like, he was definitely botting. If you look at, like, there was a time when Twitch Tracker would actually look at your active user percentage. If you look at, like, January, if you look at January 20th, like, during the inauguration and stuff like that, his active usership base was like 30 to 40%. Mine has never gone down from like 79%, just so you understand. So, dude, he's always 10K more than you. That's a little weird. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe. It is strange. I've noticed that as well. It always, like, to a T. There are moments where it gets a little bit less than 10K, but usually it's just like, usually it's right around 10K, like 10K plus. Always. I get 30K, he's got 40K. I get 20K, he's got 30K. Always. That's also because he's the landing page for Fuck Hasan sentiment. If you think that even on the internet that there is more Fuck Hasan sentiment than not, you're crazy. Someone must really like Asmongold's coverage to bottom 10K. I don't know. Sorry for the parasocialist moment, but you also sit at 39K viewers a lot recently. I wonder why. And also remember, when I get to 39,000 viewers, I get, you know, my subscriber growth also goes up. My view count goes up when people are paying attention to politics. Right now, a lot of fucking people are paying attention to politics. I'm sure he has a lot of people who are paying attention to politics that want to hear like the pro-Trump take as well. But like a couple of weeks ago, I had 45,000 subscribers. Right now, I'm sitting at 52,000 subscribers. Bots are cheap compared to politicians and think tanks, just saying. What is Asmund doing this if not for the money? For guys like Asmongold, it's because it's not just about money. It's about like it's about being recognized and being loved and having people dick ride you. It's more so like a game. These guys have more money. I mean, same with ACC. Like he has more money than God. He doesn't fucking care. But it's more so like a video game. It's about commanding influence for some. It's about clout for some. Asmund tells his chat not to sub to him. He doesn't want money. How? Yeah, he owns 5 businesses, brother. You know that, right? Like, he owns the fucking pre-built PC gaming thing. He's a co-owner, co-founder of OTK, co-founder of fucking Mythic Talent Agency. He owns a fucking talent agency. The one that got busted for doing the possible scam thing that the Redditor, the LSF Reddit mod was called out for. Anyway, let's finish this.
That her comment would lead to a police investigation.
Am I being charged with the crime? Okay, so you're here to investigate a statement that I allegedly made on Facebook.
Raquel Pacheco, a former candidate for Miami Beach City Commission and Florida Senate, started recording when officers showed up at her door Monday. She says she's still emotionally distraught about what happened next.
My overwhelming feeling was that freedom of speech as I know it died at my front step yesterday. And that was just such an incredibly sad, it still makes me sad. It's an incredibly, incredibly sad thing.
Is that your account?
I refuse to answer questions without my lawyer present.
Officers then read Pacheco's Facebook comment. She says in part, the guy who consistently calls for the death of Palestinians tried to shut down a theater for showing a movie that hurt his feelings and refuses to stand up for the LGBTQ community in any way. Officers then explained why they came to her door.
We're just trying to prevent somebody else getting agitated or agreeing with the statement. We're not saying it's true or not.
Anyone who reads that statement, I don't know how you can take that as an incitement to violence of any type.
I called the mayor's communications staff multiple times and stopped by City Hall. The mayor's office did not provide anyone to speak with me and said the mayor was not in the building. Pacheco has hired a lawyer and together they made public information requests. She says she wants to know what led up to the officers at her door.
We're traveling down a very, very slippery road here, and my goal here is not just to make it stop for me, obviously, but it's for everyone. Because think about this, I'm a vocal person, I'm a loud person, I'm a well-known person in this town. If they can do that to me, and I'm a veteran, if they can do that to me, imagine what they can do to people that don't have a voice and don't have a presence and visibility.
In just minutes before our newscast, we did end up hearing from the mayor's office through a statement. They called this interaction a police matter. We also recently heard back from the Miami Beach Police Department about the investigative unit officers who did show up to Pacheco's house. They said in a statement, and I'm going to read it for you now, that
potential safety implications. Potential safety implications being that the actual incitement to violence is not coming from the person that's being called out, the elected representative that's like constantly inciting violence against Palestinians. But the actual incitement to violence is calling that out. Get the fuck out of here, dude. They have no response for this, okay? There is no rhyme or reason for this. You're only doing this because you feel so fucking powerful that this is not going to blow up in your face, okay? And yes, we got here under the Biden administration as well. Straight up. Anyone who doesn't realize that is delusional. 3,500 student protests were arrested under the Biden administration for college campus protests, encampments, student encampments they put together, peaceful. And the media kept lying about how anti-Semitic they were. Fucking bullshit. Asmongold and all those other cocksuckers also routinely fucking said they're anti-Semitic. They can't block people from moving around on college campuses. Remember that shit? I remember. I was there. I was there at the fucking campuses. So fuck around and find out. Now he's trying to talk about. Now he's trying to act like he was there all along. Like, oh yeah, based, dude. Israel, yeah, Israel sucks. Yeah, based. Yeah. Meanwhile, the fucking pedophile protector president that he's dick eating every fucking goddamn night is Israel's number one most loyal servant. Okay, Donald Trump is Israel's number one servant. Oh, so fucking humiliating. This reminds me of the same exact principle that I was criticizing earlier, right-wingers who feel a sense of nationalism or patriotic fervor, who then substitute that patriotic fervor for letting America dominate them. You know, the Canadian conservatives, that plurality of Canadian conservatives that said, yeah, if America actually comes here and militarily overtakes Canada, we'll just roll over. We'll let them do it. We'll let them fuck us. That's how these guys are. All these fucking MAGA dick riders that say America first, America first. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is the most Israel first president. Donald Trump, for all of his faults, Barack Obama was infinitely more critical of the relationship with Israel than Donald Trump was. Okay? It's between him and Joe Biden. Like they're just fighting over one another to see who can suck Benjamin Netanyahu's dick harder.
Miami Beach Police Department was made aware of a social post containing potentially inflammatory commentary referencing a Miami Beach elected official. In light of recent national concerns regarding anti-Semitism and out of an abundance of caution, the department assessed the post for any potential safety implications. They did say that detectives found no immediate threat. Live from Miami Beach, Abby Dodge, CBS News, Miami.
Miami Beach nightclub under fire for an offensive video posted from its dance.
Well, I think you and Asmongold are like, PB&J, please stop. What? Talking shit on me? What the fuck, dude? Shut up. Shut your bitch ass up. There's no comparison between us, okay? You can keep coping. Maybe that makes you feel like it's more valid to watch a roach-infested, filth-ridden content creator who never leaves his fucking home.
Dance floor. The nightclub has apologized, but the mayors of Miami Beach and Miami-Dade County still want to know how this happened. CBS News Miami's Yvonne Taylor is your reporter in Miami Beach today.
I just
Yvonne.
learned of an alarming story that happened right here in my own backyard in this beautiful swamp I call a home, Florida. This is my swamp. I'm like Shrek if he got hit by a shrink ray and then did a fusion dance with Lord Farquaad. Born and raised here.
I already covered this. But I'm glad that Charlie's fucking dunking on this shit too. I'm glad. And he should keep doing it. Anyway, you can ban me for saying this, but you're just mad Asman is and will always be a better content creator and streamer. Why would I ban you for that? You can have this preference, chatter. Everyone will make fun of you for it, but you can have that preference. But then again, it's unsurprising because you think it's like peak courage. You can ban me. Oh no, I got banned. Why doesn't Asman criticize Charlie? Because he knows where his bread is buttered. He's too much of a pussy to go after someone with a shared audience. Yeah, being wrong is not a bannable offense. I don't think you guys understand what constitutes a ban in here. He unbans people that mods ban for pets, bro. I mean, it's true. You can be my next pet if you want. I can pet you. Yeah. I think every Republican and every Asmongold fan, because they're all Republicans, should be consistently asked one question and one question only. Why do you still support the president protecting pedophiles? Do you like pedophilia? Are you a pedophile? Why do you support this current president who is straight up protecting pedophiles? That's it. It's difficult for me to see you as anything but a pedophile yourself if you keep doing this. You know? That's it. And it's like all of these like other podcasters and all these other people that played a role in Donald Trump getting elected have already pulled the ripcord. A lot can be answered by realizing the majority of Asmon's fans are children. If you think Asmongold's audience is not even older than mine, you are the most delusional person I've ever encountered. You think anyone under the age of 35 watches Asmongold? Are you out of your fucking mind? No, dude. No. Judging by the way they post online, you assume that they're like mentally stunted, but they're all fucking 40. Rank and file unionites went for President Trump in America as well. The same people who watch Zachariah. Yeah, they're also pedophiles. What the fuck do you mean? What, you think being a rank and filer at a fucking labor union puts you in a different category? You could still be a fucking pedophile. There are a shit ton of rank and filers in my chat right now. They'll tell you all about how fucking hog their coworkers are in the union. Yeah, Trump stickers on the hard hat, protecting pedophile president. You earlier said Asmon watchers are in the youth watchers when talking about why Asmon has watched more than Fox, i.e. a younger audience. Yes, people who are 35 to 45 years old are comparatively an infinitely younger audience than Fox News, whose average viewership age is 85. So yeah, in comparison to Fox News, they're much younger. I'm literally IBEV Mike, IBEW is hog as fuck. Yep. Can we do a quick shout out to my old coworker, my Latino goat, Harold, who worked at a Joe Biden funded project and had a Trump patch on his safety vest? But yeah, just, remember, ask people that question over and over again. 1 month ago, the Jeffrey Epstein files were legally required to be released to the public in full. The Department of Justice failed to meet the deadline and continues to withhold over 2 million files. Ask the question why. Ask the fucking question why. We know the answer to it. Say, go arrest the president, dumbass. 270,000 likes. Woke is back. 270,000 likes, dude. Woke is back. This is the other reason why I'm saying like Asmongold's days are numbered in this whole like political realm. You know? I said every Republican should be asked why they're still supporting the protection of pedophilic elites. Julian Andreone says we'll be asking them when I get back up there this week. Catching up with Bezos' hip vertical #content. Socialized healthcare is not working. No, Venezuela is not an oil grab. The myth of collectivist warmth. Oh my God. Oh my God, bro. Washington Post is basically Wall Street Journal. What the fuck? All of their opinion editorial has gone completely out of control. I didn't even paying attention to it. Remember when the new editor took over in February, promised that the Washington Post would not lecture you about ideology or demand you think in certain ways about policy, then proceed to do that nonstop for a year? Left out vertical videos of Brad Palumbo whining about California's 5% billionaire tax and unaccountably sweaty James Hohmann attacking Trump from the right over a 10% credit card rate cap. Incredible work, man. Every outlet is like this. What are we doing?
Jim, the nightclub is called Vendome. This is it right behind me. It says that it is closed right now, but its website establishes that it will be open to the public tonight. Now, we're not going to show you the video of what happened here. Instead, you're going to see still pictures of individuals partying to an anti-Semitic song. These are the images of the controversy. Individuals...
Bro. Like, I'm so conflicted on this because, like, fuck these guys. But, like, the way that they're covering this is so silly, bro. Just fucking show the video. Like, what do you mean? Like, you're making... Oh, come on. It's just like... If you're not going to show the song, then, like, I don't know, show the video muted. Like, what are we doing?
Partying to an offensive song whose lyrics say Hail Hitler. The song by rapper Kanye West is banned in Germany, and major music platforms in America took steps to remove or ban it due to its messaging. It happened on Saturday at Vendome nightclub on Washington Avenue.
Let me be very clear. There is no place in Miami-Dade for anti-Semitism, Nazi rhetoric, or hate of any kind.
Miami-Dade Mayor Daniela Levine Cava wants to get to the root of the issue.
What matters now is accountability and making sure this never happens again.
The mayor of Miami Beach.
Congrats on number 3 lolcow of the year. What the fuck is that? There's a lolcow. I got a bronze medal. I couldn't make it the top number 1. What do I win? Ignore unless you get top spot. Okay. No, iDubbbz got number 1. iDubbbz. You place in the podium though. Good for you, dog. Oh, damn. Oh, I mean, third place is like first place in the last on the podium. You know what I mean? Account created in 2012. I can smell this guy through the screen. Yeah. It's on Kiwi Farms. I've never really participated in lolcowing in general because, you know, I have or at least had a healthy social life. And I do feel like it's mostly just like autistic people stalking other autistic people Why do you have Kiwi Farms banned, by the way? Why do you think? It's a fucking stalker website for autist Nazis. The fuck? I think you already know why it's fucking banned on here. But I will say, because you're scared of what? The most socially maladjusted person who will most likely kill themselves in like the next year or so? No, I'm not. Scared of what? A creature that can't even fucking have a conversation with an Uber delivery driver being called a lol cow? Look at me. Now walk out of your room, go to the bathroom, and look at the mirror. Okay? Maybe take me on your phone to the bathroom and just put it right there. Okay? Put the phone right there, me looking right at you, and then stare directly at your face in the mirror. If that won't snap you out of it, I don't think anything will. I'm an engineer, bud, more successful than you ever will be. You're right, Chatter. Okay, stop. Let's continue.
I'm disgusted by it. There's no place for that in Miami Beach.
They streamed this
a
11 years
welcoming,
ago.
diverse city.
Me or mine says the problem starts.
I need. How do you have 1,000 subs? Like seriously, give me some.
I think you just because I wear underwear on my head when I stream.
I guess.
I'm gonna try to play while looking through underwear, like they're over my eyes.
I'll do that too.
I can't see my
I'm not in my
crosshair.
room. I'm gonna put my shirt over my head.
Here we go.
D4 is.
I can't tell what team people are on.
Alright,
Okay, it's gonna be slightly difficult because I have an American Eagle logo
just
on
killed
my
a guy.
shirt and I can't see through that. But here, let's go. I'm doing it. I can see I have an outlined crosshair so I can see it.
I see mine now. I just killed a guy. I just killed Nick.
That's me. I'm standing still, faggot.
Just killed another guy. Just killed another guy.
I'm wearing a black shirt though. That's the thing, bro.
One left though. One left.
I can't tell what team people are on.
Leper.
I actually play better when I have underwear on my head. Oh, I got headshot.
Okay, I'm gonna get.
But that was pretty impressive, if I do say so myself. That was like probably 7 or 8 kills with underwear, like covering my.
Why'd you stop talking, Wendy? What happened? He's actually funny. We should bring him to our side. I think that one might be a little too lost, brother. This is kind of wholesome. What happened to this guy? I don't know. But he did the school shooter pivot. I think people should be more embarrassed to openly say that they're like, you know, following cyber stalking subreddits and shit like that. But what do I know? They can't talk because they're banned? No, they're not banned. They just stopped respond. Oh, wait, what? Did they delete their account? Brother, you just came in talking about how scared I am about a fucking doxing and harassment subreddit. And the moment that you got like a fraction of scrutiny, your response was to fucking end your entire existence on this platform.
8 kills with underwear, like covering.
Yeah.
God damn, dude. Account created since 2012, by the way. What happened? Did you go to the bathroom and take a look at yourself to see who was the real lol cow all along? Please, this is villain backstory shit. And we don't need any more villains in 2026. I mean, I think this. I don't think you understand. Yeah, how do you call someone a lolcow and then delete your account the first chance you get to talk to them? You're huffing the worst copium. Bro's been around for 12 fucking years. This clip is from 12 years ago. And he has cultivated a total of 129 followers in 12 years. I'm right here. Watching TF2 vids is scrutiny. I'm right here, pal. Okay, I guess he didn't delete the account. I don't know how this works. Maybe he... Oh my God, did he block me or something? How is that possible? He deleted his YouTube too? Nah, someone took the username? Wait, one of you motherfuckers instantly took the username? How is that even possible? There's no way. I'm right here. Can't change username for 6 months? Yeah, I don't think you could do it right away. I think he just got scared and blocked me so I wouldn't look at his channel. Anyway. Buddy, I think you realize that you're a fucking loser, right? But I promise you, there's salvation for you yet. Check on incognito. Oh, true. You should probably stop going to those websites. Seriously, it's not good for you. It's not good for your mental health. No, it still says incognito. That channel has been closed by users, so I don't know what he did. I think he's like deactivating his account and then reactivating it or something over and over again. To basically write in the chat or something. Anyway. You have no idea what you've done? You just made 1 million Wendy's? Yeah, it is pretty bitch made to call someone a lolcow and then immediately fold when you get like a little bit of scrutiny, when your face is out there for like a brief moment. He engineers departure from Twitch. Oh, man. Keep at it, buddy. You should get back to this. Bring some joy back into your life. You're going to make it. We are Wendy Kirk. He's Canadian? Nice. Wait, can I even see the other clips now?
I think
I know you need all the subscribers you need.
Oh, I can still see his other clips.
I need. How do you have 1,000 subs? Like, seriously, give me some.
I think you just
Because I wear
like,
underwear on my
website.
head when I stream.
I guess.
Bro, 12 years ago, this was like a normal-ass teenager. Actually, what the fuck happened? Like, these are clips from 12 years ago. He was like a normal-ass teenager What the fuck kind of horrible... Dude, I hope he reactivates the channel and speaks again, because I do want to examine his brain. I want to study it. No, he deleted his YouTube page as well. As soon as we looked into his account, he deleted his YouTube page. The fucking internet happened, dude. There are so many of these regular kids that get pipeline. Twitch tracker and search, when did he stream? Very recently? No, he streamed last live 4 years ago, it says. I don't know. I feel pretty sad. Probably ostracized from normal society and gets lost in the sauce in the darker parts of the web. TF2 pipeline. Why do you dissect turds like you're going to find gold and not corn? Damn, that was poetic. That was poetic chatter. Why do I do it? Because I'm fascinated with the way that the human brain works. I'm fascinated with this shit. I spend a good deal of time on the internet. Just like Andrew does. Right? And what I'm fascinated by is like how slurs.tf tracks all the slurs he said in TF2 games, by the way. What the fuck? What I find fascinating about this is like how people go on their own journeys and how they just like go from being like Andrew here is a nice guy, right? Probably has big dreams. He wants to be like a TF2 streamer. He wants to be he wants to put on a performance. He's like putting a fucking boxer over his head while he's playing TF2. And then somewhere along the way, he just, I don't know, his dreams go unrealized. I can't believe that's a real slur ID website. What the fuck? What is this? 84 racial slurs, 15 instances of bigotry. Is that what that means? 4,000 messages? Bro is ranked at slurring on Team Fortress 2? Yes, there's a leaderboard. Wait, what percentage? No. Wait, what the fuck? What is going to happen if I click on racial? Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Ain't no fucking way, bro. Andrew, you've been a mean boy. Dropping the hard R like that. In 2015, last time he dropped the hard R was January 9th, 2015. Very successful engineer, ranked in the first 500 for saying slurs, racial slurs specifically, on Team Fortress 2. YouTube is still here. No, I can't look at his YouTube. His videos don't show up. He deleted it. He didn't delete his Reddit though. I guess he swapped out Team Fortress 2 for Fortnite at some point. No, it's not showing. It's not showing up. He deleted his YouTube account. Andrew, you've been a bad boy. You've been a bad boy, Andrew. He's a slur engineer like Mudahar. Andrew, you got caught on the internet saying the N-word with a hard R, Andrew. How would your coworkers, if you actually work a real job, Are you making a point about how that site is bad because you're making him experience cyber stalking? I mean, first of all, I'm not even cyber stalking. Cyber stalking would be actually identifying who he is, plastering his face all over the fucking internet, and also on top of that, figuring out his place of employment and then calling his place of employment to tell his employer that he's been spending his time doing this kind of shit on the internet. That would be cyber stalking. That is what Kiwi Farms does. I don't think you should do that. I don't think anybody should do that. This, on the other hand, is information that he's volunteered about himself. Bro, he has a child. I'm sure his place of employment wouldn't give a shit 10 years ago. Are you okay? He has a child? Okay, that makes it even crazier. Let's just click out of this. Oh, God. Oh, you say he was a child. Oh. He was a child. My bad. I misread. Anyway. Yeah, this is a little bit of public shaming, which I think is healthy to do sometimes. No, his YouTube page is fucking, he deleted his YouTube page. I don't know why you guys keep fucking posting his YouTube page. Yeah, he's actively on an anti-trans, neo-Nazi, cyber-stalking subreddit that has a leaderboard for how many trans people that they've driven to suicide. Okay? That's what Kiwi Farms is. That's the reason why it's a banned term in this chat. Because I often shelter you from the dark crevices of the internet. It's just sad. He wanted to make a career playing Fortnite. He got the graphics done. Everybody thinks I'm cheating. Live stream offline. 0 views on the live stream. The brute is fair and balanced. I guess he went off cam too, because he was on camera 12 years ago. And then somewhere along the way, he decided to turn the camera off too. Sad state of affairs, my man. You could have just keep pursuing making videos. Another failed artist. He might have just blocked me on YouTube too then if I can't actually see his page, but you guys can. I'm an engineer, bud. More successful than you'll ever be was his last statements on this website. RIP. All right, let's get back to this now.
The moment the individuals were allowed in the venue.
I had club owners of other clubs reach out to me and say that they know they try to get in and they don't allow it. So I'd like to know how they got in. They seem to be having a great time celebrating together. DJ plays the music.
The nightclub issued a statement saying the venue and hospitality group do not condone anti-Semitism, hate speech, or prejudice of any kind. They also said, we are currently conducting an internal review to understand the circumstances surrounding how this requested song came to be played during a bottle parade, and we will take immediate action to hold the responsible parties accountable. One of the men who attended the club addressed the issue on X.
What are you saying sorry for? You literally played music that we requested.
We also reached out to Andrew Tate, another of the men who attended the club. We received no response. CBS News Miami just spoke with Evan Field, who says he was at Vendome Club the night of the controversy.
It was a little bit odd. He played the song and it was just, people were kind of giving him weird looks, you know, and it was just a weird vibe. You know?
And elected officials want to know if management of the nightclub is aware of any songs played by the DJ, especially those requested by the public, and that should be part of the
What kind of investigation are they conducting into this nightclub? Like, yeah, they're fucking losers, man. They're losers. They're weirdos. That's, you know, I mean, I guess I'm glad that woke is back, right? Check the next vid. Andrew Tate folded.
Investigation. We are
Andrew Tate responds after being dragged for Yay nightclub.
Living in a world now where only shock value seems to get anybody's attention for any significant period of time because everyone's dopamine receptors are completely fried. So all of these young influencers.
Oh my God, he's so washed, bro. Oh my God. A short clip of Andrew Tate 6 hours ago, only 1,200 views, is so fucking cooked. It's so fucking cooked. Back in the day, Andrew Tate, like an Andrew Tate interview, god damn, you would have gotten fucking tens of thousands. The top G stands for top goy. Yo, this account said, you're not even a real racist, bro. This is one of those like fucking neo-Nazi accounts that like now I think hates Nick Fuentes. Oh, that's awesome. Andrew Tate folds under zero pressure instantly. Embarrassing. That's so fire. Top G stands for top goy.
I didn't play it. I didn't ask him to play it. I didn't dance. I didn't sing. In fact, the only time you see me.
Oh, oof. Oof. What happened, bro? I thought y'all were based.
On there is me storming out of the bus saying this is ridiculous and leaving.
You just created a million Andrew Tates.
But I know why it was played. It was played because of this. It was played because it gets traction in a world where everybody is bored of everything all of the time. And that's why these young people are encouraged constantly to try and do the most shocking thing possible. You see this not just with this song, you see this on all their streams. They're running people over and doing retarded shit constantly. So I'm not here to make it.
Wow, these guys are fucking badass, dude. Sitting at a poker table, smoking cigars. How do you live in an environment that looks AI created? Like, this is giving AI slop. And it's just, I know it's in the real world. You know what I mean? These motherfuckers look like they exist in an Alec Monopoly painting. At every moment in their lives. Is the gay chess dungeon? What the fuck, man?
Myself. I'm not here to say it wasn't me. I'm not here to, blame someone else. But it is kind of ridiculous. It does feel a bit unfair that I'm standing in a nightclub. A song comes on that I did not request. A song comes on that I do.
Dog, you're a 40-year-old who recently got his ass beat very publicly, going to a nightclub with a 19-year-old and playing Heil Hitler by Kanye West. Listen, I don't know what sequence of events that unfolded in your life that got you to this position that you're at now, but if I even got to the first stage of how you arrived here, I would have killed myself a long time ago. Okay? I would have spared everybody else the trouble. It would have been over for me. I would have been like, all right, it's fine. I mean, I think there's more honor in death in this circumstance than being whatever this is, okay? And fucking complaining. And then just fucking complaining about
I do
it.
not dance to. I do not repeat the lyrics to. I just stand there.
Oh, I wasn't even dancing. Oh, that's awesome. That's fucking dope.
Somehow the song playing to me and it all being my fault. I didn't play it. I didn't ask him to play it. I didn't dance.
He acts like he's not part of their group. Remember when Andrew Tate wanted to bring the Nazi salute back?
My heart goes out to all of you.
Wait, he didn't even go full. Bro, he couldn't even do the full, clasping of the fingers. Oh my God. You're a pussy. Elon Musk did a better Sig Heil than you, pussy.
My heart goes out to all of you. You know, I'm kind of thinking we should bring the Nazi salute back. Because the people we've been arguing with for the last 4 years have no interest in objective truth.
Okay, never mind. He hits it after. He hits it after. He hits it 3 times. Andrew, put them titties away, slut. Wow, you're so fucking... Bro, you're so based. You're so edgy, Andrew. You're so edgy. You're 40 years old, man.
Hail SpaceX!
Tristan looks uncomfortable.
Watch the video, Andrew, with you.
Dude, that's so funny. Everyone is... Dude, are these guys all the people that are clowning on him, are they all like fucking groypers? Is that what it is? Are the groypers canceling Andrew Tate? Are the groypers canceling Andrew Tate? After he got pressed by Patrick Bet David?
When I watched
Israel's strongest warrior who is not Israeli himself, even though I thought he was initially.
The video, Andrew, with you and them, Tristan looks extremely uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Patrick Bet David. Oh my Lord. Stop.
They are.
Andrew Tate says Sneeko has crybaby issues and explains why he met up with Nick Fuentes at Clavicular. Clavicular talks shit about Tate saying he fell off and can't fight for shit.
A leader, and they are like looking up to you. So it's not like
think a 20-year-old
you're choosing
crowd,
to be like, yo, I'm in charge of you guys.
This kid shouldn't be in the club. He's 20. That's another conversation.
Yeah.
He's meeting you for the first time. You're his idol.
I understand the point you're making. And you know what? Sneeko has insulted me endless times, especially across the last 4 years. I haven't seen him in years and years and years. But maybe, you know, maybe it's the man code in me. You know, he's insulted me so many times.
Or maybe you're a 40-year-old who is so desperate to fucking hang on to a crumb of clout that you literally hung out with a bunch of younger losers to maintain your relevance. Maybe that's the reason. And not because you're a big bad guy. You know, it's the man code in me. That's why I hung out with a bunch of people that talked a bunch of shit about me over the years, even though they're 20 years younger than me. I love when these guys always have to reframe everything as though it's like hyper masculine too. Yes, I bake. It's not gay. It's basically chemistry. Excuse me. The kitchen is basically my laboratory. I'm filled with testosterone. It's like, just say you bake, man. Who gives a fuck? Like, the fuck? It is infinitely weirder that you have made this like such a big deal. You already fucking chose to hang out with these losers. Also, Miami club owners who vowed to probe the Nick Fuentes Nazi night out revealed to have partied with the far-right revelers instead. Oh, they're cooking their asses, bro. Oh my God, they're cooking their asses. Also, this is what happens when like the peak of your anti-Israel commentary starts and ends with just talking shit about Jews and just saying Adolf Hitler was awesome. Like, yeah, no shit. People are going to be like, this is ridiculous. This is completely unacceptable. You're a fucking moron. And the same goes for like Nick Fuentes fans too, that just think that this is how you earnestly criticize Israel. Okay. Oh, everyone else is entertaining goy slop. Me, on the other hand, I'm base maxing. You are the one making it a big deal by talking about it, by the way. Who cares about this dumbass does? No one cares. Arrest him and be done with it. Wait, arrest him for what? For his actual crimes? Well, I'll have you know, chatter, the American government actually made sure that he was never going to get arrested in Romania for his actual crimes. So, unfortunately for us and for the rule of law, it is a bad day. Yeah, Barron Trump freedom. Barron Trump did a school walkout to free Andrew Tate. Oh, that's awesome. He always does this thing. He says, I'm not going to make excuses like I didn't request that song or that my opponent had more reach. I could say that, but I'm not going to do it because I'm a man. And it's like, you're doing it. Everybody knows you're doing it. Yeah, Taylor doing clavicular speak is the funniest. Clavicular was trying his hardest not to let his cortisol spike after jesters tried pressing him, so he had to calm down by rizzing a girl. Except that's not even... I just realized that's just the title of the clavicular updates clip.
You don't mean. You like the white version of Canelo Joseph. But this version with a Jack Doherty.
Come on, y'all. Y'all get on, man.
What the fuck is he talking about?
Get on, man.
Come on,
yo.
Yo, stop pressing my mans, dude.
You like the white version of Canelo Joseph.
He's too chalant.
He's right there. Joe, he's going to shine his flashlight at you. Calm down. Shine the flashlight.
Hey, brother, I'm gonna ask you a big favor.
Get on.
Please just go home. Nobody wants you here.
Nobody wants
You can't. They're too chalant, bro. Fuck these guys, bro.
Bro really let his cortisol hit him like a truck.
Yeah, I mean...
We mug them. We mug all of them.
We mug all of them. What is happening, bro? Yo, this country cannot. This country is over, okay? I'm sorry. America is fucking over. It's done. It's done. Throw it in the trash, dude. This is the next gen. This is what they're doing. Yo, is Mog Eat Mog World out there, big dog? You already know. We mog them. We mog all of them. Yo, they jesters, bro. China graduated 1.3 million engineers last year. 1.3. The number of engineers that graduated in the United States of America was 130,000. Okay? It's over. It's been over, and people don't understand how over it actually is. 1.3 million engineers graduated in China. 130,000 graduated in the United States of America. I'm willing to bet a big chunk of them were also Chinese engineers that were going to school in the United States of America. Okay? This is the Mog-off. It's so fucking funny. Oh, yeah, this is my favorite clip. Are you kidding me? Clavicular got mogged by another looks maxer and his cortisol levels went to the moon. Bro was rage baiting Clav until he completely crashed out. You can't just go around saying these things and expect things to go well for you. Why are you pressing me for no reason, bro? Clav stress Homer spiked so hard, he turned into a different person.
Are you fucking retarded?
The Den a couple weeks ago.
The Den?
Yeah.
Motherfucker, I've never had a table in my life at the Den.
Yeah, you have, bro. You're fucking there.
Motherfucker, I've been at other people's tables. I've never had
When a true Adam comes in and mogs my favorite mogger.
a table in my
It was
life.
your fucking friend's table, man.
Listen to me. If you think I've ever...
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, if you think
He's the
I've
one who
ever...
pressed me. I didn't do shit.
If you think I would ever...
Why are they all wearing polo tees? Is that the new meta? Are all the moggers wearing polo tees? Is that the mog? Is that how you mog? Heated rivalry. Makes you mog harder.
Ever do some shit like that? Dude, that is not a good...
I'm not doing
You
shit,
can't
bro.
walk around saying shit like that. Get it out of the way. Listen to me. You can't just go around saying things and expect things to go well for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I know you think we do live streaming, but I'm high as fuck. I don't give a shit.
What are you high off, Coke?
I'm high off fucking ketamine. So
Oh,
if you
nice.
think I give a...
Oh, that clip always does it for me, man. I'm high off fucking ketamine. Oh. Oh, man.
Fuck about the live stream? I don't. I'm telling you.
All right.
Why are you linking Graham for Maine? Does Graham Plattner have a statement about clavicular? Because if not, I don't want to hear it. Actually, what is Clavicular's opinion on Graham Plattner? Does he think Graham Plattner is base for having a Totenkopf tattoo on his chest? Or is he jester for deleting it? Is Graham Plattner mogging people? Is Graham Plattner mogging Pills Mafia? Janet Mills? These are the questions that I have on my mind. I need to obviously dumb down the rhetoric, and many of you have been saying like, hey, if you want to retain a younger audience and you know, pill them on socialism, you just got to speak their language, and I'm doing it right now. Yeah, Graham Plattner is basically like a PSL 4. If we're being honest, he's like a low tier normie for the most part. But honestly, because politics is jester maxing, I would go so far as to say that most politicians in general never reach above a PSL 3. So he's actually above and beyond. He's a cut above. So of course my votes are going to go for Graham Plattner over Janet Mills, aka Pills Mafia. Hasan, I'm a Zoomer. I understand like only half of these words. What the fuck is jester maxing? I feel like this is not even Zoomers. This is Gen Alpha. Yeah. For the longest time, a lot of people were saying Zog, which is obviously anti-Semitic, you know, Zionist-occupied government, but actually it's Mog. It's Mogger-occupied government now. Once we get a bunch of true atoms up in there, everything's going to be a lot better. There's going to be a halo effect. You actually don't even need to spend any money on Secret Service because obviously the halo effect stops people from wanting to assassinate you. It's a known fact. That's why Charlie Kirk was assassinated, because he was ugly. That is literally what he said, by the way. That is what this man right here said. Charlie Kirk was assassinated because he wasn't mogging. There's a video of it. It went viral. I watched it on the stream.
So don't fucking go around making these accusations. You know what I mean? It's not a good idea. It's not a good fucking idea. All right,
what are you doing, bro? Why are you pressing me for no reason, bro?
I'm pressing you for making a retarded accusation. Are you fucking...
That's why Fidel didn't get assassinated. People's halo, not vest. I know. Fidel Castro was a mogger. Another mogging angle. They're doing red Vienna green architecture on affordable apartments. We got clavicular. Okay, stop it. Stop it. Stop it with this shit. Okay, I don't want to see that right now. I'm talking about American century of humiliation. You don't have to show me Chinese century of prosperity. Please look at this clip of clavicular putting 10-10 Riz game to pick up this Stacy. Awkward moment. Clav tried to drop some game on this girl and asked her to come back to his, but she rejected him by saying she needs pizza. Ugh.
And you got some tits on you. What, am I taking you home or what? I need pizza! You gotta rap.
What the fuck? Bro, drunkenly, as a 19-year-old, drunkenly going to the nightclub and walking up to random women like, should I be taking you home or what? What's the word/phrase you say instead of the R word? Forgot what it was. Troglodyte. Trog for short. You got some tits on you is dropping games these. Wait, that's what he said?
And you got some tits on you.
He said you got some tits on you. Bold. Bold, brave. Straight to the point. Do you even care that you mog them all? No, I do not. I do not care. I can't believe it. That is unbelievable, dude. Oh my God. What the fuck? He's like a deeply unsocialized dog. Dude, someone like an older adult needs to, not Andrew Tate, needs to educate this person. Okay, he's still 19. He can still change. But he's not making it to his mid-20s if he keeps this shit up. God, COVID did a number on America's youth. I swear. Is this a normal thing people do now? I don't think so. You got some tits on you. Oh, Jesus Christ. Chad just don't want to waste time and money with the dating. Yeah, exactly. As in, he is never going on a date. What is this? You're giving me flashbacks to this clip?
Chatters who keep saying Gorbachev is dead. Unless Gorbachev died from having a fucking insane erection after trying to fuck Addison Rae's mom, okay? I do not care about it at this moment. We will get to it later, okay? Did he die because he wanted to fuck Addison Rae's mom and then all of a sudden the boner killed him? No? Then I don't care!
To a boxing match. And I kind of love how TikTok boxing matches have become the norm for two people to settle any sort of
He's out of the group already. They hate him. Oh my God, we're following. Bro's in a room with Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, Tristan Tate, Myron, etc., and is distracted by a random hoe. This is why controlling lust is important. This is why I can't even say these guys are gay. Because, like, this is something different. You know what I mean? Like, I can't even jokingly say this is gay. I haven't been able to figure out what this thing that I'm looking at actually is. They are definitely A's, though. Like, yeah, this is gay 2.0. This is something different. It's not even gay. Like, I don't know. Ranked misogyny. What is this? Look, I don't know. Look, I know this is serious stuff, but I don't know what you just said. I don't speak Spanish. It's hilarious. Wait, what?
Hi. You have any questions?
I asked if y'all got a warrant and if I could see it. He said no.
So because you're not related to this person, we don't have to
Okay,
show
well,
you
I'm
anything.
here to just observe.
I
have within my right to do
cool.
so.
But all that noise, all that stuff like that, you're impeding our investigation.
I don't know what you just said. I don't speak Spanish.
I'm not speaking Spanish.
I just heard your Spanish accent. I don't know what you said.
Listen
You're
to
speaking
me.
entirely.
Not saying anything. I'm not making a comment about what I saw. That is... God damn, dude. What is America, brother? What the fuck is going on? This is what I was talking about earlier. It's like... everything is wrong. Everything that we've learned is just upside down, okay? You got dudes with accents that are supposed to be like making America more white, which is such a weird concept in and of itself. And they're like harassing and sometimes arresting like white people. Like, I don't even know, like, what is fucking happening? I don't understand. I can't make sense of it. Like, back in the day, I feel like racism was more black and white, you know? It was more simple. American fascism in 2026 is so fucking diverse, dude. It's such a strange phenomenon where it's like we have actually abolished the social construct of race. How is that possible? The people who join ICE are going to be broke with that 50K bonus, not just racist. I mean, they're definitely still pretty fucking racist. Come on, dude. Oh my God. Is fascism woke? I mean, is fascism low-key is more woke than, I don't know, like a random fucking DSA meeting, actually, when you think about it. Brother, we just looked at, what's his face? We were looking at like the clavicular clips and shit. And the entire incident started because of this like, nightclub outing where Andrew Tate decided to shit on everybody else that he was with, even though he's a fucking 40-year-old man who has destroyed his own career after having this moment in the spotlight. Got his ass beat. Now he's a 40-year-old sex trafficker hanging out with like 19-year-olds, right? And should be embarrassed by that, but instead is just like throwing them under the bus somehow. But that entire fucking group is so goddamn diverse, okay? I said this in my podcast last month, but I do think Clavicular is ascendant because he's at the nexus of a lot of reactionary online trends. He's extremely young and has a very unstable life, though, and I could just as easily see an early tragic end to his story. Yeah, no, for sure. Mr. Beast predicts Looksmaxer Clavicular will become the next big streamer.
All right, who do I think will be like the... I mean, the problem is it would make no sense to invest in Speed because Speed's already fucking huge, right? So, you can't get much bigger than that. I would need to invest in someone smaller so I can get some upside, right?
So
I
like
need a
the
good
upcoming
return.
streamers or content creators.
Let me think.
This also says a lot about what the fuck Mr. Beast is looking at. You know his ass is constantly on Twitter, bro. Like, because if you ask, like, I don't know, someone who spends most of their time on, like, YouTube or whatever, they would not know who the fuck Clavicular is. I know for a fact that that's the case, by the way, because I love talking about the latest and greatest of brain rot, and I bring it up around people all the fucking time, including but not limited to Clavicular, people like that, and everyone looks at me like they have no fucking clue what I'm talking about. They get offended, okay? So you have to be totally on Twitter all the fucking time to know who the fuck Clavicular is. No, I'm sorry. I'm not learning about a new guy named Clavicular. I have got to draw the line somewhere. I have learned about so many guys already, and every single one has added less to my life than the last. I am at capacity. I've been perilously close to on several occasions learning about a creature by the name of Sneeko, but my evasive maneuvers have thus far been successful. I need to hold fast on this one. This far, but no further. There's too many weird guys out there, man. It's awesome. You will learn about Clavicular and you will like it. I mean, that's kind of my attitude about it. I do actually teach people about Clavicular all the time, like adults, content creators, because this is a fascinating fucking. I feel like I'm Jane Goodall looking at these apes in the wild. Like, what the fuck is this? Yo, Nick, I'm gonna bring some girls over. Fuentes, nah, I'm good. Nick Fuentes is gay though. Like he definitely does want to. He definitely wants to fuck Clavicular. We've seen that. Which, by the way, would be probably a inappropriate age gap relationship if we're being honest. Because Clavicular is 19 and I think Nick is like now, despite looking like a tiny little man who looks like he's maybe in his 20s, even though he wears a suit all the time. He's I think like 28 or something. So he's getting up there. Almost a 10-year age gap. So yeah. What is this? Instant classic. Dua Lipa is Albanian. Beating her at drinking would be like beating a Mexican at boxing, out-tricking a Brazilian at soccer, or shooting at kids against an Israeli. Oh, I need some Dua Lipa's luck because what do you mean she split the G on her first try? First of all, it's not that difficult to split the G. What the fuck are these people talking about? God. Yes, it is. Bitch, I split the G my first try too. Nobody's making videos about me. I tried so many times. Oh my God. Get her on the stream. Dua Lipa. I would love to get Dua Lipa on the stream. I mean, she's amazing. Really. She is perfect. You're just trying to tear down proud Albanians? Bitch, I'm a proud Albanian. What do you mean? Rah! Albania mentioned. The world is Albania. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Are you fucking... Don't make me do it again. Don't make me fucking do it again. We are all Albanians when dua is mentioned. Yes, I make a dua every day, okay? Every day I do the dua. That means prayer chatters. Clavicular mocked Andrew Tate by doing this.
Wait, can I play a song for you?
I mean, he's a child. At least, like, his excuse is that he's literally a child and kind of dumb, right? Andrew Tate is 40. Between Albania and China, there are over 1.4 billion communists. Yeah, back in Enver Hoxha's day, but not anymore. Albanians are no longer communists. Brother, you can't be white, Chinese, Turkish, Albanian, and Mexican. Pick one. Yeah, I'm Chinese, bro. I already picked it. Which automatically makes me Albanian. Just like Enver Hoxha once famously said. Between us and Albania and China, we are 1.4 billion communists in the world, you know? It's true. Bunker communism. Albania truth nuke. This is NATO's military spending. Albania and the USA make up 66.3%. Rah! That's a truke. Yes. Oh, fuck. Being Chinese also automatically makes you Mexican. That's just factual. True. Question, ain't the kid like 19? Is he just allowed to get intoxicated live on camera like that? Bro, he does meth. Like, first of all, he's streaming on Kick. There are no rules on Kick and, you know, maybe some rules on Twitch, but no rules on Kick whatsoever. Not only does he fucking smoke meth, he promotes the fact that he smokes meth. And not only does he do that, sometimes he'll literally inject himself with like fat burners on camera and also does the same to his underage girlfriend who is 17 years old. Yes. So the answer is he does all of that. So getting drunk is actually probably the closest to like whatever you could consider to be legal or normal.
Oh wait, can I play a song for you?
I'm obsessed with this man. I hope he never stops posting. Stale response to Moise. What the fuck? Implies other mods do similar / worse. Wait, what?
People who are looking at me in horror or laughter or pity should ask themselves what that says about the $50 billion platform that.
What is this background, bro? He did the KFC double down. What? Oh, he's mogging. He's mogging. He's wearing a polo shirt, just like my man Clav. He's wearing a polo shirt because he's fucking mogging, dude. We learned about that. He's chud maxing. It's a totally different meta. A lot of you guys don't have the processing power to understand he's chud maxing.
It is Reddit. Take every insult that you have against me about how I'm incompetent, about how I'm biased, egotistical, power hungry, etc., all that, and ask yourself, how does that make you feel about Reddit, knowing that I was able to control one of the top subreddits on the platform for over a year?
Bro, no one cares. Oh my God. Thank you. Oh my God. He's like trying to farm this shit, huh? Make that next video a green screen. I want to see the Reddit mod dungeon. Actual Reddit moderator moment. And then he pressed post again. We all know it's 14 terabytes. By the way, remember that other guy that was like, oh, you're a lolcat, by the way. This is exactly the type of dude that says shit like that. That's part of the reason why I wanted to look into his to the other person's background. This is him. Like the guy who, you know, ended his entire fucking YouTube account and his entire Twitch account when I started making fun of him. It's this guy. These are the guys. Which kind of goes back to the point I was making with the other chatter who was like, oh, you know, sometimes I get bullied at school. Like, did you ever get bullied at school? How did you deal with it? Just understand that this is the guy that's bullying you. It is entirely up to you to take that seriously or not. Did you see Wubby talked on Discord that a new head mod after this? He did?
With borderline dictatorial powers doing who knows what that you'll never find out about. And then realize, I am the bull in the china shop. I'm telling you these things directly. Forget about me. Think about all the other subreddits that exist.
Oh, he brought his YouTube account back.
I'm really excited to show you guys the
He brought it back.
1v1 map.
I'm sad that he stopped.
Everybody watch this video right now. Report everything.
Wait, that's the streamer he's killing, right? That's not him. I assume that's the streamer he's killing. Yeah. The Reddit moderator.
Thank you for watching.
Okay, I can't watch this full 9-minute video. Let's just finish.
No idea who they are, what they're doing, and every time somebody like me gives you a peek under the curtain, society gawks at the insanity of all of it.
You are a moderator in a subreddit. Why are you chasing down brand partnerships and collaborations, buddy?
I mean, you're an influencer with a platform.
Yeah, that's the point. You're not an influencer, brother. Like, I mean, I think you're trying to be one now, but like you're like the entire point of subreddit moderation is supposed to be, and I can't believe I'm repeating this again and again and again. You like whatever insert interest group thing that you are invested in so much that you volunteer to either make a community about it or you volunteer to keep that community clean so that discourse can thrive. Okay? That's the point. That's what it is. It's not about like monetizing it. Am I crazy? Like, what the fuck? The very fact that you were kicked off your pedestal by Reddit itself and instantly lost your moderation powers implies that, yeah, your position is supposed to be like a voluntary one and that you're not very pro-labor of you. Brother, what are you talking about? This is not a labor rights situation. He has a job. And I'm going to be honest with you. If he got fucking fired from his job for making this video, I probably would be understanding of that too. Okay? If I was a company and I had hired this man and he's now all over the fucking timeline, I'd be like, dude, you got to go. What the fuck? You are bringing bad vibes to the business place already. And now on top of that, like people are calling the company to be like, is the Reddit moderator there?
Why do you do it? You could say personal enrichment, but you don't strike me as somebody who's completely motivated by money. I could imagine you doing a brand deal or partnership, not for money, but just with a group that you think is cool for your community. Or maybe you just want to. And Reddit is a platform, like any other platform, and moderators are in charge of it. I know this is rare and nobody does this stuff. That's my entire point. Reddit as a platform is underutilized. So just like you might utilize your platform, why can't moderators? You brought up examples of conflicts of sacrosanct of a platform that it's different from any other platforms where conflicts of interest exist. I guess for Reddit moderators, we're representing other people. We don't truly own the platform, so maybe it's more important for us to be unbiased compared to other platforms. I guess. But man, if we're worried about bias, I can promise you that there are way bigger fish to fry in terms of how biased moderators are allowed to be, that I'm not sure that brand deals for community events is really the biggest danger out there. But sure, it's something to look out for.
There are no qualifications to be a Reddit mod.
You're right. There aren't any qualifications. But maybe...
Wait, his aura changed. His aura changed in response to Charlie's. Every time Charlie says something, he's like Gojo. He's basically the Gojo of Reddit. You see that? That's crazy. That's crazy. He's leveling up.
There aren't any qualifications, but maybe there should be. Maybe because there are no such qualifications, this is why we're seeing all the problems that we see. It seems
he's the Gojo being a fucking loser. Oh, that's awesome. Yes, I know his YouTube banner has Austin show on it. Bro, this guy cannot be real, man. It's so funny that this fucking account, Yeet, is literally this guy. Like, not a one-to-one. Like, it's not the same person. But this guy is basically this guy with a different skin. And he's over here dunking on him. Dog, you are literally making fun of your future right now, okay? This is you. Both of them are in Destiny's orbit. Both of them are in Destiny's community. And both of them are consistently fighting for Destiny's attention. And it's so funny that he is now clowning on this version of himself. Yeet doesn't have mod class solidarity. I agree. It's messed up. What? The Orbiters E4D.
We need to clean up our reputation, DGG. Everybody thinks that we harass people. What's something undeniably good that we can do? Well, there is this new smaller streamer named Autistic Destiny, which is the same name as you. Ha 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 ha. We could raid her and give her a bunch of views and donations. Helping smaller streamers is good, right? Oh, like Make-A-Wish, but for smaller streamers. We'll make sure to send in NFL superstar and resident DGG or Tabor Snapping to give her even more support.
I just got too much time. Tabor!
Great job, DGG. Nobody could possibly be upset over this. Big streamer Destiny harasses and hate reads mentally ill and vulnerable smaller streamer. How could DGG do such a thing?
Yeah, famously, LSF is very anti-Destiny. Brother, you are the moderator of Livestream Fails. I guess he wasn't at this point, right? Because if this is 2021, you look and talk exactly how I expected an Epstein superfan would. Please stop. This is taking years of your... This is taking years off my life. Okay, but it's giving me life. Why is this community like this, though? What do you think, man? Why? Your community reflects your interests, okay? If your entire fucking organizational output is about, like, harassing random people on the internet and lolcowing them, okay? Then, yeah, this is going to be the people that are in your community. These guys live on Reddit. Like, all of them. Reddit is their whole life. Why are you punishing us? Okay, well, I'm enjoying it. So, sucks to suck for everybody else. What the fuck is with his hair? I just can't, man. I don't know. To be honest, Reddit used to be Bernie Bro breeding ground until the post-2016 Clintonian lead campaign to drive a lot of the astroturfing accounts transform Reddit. Yeah, there was a lot of Bernie Bro shit on Reddit. That's when fucking Epstein was also a Bernie Bro. And then Reddit was no longer Bernie Bro Central, but it was like NATO Atlantis is Central. And then they became all NATO Atlantis themselves.
Man, who's been doing some like crazy, cool? I don't know. I mean, if I were to like who I think will keep getting attention. I think that Clav guy, the Luke Smack, I think he'll keep getting attention because he really leans into doing ridiculous things that, you know, gets out there.
Clavicular.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Investment number one.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Who is there anyone like doing really like?
Clavicular, the new face of the American Youth Inspiration, uses meth daily for leanness. Claims anabolic steroids are safer than alcohol. Practices medicine without a license on a 16-year-old girlfriend. Promotes bone smashing. Hammering your own face to create hunter eye microfractures. Pushes limb lengthening surgery on teenagers to cause a lifelong pain to cope. Okay, but why are you posting like a sexy fucking mirror pic of him? Because he's mocking you right now. He's mocking all of us. Okay? I'm sorry. He just mocked. And now it feels like this is a step-by-step process into learning how to mog. What is this? Sneeko got the ultimate banner. Sneeko finds out from his promoter friend that he's banned virtually from all hospitality groups. You're banned from virtually every single hospitality group in the U.S., every restaurant, every venue, nightclub for your anti-Semitic remarks and absolute racism.
You know you're banned from everything now, right? You smoked yourself. He's been in my vlogs. It's this promoter. This promoter who's been in my vlogs. He's been a friend of mine for a while. We've had back and forth.
Who is the promoter? Why is it a black square? I think I have an idea. I think I know who it is. That's his chat?
Designers. And he just said, I'm banned from everything. Call him. Let me call him. Let's see what's going on.
The racist.
Hey, what's up? I'm streaming right now.
I can see that.
You watching?
No, I'm not.
Oh, what's going on? So I'm banned from everything?
That's what I hear.
From who? Who said that?
You're banned from virtually. Oh, am I on stream? I don't want my face on stream.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, it's not who I thought it was. I thought it was Tav.
Yeah, just put your voice.
You're virtually banned from every single hospitality group in the United States.
Like what?
Tau Group, Groot Hospitality, H-Root Group, virtually every restaurant.
Damn, not H group. You're cooked. No, don't associate me with you. This is fake. I saw a post from what's the guy's name? There was a post. Was it David Grubman or something? I forget his name, but he's like a OG nightlife guy, and I think he literally did post about how he was going to work to get him banned off of all the nightclubs. Yeah, I think I did. This is 100% a staged outrage farming clip. To be honest, yeah, but there is one. There was someone who I actually saw post something about it, like David something, not Dave Portnoy. Is it David Grubman? David Packman. David Grutman. It is pretty funny that like these places are infested with like some of the fucking worst individuals you've ever seen. Like it's normally so bad. Like the regular clientele of all these fucking nightclubs are so gross that like these guys are bad, but they're not all that different, okay, from the average nightclub, especially in fucking Miami. I know this from my personal experience. Anyway, what is this? Brett Cooper says Nick Fuentes and Sneeko have aura.
Everyone off, but I do have to say, like in thinking about this whole weekend, pondering it after I consumed this content for all of you guys, it seems like Sneeko and Fuentes like actually have aura. If I'm going to use that Gen Alpha, Gen Z, I don't even know what kind of term it is.
Oh my God, did they pay her? No, dude, it's clout. She thinks they have clout. That's it. That's it. That's why she said that, because she's chasing clout. She's probably falling off. I haven't heard of her in a long ass time. That's why most of these guys do everything because of that reason. The same with fucking slop tubers. Most of the commentary circuit literally only leans into like certain things about drama because they feel like it'll boost them in the fucking algorithm. Okay? Brett Cooper used to farm 1 million per video, okay? And now she's over here doing like 125,000 views. The Hotax OnlyFans models are crashing out. Meet the men who use crystal meth to lean max. Like, she's trying to find her own lane. And for a lot of these people, especially when they go independent, it's very difficult. She's doing HasanAbi numbers, true. Okay, first of all, HasanAbi numbers is it swings. Okay, I post like 2 to 3 clips a day now. Okay, calm down. Sometimes it fucking fails with this Gavin Newsom 70,000 view clip, but usually it's around 200 to 200K plus. Yeah, I'm doing 2 to 3 clips a day now. Your titles suck. Take it up with my editors. But yeah, she was actually doing really well on her own when she first went solo dolo. Like, look at this. 11 months ago, 3.5 million views. The Brett Cooper Show, official trailer, 3 million views. Do we care about celebrities anymore? 11 months ago was when she was peaking, like around that time. Look, 1.3 million views. 1.3 million views, 1.3 million views, 1.2 million views. 8 months, 10 months, 9 months, 7 months. 2 months ago, she got one. She got a couple big ones 2 months ago. But then the rest are all from like 8 to 10 months ago. No joke, your thumbnails and titles are ass. Okay, you need to also remember something. I have literally 1 million fan accounts. 1 million fan channels on YouTube. And I don't treat YouTube as like a primary. What is this? They wanted Clavicular's attention all night, and when they finally got it, he straight up violated them by calling them old. One day you wake up and discover there's a whole generation who've devoted their lives to studying videos of George Michael Bluth flirting with his cousin.
Months ago, so
How's it going?
it's going really well.
Yeah. How old are you, by the way?
What's up?
How old are you, by the way?
20. How about you guys?
Oh, wait. I'll let you guess. Make it fun.
23?
Close.
Probably around the same, yeah. How old?
I'm 24.
Okay.
26.
Oh, fucking grandma over here.
Oh my god.
It's all good. Yeah, I mean, you still look young though, so
Thank you.
who gives a shit?
Dude, what's up with Zoomers, by the way? That's like, I don't know what it is. I mean, he's rude, but like Zoomers do look a lot older than they actually are. I don't know what it is. This is painful. You're causing me pain.
Yeah? I'm trying to go.
He should be posture maxing. This is crazy. He's got gamer neck. I can't believe it. The man who vantage point maxes in his home or tiptoe maxes is out here in front of 2 Stacy's. Is that? I don't know. Are they considered Stacy? I don't fucking know. God damn it. I'm trying my best here. And he's not even fucking. He's got a gamer Kirk posture here. It's fucked up.
Go to the club, but I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Dates are a waste of time.
They're only
Dude, oh my God, with this music.
dinner a woman will ever go to with me is when I'm meeting other men, but like a one-on-one dinner with a girl is a mistake and a waste of fucking time and money.
3 hours of fucking garbage.
Let me tell you what a dinner with me and a woman looks like. Woman sits next to me, looks hot, the other men at the table respect that, and we talk about business, and I genuinely ignore her the whole time. I don't take bitches.
Bro, that's why I'm saying it's like, this isn't gay. This is something different. Like I don't understand. This is like unvarnished, unfiltered, pure misogyny, where like you hit the maximum amount of misogyny that like you do genuinely hate women. Like you are, it's not even like, oh, this is socially learned hatred of women where you undermine them or disrespect them on accident or because you're just careless. It's not like that. This is just like he is deliberately putting on a show to be like, I fucking hate women. I hate them so much. It makes me angry that I even have to be around women. You know, it's ascended misogyny, like you prestige misogyny and are starting back at the most primal level of misogyny. I don't think, it's objectification maxing. They truly believe it's impossible for a woman to do or say anything of value beyond just like looking physically attractive next to them. Like they're an object of sexual desire. And I guess this is why they like Trump too, because like Trump treats women this way as well, where for him it's like women are to be conquered. They're not to be loved. They're not to be respected. They're not your partner. And I don't get it. I don't understand it at all. Not on some woke shit, you know. Everybody says I'm fucking misogynistic every now and then, but like I don't understand why you would spend your life with someone that you despise, with an entire gender that you just genuinely fucking hate so much. I don't get it. That's why I'm confused when these like fucking podcast bros will like talk about getting a girlfriend. And it's like, you hate that shit. You don't want to be around a woman. You want to be around other guys. You want to do mog-offs. Do you think these guys understand that everyone is fucking looking at them like they're a bunch of clowns? Or do you think they genuinely think this is cool? I always say it's hilarious. The irony is in these dudes, they want the same women they claim are ruining the world. Yeah, I will say, like, this is something beyond gay, is what I say all the time. But, like, at this level, what we're experiencing is definitely, this is just, like, regular gay, I think. Like, this is just, like, gayer than sucking a penis, I would say. Like, there's obviously a lot of sexual tension between the two, even though it's a, you know, inappropriate age gap relationship. This is gay. I don't mean that as an insult whatsoever. This is literally just the type of content men who are attracted to other men would produce and watch. Yeah, I mean, this clip is gay for sure, but it's like, it's also not like regular gay. It's beyond. Like this is a gayer clip than if he was sucking his penis, I think. The other stuff, though, sometimes when you hear like shit like this, like when people say, oh, this is gay, it's like, no, this is something different. You know what I mean? It's gay pro max. This isn't gay. This is like unrestrained and performative women hatred, kind of. Like not even on some, like this is the type of shit. This is, here, I'll tell it to you like this, okay? If you showed this clip to your like misogynistic uncle or something, they would be like, what the fuck's wrong with these guys? You know what I mean? This is the difference between like permissible misogyny and just like something a step beyond. And especially when it comes to misogyny, there is a lot of permission for misogyny, right? There's a lot of permission for misogyny in modern society. This goes so far beyond that. It's the racism equivalent of just like saying the N-word with a hard R, or like calling a black person you know, like an animal that stereotypically was or historically was associated in an effort to disparage black people. You know what I mean? It's like when someone does that, most other racists will be like, ooh, that's a bridge too far. You know what I mean? Like, that's too much. That's too much. Like, I'm a regular racist. Like, you're something different. And this is the misogyny version of that, where it is performative. It's over the top. I don't even think that they believe it. Or maybe they do. I don't know. Oh my God. Awkward moment. Virgin Nick Fuentes asked if he wanted to party with the girls at Heil Hitler Night Out. And then the fucking Groypers are upset. Not wanting to be a male whore isn't the worst thing, says Disciple for Life Michael Andrew. Clavicular had his little twink giggling at the club. No one has ever looked at me like this. Yeah, I mean, it's true. Nick Fuentes does have a homo-romantic association with Clavicular. I've clocked that. I've clocked that a long time ago. I've talked about it before when they first did their collab stream and Nick was looking at him like licking his lips and shit. Fuentes' statement on the night. Be me, dragged to the club for the first time with my friends. Stand there awkwardly drinking Red Bull. DJ plays my favorite song. This isn't so bad, JPEG. Start to crack a smile. Banned from Miami Beach. Disavowed by the mayor of the city on the local news. 3 employees get fired. Incident condemned by ADL. My face went. He's green texting on Telegram in his neo-Nazi Telegram group. 30, by the way. Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty fucking embarrassing. How do you square this with a far-right obsession with birth rates? They simultaneously hate women, yet are desperate for traditional family values to own, impregnate, and subjugate them. I think for some, it stems from the insecurity that they will never be desirable to women, and that's what like causes them into that. That's what caused them to like lean into this shit. Okay, it caused them to like imagine a different organization of gender where women don't get to have a say. It's a power fantasy. It's, you know, it's the same reason why people engage in sexual assault, do rapes and stuff. I think that's probably what it is. But as far as like birth rates goes, I mean, none of these dudes are fucking, right? They're just not. It's not happening. So really ask too much to treat women like people. Sometimes I see you read my comment, decide it's not funny enough, and then move on. I have not read your comment at all. It's in your mind.
In the most technologically advanced nation in the world, we have come to embrace anti-science, which is really just another way of saying that we have embraced anti-intellectualism, which is really just another way of saying that people are proud of being stupid. And I blame social media for this, because I remember a time when stupid people used to keep to themselves and shut the up. But now, because of social media, they're reaching out to one another, coalescing.
They're organizing. The stupids are organizing. It's true.
Like, you got some stupid shit? I got some stupid shit. Let's put our stupid shit together. We can start a stupid revolution. We'll call it a stupolution.
Andrew Tate playing Kanye's Heil Hitler song in his Bugatti is going viral amidst his new interview where his fans accuse him of backtracking. Nah, chat. Did Tate stand on all 10 or did he fold? Nah, chat. Did Tate stand on all 10 or did he fold? Sponsored by Steak. Gamble responsibly. Hashtag ad. Oh, I can't even watch this shit, man. Oh, God. It's so funny that fucking people are clowning on Andrew Tate for doing the Heil Hitler shit.
All right, guys, we got...
Cocklinski, the pathetic downfall of Nick Fuentes. All right, let's see this fucking Nick Shirtley.
So normally and
response.
historically, my policy for whenever somebody is saying some factually inaccurate stuff about me online is to turn the other cheek, keep my head down, and get back to grinding. But in this case, with Mr. Nick Shirtley, who is now falsely accusing me of conducting an unfairly edited interview, I think I'm going to pick option 2 and let people know what went down. Journalistic integrity is something that I kind of take a little bit seriously, and I can see a future wherein access is limited to prominent people, especially conservatives, if I don't dispel this false narrative immediately in its entirety right the heck now. So to do this right, I'll have to show you a couple of things, including text messages between him and I, and actual footage of the working Premiere sequence that I used to edit the interview so you can see what was cut and why. So let's begin with an editing lesson. So when we're dealing with a long-form interview of somebody who talks very slowly and circles back to repetitive talking points, one of the first things that we do in post-production is cutting what's called dead air, which means long pauses between words or sentences, or fixable verbal stammers that slow down the conversation and risk boring the viewer. So in this raw interview with Nick, which had a total runtime of 2 hours and 2 minutes, we had to cut nearly half an hour of dead air to make it listenable. Many people like to choose their words carefully, so I get it, but there was a couple points in the interview that even in person we had to have Nick repeat himself because the crew felt that no amount of corrective editing would possibly be able to make him sound normal.
It's been an interesting few days, past 72 hours. My video on the expose of the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video ever, longer than 10 minutes, other than Mr. Beast.
Can you say the fraud in Minnesota again? Because you kind of stuttered.
Yeah. Oh, wait, are there going to be cuts in this or just going to be one take?
Which will make it perfect. So if we ask for to say it again, it's just to make sure you say it perfectly.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, so my video on the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video ever by a creator, longer than 10 minutes, expose style, than anybody other than the name of Mr. Beast.
So bear with me here. I'm going to show you the raw footage, and we'll see how with the magic of editing, we were able to make Nick sound actually smarter and faster than he was in person. Check this out. How does that make you feel, like, gratification-wise as an independent journalist?
Well, I think it's the first video you've seen in a long time where a journalist actually went and created a video that created a change instantaneously. For instance, you had the HHS, Health and Human Services. They froze all funding to childcare inside of Minnesota and then they're asking for businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars to these businesses that are not really businesses.
How does that make you feel, like, gratification-wise as an independent journalist?
Well, I think it's the first video you've seen in a long time where a journalist actually went and created a video that created a change instantaneously. For instance, you had the Health and Human Services. They froze all funding to childcare inside of Minnesota, and then they're asking for businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars to these businesses.
Why did this fucking guy literally come out and say, "You slandered my good reputation"? Oh my Lord, dude. I mean, I assumed it was even dumber, but I didn't. God, he is so fucking stupid. It truly is ableist to offer him a platform where he will make a fool of himself. Like, I think it is unironically ableist to make fun of Nick Shirtley.
So in that interview, we probably did that same thing as far as trimming dead air and splicing B-roll. No joke, probably 30 times, as you can see here on the timeline. And it was never to take him out of context, but to help him get his point across. We do this for every good faith interview or 5-cast we've conducted so far. From Hunter Biden, which had a raw runtime of 5 hours before being cut to 3:24, to Hunter Kozak, to Alex Jones, to Hamilton Morris, Janet DeSanti, to pretty much everybody we've ever talked to.
Exactly. 100% not. Is that and there's this conflation that people have. I mean, I think they're opening up an investigation to cocaine that was found in a cubby outside the the West Wing of the White House.
You know, we aren't live streamers or live podcasters, and we like to package our interviews for efficiency and entertainment value. So that's just something that we do. So the other cuts in the Nick Shirley interview that weren't dead air related were conversational beats that I personally found either boring.
That one tweet was right. He's the only Mormon born with Faz. Brother, I think there's more than one Mormon born with Faz. Like, I'm gonna be honest, but yeah. Fast Baby is correct. You're not wrong about that assessment. I think
repetitive or so off topic to the point that they derailed the conversation away from its intended focus, which was fraud in Minnesota and Shirley's personal background. We cut probably 20.
said, "Yikes!" Fast fetal alcohol syndrome.
5 minutes of unproductive, redundant banter about Portland, Mormonism, gay marriage, his new crypto coin. I heard you also made a coin of some kind.
I did not. Well, I didn't make a coin. I just joined a platform where you can monetize your content, and there actually, so yeah, it is a coin. You can then monetize your content, just similar to like how you upload on TikTok. You can upload your stuff on there. It's just based off Coinbase.
The history and ethics of welfare in America, and 6 whole, nearly identical back and forths about his 89% statistic that he falls back on unchallenged.
89% of the fraud is being committed by Somalians, and 89% of the fraud being committed inside Minnesota is by the Somalian population. 89% of the fraud.
This is such a fucking inappropriate way to game out statistics, for the record. 89% comes from a total fucking fabrication. One, it's one of the very few federal cases that the state of Minnesota has had, okay? And because there are 94 co-defendants, 94 Somali co-defendants, okay, saying, as the Republican that came out with the statistic on Fox News falsely presented, saying that like, oh, Somalis are responsible for 89% of all crimes committed since like 2020 is ridiculous. Yes, post 2020, the major COVID fraud that was prosecuted was the Amy Bach, white woman, by the way, led Feeding the Children charity scandal. And a lot of the co-defendants in that case that got charged and convicted were Somali. That's since 2020. Do you know how many federal fraud investigations have been conducted in the state since 2020? Not that many.
Happening by people who were brought into our country and then committing fraud. So 89% of the fraud happening in Minnesota is from the Somalian population.
Right, but 95% of Somali Americans in Minnesota are legal.
Yeah, 89% of Somalians are committing fraud.
Since we ended up including an extensive dialogue about that stat around the 50-minute mark of the final cut, I personally didn't feel the need to torture.
The 89% number specifically refers to a claim made in independent journal's viral video with Somali American woman and blah, 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 they commit. In summary, while the Somali American communities have been disproportionately represented among the defendants in a few massive high-profile federal fraud cases, the total fraud, this figure relates to specific high-profile cases, but there's no official data. Yeah, I know where that came from. This is like an AI summarization. I'm explaining to you what the actual summarization is.
For all of you guys.
I don't know what this fucking AI summarization is, but the 89% number basically comes from what I just described to you. One guy on Fox News randomly says, oh, since 2020, Somalis are responsible for 89% of all the fraud that was committed in the state of Minnesota. This is not correct.
Of the fraud being committed in Minnesota.
Okay, we get it. He says it a lot.
In 4K when I got back from Greenland, you will see exactly what I mean. This is not a Sacha Baron Cohen style ambush edit or a Jim Jeffries Avi Yemeni situation where I primed him, by saying crazy shit to get his guard down and then Shanghai him with post-production. I was trying to help Nick Shirley, which it seems up until yesterday he really appreciated. So after the interview came out about a week ago, he texted me right after saying the backdrop of this interview is hilarious. It was filmed in his uncle's upscale game room in Farmington, Utah, in front of several taxidermied bears that were presumably killed by the Shirley family. He goes on to say, fun watching the reaction from both sides. Appreciate you coming out.
I don't think you have fun watching the reaction from both sides.
To which I replied kindly. But then the Clippers started doing the thing that they do counterbind it, finding the most outrageous or dumb soundbite in the entire piece and memeing it into oblivion while missing the entire point of the dialogue, which was to try to find common ground on issues like affordability and the collapse of the mainstream media.
I mean, I fundamentally hope that everything you're saying is true, just so you know.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Yeah, like it's like, I mean...
Like, I hope we all have the best interest in society and for our people, because...
Yeah.
Andrew's too charitable, dude. Look. I think he revealed what his reason for making this video was in the beginning when he said, if people consider me to be a dangerous like left propagandist, then I'm not going to be able to get fucking sound bites off of people. Okay, that's the reason why he's doing this video. That's the reason why he's saying, "Oh God,
the affordability
I need to be charitable to everybody."
Can't buy houses, and if we're talking about creating change, we need to let innovation prosper inside the United States.
Yeah,
and you're not seeing it.
If he didn't operate like the way that he does currently, you wouldn't get the fucking sound bites that you're getting. It's not access journalism at all. You're wrong. It's not access journalism at all.
We're not seeing innovation. In fact, we're seeing fraudsters take our money.
If you guys saw, the clip that did the most rounds was when Nick tried and failed to pronounce the word benevolent.
Who do you think are the 3 most benevolent billionaires?
What do you mean by the word benevolent?
Just well-intentioned, positive billionaires who you think are creating, you know, net positive societal progress.
Trump? Our president?
Because he never said it right and said benevolent twice, there was no way to cut the dead air or trim the stammer, so we left it in, and personally, I don't think it's that big of a deal to not know that word. I mean, he is wearing a hoodie that is making fun of immigrants for their spelling errors, but benevolent has more syllables than learning, so I get it. But the comments on this clip were brutal, like actually genuinely mean, and it couldn't have felt good from his perspective to read these things. We're talking tens of thousands of people.
He doesn't know how to read, big dog. Don't worry. I don't think he's reading any of that. His mommy is probably sheltering him from all the negative commentary surrounding his video. So I don't think he saw any of that. And even if he did, I don't think he knows how to read. So he's going to be fine.
Declaring this guy is retarded, which he's not. But there are some moments in the interview that even...
Okay, maybe he's laying it on a little too thick here, okay?
Even with dead air trimmed for speed, Nick does not give his best performance, particularly when blaming immigrants for rising rent prices.
It's just simple supply and demand. If you have 20 million people who need to come and buy a house or rent an apartment, and you have other people who need it, you're going to raise the prices.
Suggesting that Muslim Americans keep multiple wives in private while dismissing the association with his own religion, Mormonism, and polygamy as just a harmful stereotype.
As far as the wives go, that's not a thing in Utah?
It's not a thing in Utah.
That's a negative stereotype?
Negative stereotype.
And also confronting me about staying silent on the death of Charlie Kirk, while admitting that he consciously chose to not watch the video that I made in the immediate aftermath of it.
And so I thought that was kind of messed up of you to not publicly denounce what happened to Charlie Kirk.
I did.
And I didn't even watch the interview because I didn't want to watch that.
Well, you should watch it.
I don't want to.
Well, you should watch the video.
No! No! I don't want to. You made me feel bad. Because I imagine you didn't say anything. And I'm still mad about how I felt. That's a perfect demonstration of how right-wingers operate, dude. I mean, come on. Come on.
Say some stuff in it.
Okay, cool.
None of these moments were a very good look for Nick, but I did not engineer them that way. And if I was a betting man, I would suggest that much of the hostility displayed toward him in the comments is because his reporting, which was signal boosted by Trump and his cronies, has been a driving factor in ICE's decision to escalate their presence in Minneapolis. You know,
bro, that's someone's son. Dog, I have just as much smoke for her demon mother, too. Okay? That hell spawn was developed somewhere. Okay? Fuck you mean? Yeah, fuck them both. Him and his dumbass mom who drives him around everywhere and went to prom with him. The fuck?
Kidnapping kids from local high schools, terrorizing U.S. citizens in their own communities, shooting people on the streets, and hiding behind masks like the goddamn cowards they are. However, That's just my personal opinion. I don't like ICE. I don't like Trump, which is something that I made clear to Nick in the interview.
What do you think about Trump?
I don't like him. There was no deception anywhere. But sometimes, and I'm not sure what the word is for this in the journalism field, the person that you interview views your fans as an extension of you. So if your fans are dicks to them, they kind of feel like that's you shading them. And that's definitely what happened. Right after the benevolent clip went micro-viral, Nick began to send texts to me that alluded to the footage being manipulated, writing, "Greenland will be epic and cold. Let me know if you need any locals." I still have some contacts there. Just curious though, why didn't you post a full 2+ hour interview instead of the selected 1 hour of the interview? Notice the word selected. Nick suggests that I cherry-picked his worst moments, which is concerning because we consciously did the opposite. But as you can see from these texts, I explained our entire editing process.
Yeah, by the way, this is not him talking to Nick. This is him talking to Nick's mom. Just so we're clear. I am still going with Nick Shirtley does not know how to read or write. He is illiterate. I think this is Nick's mom.
Him, as I did to all of you, and as I mentioned, even offered to send him all of the raw video files when I get home from Greenland, which I'm doing now, and gave him full permission to clip any and all moments of the piece for his own socials. Fast forward to 2 days later. I wake up in Nuuk, Greenland to see that Nick has posted a video filmed on a side camera, captioned something like, "In case you guys want to know how the interview really went, here's this." Nick's bullshit crybaby video here points to 2 pieces of damning evidence. Exhibit A. Nick grills me here about Democrat cities being catastrophic failures after failing to understand that I am not a supporter of the Democrat Party. I am from Seattle, a failed blue city, and then asks me to name thriving blue cities. So I named Austin, Nashville, El Paso, and then while smirking, I mentioned Denver because as shown in Nick's angle, I didn't actually know if Denver was doing well because I don't spend much time in Colorado.
Like, when have you seen an American city? What American city is prospering right now?
Austin.
Austin. Name another one.
El Paso.
Name another one. You know so many city good. You name city names so good. Name more city. Are you God? Why do you know so many city name? Can you name another city name? I need mommy tell me city names when I go to sleep.
Texas.
El Paso, Texas is prospering?
Yeah, I think.
Why you think?
It's doing better. New bars and restaurants have opened. But I can probably think of some better examples.
Like what?
Nashville's doing good. Austin's doing good. Phoenix is doing good. Basically any place with low state tax is getting a lot of...
In any place that's not Democrat.
I don't know about that. I mean...
Name a Democrat city that's prospering right now.
Well, it would have to be one that's affordable.
Name one.
A city.
It's ironic, but it's Minneapolis. Like literally, Minneapolis is, before this last round of like federal punishments, is straight up one of the best cities in America, one of the most thriving cities in the United States of America. Isn't that fucking crazy? Like, Donald Trump is punishing a blue city in a blue state for not voting for him, and they were doing fine. They were doing great, as a matter of fact. They were doing much better than major blue metros that are not doing fine because of the fucking insane influence of the real estate lobby, making it impossible to live there. So much so that while we were talking about the mayoral race that was going on, shouts out to Omar Fateh, there were conversations in this chat between me and another chatter saying, well, affordability is not as big as a problem in Minneapolis because the Minneapolis has actually been pretty on the ball under the leadership of Jacob Fry, regardless of all the other problems, and they've built quite a bit. They've built quite a bit of housing and keeping prices relatively affordable in comparison to other major metropolitan areas.
Inside of a blue state that is prospering. Denver.
Why are you smirking?
Because I don't know if it's prospering or not.
Because it's not. See, you can't even answer the question, dude.
I don't know.
Why is he getting so mad?
It's not prospering. Denver's not prospering either.
But in post-production, I did some research and found out that my intuition was correct. Denver...
Did you make that face because you think Seattle is not a failed blue city? Yes, I don't. I think people grossly over exaggerate how poorly blue cities are doing in this fucking country, especially when they're some of the best places to live, which is part of the fucking problem, ironically enough. It's gross and it fucking pisses me off. Have you been to one of these like fucking forgotten towns in this goddamn country? What the fuck are you talking about? Go to Springfield, Ohio, okay? The reason why I'm bringing up Springfield, Ohio is because it's one of those forgotten towns. And it got a high amount of Haitian migrants that came into the town and actually helped it grow by quite a bit, okay? Springfield, Ohio is one of these forgotten towns. If you go to any number of different cities around this country, okay, that were basically abandoned, you will understand in comparison to like these major metropolitan areas, they're in a far worse condition overall. To make matters worse, like people talk about Chinese tier 1 cities and go, oh, why don't you go to a rural area to fucking see what it's like? It's like, bitch, I've been to rural areas in America too, okay? Let me tell you, their fucking tier 1 cities are better than our major metropolitan cities, and their rural areas are also developing at a rapid clip, okay? Every city, large or small, in the United States of America, every town, large or small, in the United States of America is on a downtrend. Do you understand? So yes, while major metropolitan areas are in a state of dire disrepair, okay, so are many rural towns. Also, what is that old saying? Yeah, thank God for Mississippi. Exactly.
Is currently experiencing a decline in violence and property crime, a large influx in population, job growth in the aerospace, tech, and healthcare sectors, and a number of other great things. So I chose to trim a brief section after I mentioned Denver that indicates a bit of self-doubt, given that I ended up being correct. I also trimmed a soundbite where I said that many Democrat cities are run poorly because it was redundant.
Name one. Name one. Philadelphia, Boston, New York City, Los Angeles. These are great cities to live in. What the fuck are you talking about? Minneapolis, as I already mentioned. Chicago. Chicago's fucking beautiful. New York City is shit. Boston is trash. Okay, guys. There's good and the bad. I was just in Detroit. Detroit is fucking awesome too. Like, the thing is, a lot of these places could be more livable, okay? They could be much nicer. They could be more livable. A lot of that stems from the corrosive influence of the real estate lobby, where they keep the inventory low so that the homeowners, which oftentimes comprise like 60% of the population and certainly are overrepresented in the voter eligible population, the ones that do actually go out and vote, homeowners, want all of their fucking net worth to be associated with their housing, because housing is no longer just shelter, but instead people's livelihood. They take mortgages out, or they used to, not anymore. Now the interest rates are crazy, but they used to take mortgages out, okay? And it's their leverage. For many of these people, they only know the price of housing going up. Their entire lives revolve around the price of housing going up. So if the price of housing goes down because there's now, more readily available inventory, for example, okay, then all of a sudden, a lot of these people who perceive themselves to be like upper middle class individuals, people with a nest egg or whatever, are going to be poorer in comparison. This is the major problem. I say crash the housing market, for the record. I think, or not crash the housing market, but like burst the housing bubble and let 1 million houses bloom, okay? Let 1 million units bloom, make all different types of affordable housing, make government housing, okay, to change the housing market in this country. It'd be fucking awesome. Decommodify housing.
After our conversation about Denver, I then launched into a tirade about how I am not a Democrat, don't believe in the capacity of the two-party system to enact meaningful change, believe that Gavin Newsom has misappropriated California's tax revenue through NGOs, reinforce my belief in voting on the local level, and then give Nick the benefit of the doubt and say that I hope he's right about Trump and the GOP's ability to mitigate the affordability crisis that's made many places like my hometown, Seattle, unlivable for those who grew up there.
So I support.
Featuring Erica Kirk, confirmed speaker, Make Heaven Crowded. Bro, why do they call it Make Heaven Crowded? It almost feels like a cult, like they're all going to drink the Kool-Aid and die. Isn't that weird? That's a weird-ass fucking name for a tour. Oh, that's what he said too. Do we set up a big-ass Kool-Aid stand outside the venue?
Voting on a local level for sure.
I also suggest if you're watching this and you want to see videos that I've made about dysfunctional blue cities, watch San Francisco.
Wait, did you just say, wouldn't you not go to heaven if you commit suicide? Brother, you think any Republican that's a part of Turning Point USA is going to heaven? Are you out of your fucking mind? I don't think suicide is the least of their worries, okay? If heaven and hell is real, let me fucking tell you something. Ain't no Republican is going to heaven, okay? Are you kidding me? They're all going to fucking hell, big dog. Their entire political output is about harming others. Why the fuck do you think they're going to heaven anyway? They're going to hell. They're going to super hell. If heaven and hell are real, they're going to hell forever, permanently.
Streets, Albuquerque streets, Las Vegas tunnels, and Philly streets. So the second clip that Nick posted really makes my blood boil because it is so disingenuous. As I mentioned 6 or 7 times in this interview, Nick references the stat that 89% of fraud in Minnesota is committed by Somalis. We aired the version where we asked him to show us the data on his phone, which he found using Google search results powered by ChatGPT. So in the video he posted, you can see me look in the camera after he shows it to me and saying something like, all right, damn, I guess he's right then. Let's put that on screen.
Here, right here, the figure 89% does not represent the total percentage of all fraud in Minnesota. Instead, it refers to the percentage of individuals charged in connection with specific high-profile federal fraud cases. Millions.
89% of those charged in connection with major. Wow.
Identified as Somalian Americans.
Well, looks like we do. Looks like
I'm interested to see what you put in this interview because
looks like there is a problem with fraud.
He is kind of right. However, the stat refers specifically to the already litigated Feeding Our Future case, which resulted in over 60 fraud convictions in Minnesota. The ringleader of the nonprofit behind the scam, Amy Bach, is white, but it is true that 89% of convicted defendants in that case were Somali. And that's what makes me so pissed. And that's the only fucking
federally, I think that's the only federal fraud case they've prosecuted in the fucking state of Minnesota. That's why this stat is fucking irrelevant. It's one singular case. Like saying 89% of Somalis commit fraud is a psychotic extrapolation from this number. It's just not even, that's not how anything works. That's not how stats work. It's like taking a snapshot of this of the attorney, the Southern District of New York court cases and saying like, Donald Trump is 100% of the fraud cases that were committed on that day, you know, or charged on that day. It's like, okay, sure. That's not how this works at all. Yeah, it's like saying 100% of the people who murdered OJ's wife were not convicted.
Particular piece of evidence that Nick presents. The exact thing that he is showing me on his phone in the video is what I put.
Like there are 20 cases or 20,000 cases. How many 89 is those? It's one. It's one. It's the only one. That's the only fucking major case that the federal government prosecuted. The Department of Justice prosecuted.
on screen on the final cut. I did exactly what I said I would. He frames my decision to put that on screen as some kind of like liberal ball-busting fact check, but it's actually supplemental context for something he is literally fucking showing me, which is why it pisses me off. So that's all I have to say. I'm just in a phase in my life where I've been doing this for so long, and I care about this so much, so I don't want to play these kind of games.
That's such a terrible way to twist statistics. I mean, this not even, you can't even consider that to be statistics at that point. This is New Age 1350 shit, the same misrepresenting a statistic for racist propaganda. Yes, Sean, you are right. However, it's even dumber because we have become dumber as a country. Because at least with the 1350 shit, the twisting of statistics is, it comes from misunderstanding what conviction and clearance rates look like. And you're just presenting arrest rates or arrest numbers without factoring any of that other stuff to make it seem like it's something different. With 89%, you're just looking at one fucking case, dude. One case. Like, it's crazy. Our races are getting dumber, is what I'm saying. This is kind of what I was talking about with Nick Shirley's commentary in general, where, like, back in the day, at least, like, James O'Keefe would put a little bit of effort, right? Can you explain the 1350 thing? Yes, 13% of the population is black. And racists will always channel this their racist sentiment by saying 13% of the population is black, but they make up 50% of the crime. This is not true. Okay, this is completely untrue. Number one, black communities are over-policed. Black communities not only are over-policed, but as a consequence of being over-policed, black communities end up getting arrested at higher rates. Not only that, but also the number that we're looking at, the 50% number, is from FBI stats from, I forget exactly when, but FBI stats that show arrest numbers, okay? Black people are more likely to be racially profiled, more likely to receive higher sentence. There's a sentencing disparity. I saw what happened the day before MLK Day, by the way. FD did not approve. Okay, but he shocked me too. To be fair, I also got shocked. I did shock Arky a lot more. I know it was messed up. I didn't realize how it looked. It was a bad look. It wasn't good. Yes, the statistic that we're talking about is based on arrests, not convictions. Not only are black people over prosecuted and receive much longer sentences, not only are black communities over policed, okay, but on top of that, these are simply arrest numbers. An arrest does not fucking mean that this person was charged or convicted. Okay? That's the reason why the 1350 number is bullshit. Having said that, this is even dumber than that, because the 89%, like, if that case did not have like 60 co-conspirators that were charged and prosecuted and arrested and convicted, and instead had 10 co-conspirators and 8 of them happen to be Somali, you could still say 80% of the people that were arrested and prosecuted were Somali. It's just ridiculous. It's one case.
Especially with people who can't take an L and want to put my credibility on the line by spinning things in a way that benefits their reputation.
He literally went out of his way to try and make me look bad, which is not cool. And I wouldn't say that's like very benevolent of him to do.
I think my policy moving forward, especially when working with people who are filming their own versions of things and lack the integrity to be honest.
I talked to him about this, by the way. Dem Insider rips Mamdani bidet hopes for Gracie Mansion, cites Trump White House ballroom bathroom renovation hypocrisy. Prominent New York City Democrat calls Zohran Mamdani's plan hypocritical given his criticism of President Trump's White House bathroom renovations because he's putting a fucking bidet. And I 100% support him in this endeavor. We have obviously talked about bidets in general when I interviewed him. And yes, this is fucking ridiculous that they have something to say about this. We are going to make white people wash their asses, okay? Sorry, it's gonna happen. It's going to happen in Afghanistan. It's going to happen with woke Sharia. You will have a bidet whether you like it or not. It is ridiculous. It's one of the most ridiculous things in the Western world that like all of these fucking bathrooms do not have bidets. White people walk around with unwashed asses. It doesn't make any sense. It's so fucking weird, man. It's so goddamn weird. Yeah, it's also $30. Like you can literally get it for like $30 on Amazon. Or just use soap. The fuck do you mean? You're shitting. After you shit, you just fucking twist the knob and it just sprays water into your asshole. That's it. It's the simplest thing of all time. It doesn't make any sense. White people shouldn't have to go to Japan for the first time ever, white boy Mecca, to understand that like bidets are good, okay? I know white supremacy dictates that you only think certain kinds of non-white people are actually good and modern and have civilization or whatever, but like, you know, there are far more people out here washing their asses on a daily fucking basis than not, okay? White people are the minority around the globe. Wash your fucking ass. Is it effing? What the hell? That's crazy. Anyway, 3-second F. All right, well, it doesn't matter because I'm ending it right now. I'm tired, and it's been 8 hours and 30 minutes. I went long today. I went freaking long today, baby. What is happening? I don't know why it's not. All right. Love you guys. The fuck? It's not loading. Okay. Tomorrow I'll be live with the podcast where we're gonna be talking to MAGA parents and stuff. Love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace. Bye bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun.